we're gonna do commons first, then uncommons, then rares. And Alex and I will primarily be talking to each other, so know that we're reading chat, but will most likely not be responding to chat most of the time. All right, here we go. Diving in. Theros Beyond Death full set review. First comment up here in white is Captivating Unicorn, 4 and a white for a 4/4 with Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, tap target creature and opponent controls.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I don't know. We've seen these like 5 mana tap things when a thing happens, white creatures before. I mean, it seems okay. So the thing about Constellation to remember is that it's base white green. There's a little bit of blue, I think a little bit of black. So like if you're considering how often you're triggering this, it's going to be a decent amount of the time. There's actually like a lot of white ways to trigger this. On its like baseline of what it does, I mean, I'm assuming that there's better ways to push damage than like a 5 mana 4/4 that sometimes taps something. So I don't know. This is certainly, I'm not excited about this, right? It's
Right.
gonna make your deck a decent amount of the time, I think. But it's gonna be like that 10th pick card that you're like, yeah, you might make the cut.
Right. My guess is you'll want like one max, and at the end of the draft, if you don't have one, you won't miss it. So like that feels like D plus territory to me.
Yeah, I would say so too. Like it might end up in a place where so many of your creatures are just enchantment creatures that it almost reads like, half of your spells trigger this.
Mm-hmm.
Just like your enchantments and your creatures. Like at that point it does get to the point where it's like, yeah, this is actually reasonable. It's like a C in your deck. But like the fact that you have to work to get to like a C, that's a lot. And it's just a 5 mana white card when white's mostly aggressive, so it's just not gonna be
It
not
feels
gonna be a
like
high pick.
this could have been an enchantment itself, and that wouldn't have been too busted.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right, next up is Daybreak Chimera. 3 white white for a 3/3 with flying, and it costs X less to cast, where X is your devotion to white. Holy cow, this is a common?
Yeah, this one's sweet,
Wait,
right?
what?
Yeah, so it's gonna be Phantom Monster most of the time. Like you're gonna cast this on turn 4 a good percentage of the time. Once in a while you'll go like 1-drop Daxos into Chimera, and that's busted. But like even when you don't do that, the times when you go turn 5, play this and play a 2-drop, like that's nuts, right? Like that's gonna feel like you're getting away with something at that point.
And these, like, this is not the problem with 5 drops where it's like, well, I don't want multiples of these. Like,
Exactly.
you just load up on these.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to be times where you cast 2 of these on turn 5, right? Like, and that double spell is kind of insane.
This is amazing.
Yeah, you do have to, like, it kind of has I mean, not so much the delve problem, but you can't just put like 5 of these in your deck and expect to always cast them, right? You're gonna end up with like funky draws. But yeah, like I'm a fan.
This is B minus for me.
B minus. I mean, I think the thing that holds me back from giving this a B minus is I think there's enough going on in the set where like 3/3 flyer isn't like one of the better things you can be doing. Like I think there's just more powerful things. Like yes, it's like a good rate. I don't think I'm like. I don't know if my deck's gonna have like space for 4 of these, considering how much powerful stuff there's going on. But it might. It might just be like, yeah, it lines up perfectly. Like it gets past the other cheap common flyers. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna go C plus, but okay. I respect the B minus here.
Dreadful Apathy is 2 and a white for an aura. Enchanted creature can't attack or block, and you can pay 2 and a white to exile enchanted creature.
Yeah, so we've seen this before as the choking restraints, I think it was, from Eldritch Moon. That card was good there. So have some doubts about all the enchantment-based removal, just because people are going to be so much more likely to main deck enchantment removal in this set, and we have there's a enchantment removal spell in green and white at common. At a baseline, the card is good. Like exiling the creature prevents escape, which is like a relevant thing, prevents the activated abilities and gets it off the field for devotion. Like I can't go too low on this, right? Like
right. Even in as much as I'm like I want to hate it, like I hated Trapped in the Tower. Like this is just good.
Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's hard. I think I'm just gonna land on a B plus on this one. I could see
Wait.
it.
You mean C plus, right?
Sorry. C plus. Yes, C plus.
Okay.
I could see it swinging like either way, where it's like, no, the enchantment side doesn't matter that much. You're like, people aren't going to be main decking enchantment hate that much, or the other way, where it's like you just want as many enchantments as you can.
Yeah, I agree. I'm in for C plus, and then maybe like diminishing returns.
Perhaps, sure. Yeah,
like, as you get multiples. Flicker of Fate is 1 and a white for an instant. Exile target creature or enchantment, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Whoa, It's not just your stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? So it doesn't like get anything out of the way for an attack, but it blinks, like it gets auras off of creatures, like that's the thing. It can do some tricky stuff in combat where you like move an aura from a creature that was unblocked or something to a creature that got blocked, so you can like reassign the aura.
It triggers Constellation at instant speed, resets sagas.
Fuels escaped.
Sure.
Like, yeah, I feel like this is the kind of card where we're like talking about all these great things that it does, but like it's just not going to make your deck a lot of the time, right? Like it does enough. It does like some cool stuff. Yeah. Like maybe you'll play one, but it's just like, I don't know. This just reads to me like the type of card where you're like, yeah, it's good, but it just doesn't make the cut, Right,
I'd much rather like make sure my opponents. Well, I mean, I could see. I don't know how this set's going to play out. I haven't read all the cards yet. Like if we're looking at a set where people are playing a lot of auras, but like because Bestow doesn't exist and Heroic doesn't exist in terms of an actual mechanic, that feels less likely to me.
Right. I think there's a lot of auras in this set, actually. I gave it a quick look. Okay. There's actually quite.
Well, then I think you might want to make room for exactly one of these, but still that's like C- territory for me.
Right, yeah. It's like one of those ones that you pick up on the wheel.
Right.
Like it's like it's once you get down to like your core 19 cards in your deck, this might be one of the 4 that you put in for your last 4 cards.
All right, next up is Glory Bearers. I'm entering our grades in the spreadsheet, and then I see that Ben is now opened the spreadsheet, and I told him to get out of here because he's not supposed to look at our grades.
Yeah,
he typed in so much FOMO right now. Frowny face.
Yeah, it'd be sweet to have Ben on here.
Yeah. All right, yeah, but that would make the crash course that's so much worse because then we wouldn't get to argue. All right, Glory Bearers is 3 and a white for a 3/4 enchantment creature, human cleric. Whenever another creature you control attacks, it gets +0/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine, right? Like the effect is better.
This is big for a white creature.
It is, yeah.
I would usually get Pillarfield Ox stats for this.
Yeah, 3/4. Like, I want to not like it just because it's like a 4-mana creature that in white, which is going to be aggressive. You know what I mean? And it's just like the effect plays out better than it looks. Like this +0/+1. This always plays out better than it looks.
And this is good for aggressive creatures, like making them harder to like making it so you have to double block them more often, like to try and kill them. This is good.
Yeah, it's going to depend on like how the sizing lines up for sure. Like there's definitely formats where this just isn't going to matter, and this could be a format where it actually pans out in a way where it's like, yes, this is meaningful.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously being an enchantment creature is definitely something. All right, like I'm going to be optimistic about this one. My reservation is just the 4 mana, and the 4 mana slot is number 1 kind of unimportant, and 2 gets clogged most of the time. But if you want a 4-drop, this is a decent one. I'm just gonna give this just like flat C.
Yeah, me too. Flat C.
Yeah.
All right, Heliod's Pilgrim is 2 and white for a 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an aura card, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle your library.
Yeah, this card's gas. This card was good in M15, and there wasn't as many auras and enchantment kind of stuff going on. And then
this only tutors auras, right? You can't tutor up like enchantment creatures or anything.
Right. All I mean is like there wasn't constellations, so like getting the aura was just you were just getting the aura, and the aura was the intrinsic value of the aura. Mm-hmm. Right. It's not like you're not getting access to more enchantments over the course of the game.
Right.
Like I said, I gave the set a quick look. There's a lot of auras in this set. I mean, like green white is the aura color pair. Like it's just that's what it's doing. And then even like this gets 2 removal spells of common, right? It gets Mire's Grasp and it gets the pacifism thing.
Yeah.
Like that's big game. Just like your 3-mana creature getting a removal spell, like especially, if you're an aggressive color pair, this gets an aggressive aura. If you're like blue white or black white, it gets a removal spell. I don't know. I think this is in my top 3 white commons so far from what I've seen.
I feel you got a leg up on me because I just like went through and only like typed up the names. I didn't look at the actual cards. So I'm gonna take your word for it. I don't have a sense of what my top 3 white commons are yet, but I think that this is a card that I am inclined to underrate because I think the body it leaves behind is so close to not worth a card that this doesn't actually feel like a 2-for-1. But I think the amount of things that you will want to tutor up, or the like diversity of things, and we're only talking about commons here, like not only thinking about the uncommons or rares that you could have access to that you could go find, that probably adds up to this being pretty good. So are you on C+ here?
I'm on B- here.
Whoa. You think this is better than the flyer? Than the 2-mana 3/3 flyer?
I think it's equivalent. They do different things though.
Wow. Hot take number 1 here.
Yeah, hot take number 1. Lemon Flavor Tea says it also gets the green fight card. There's a green fight aura. Which gets so like in almost every color pair it gets and there's a red or a removal spell. So in every single color pair it gets a removal spell.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know.
But this is not exactly doing great work with a green fight spell, I'm guessing, because,
For sure. Yeah, no. You're right. You're right about that one.
Yeah. This next comment I'm pretty excited about. Hero of the Pride, 1 and a white for a 2/2. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn.
Yes, I'm very excited about this. So with this like pseudo heroic mechanic that they have in the set, there's 4 cards in the set in red white. There's 2 red ones, 2 white ones, I believe, that have this exact same heroic ability where when you target it, your creatures get +1/+0. And like all you want in your aggro decks is redundancy, right? So just being able to have like all of your aggro cards do the same thing, that's great. And who knows if a bear is a good stat line in this format. My guess is it's going to be just like decent. There's nothing that tells me there's not like a ton of 2/3s lying around. And there is, like I said, there's a lot of stuff to targets. So I mean, like I'm excited for this card.
So, I definitely want to give it C+. Are you in B- territory here?
No, I think I'm in C+. This might switch with Heliod's Pilgrim. I could definitely see a world where that's true. But I think I'm going to go C+ here.
Here we've got Indomitable Will. This is 1 and a white for an aura with flash. Enchanted creature gets +1/+2.
Yeah, this is interesting. So, we're you guys talked about this one a little bit on the show this week. Hard for me to evaluate just because, it's going to depend on how sizing lines up. But, it's got all the nice constellation, cast things on your opponent's turns, kind of things going on here, heroic. I'm assuming, if you just look at this as combat trick with upside, I think this is just like a good card, right? It's
way better than that in this specific set, I think.
Yes, exactly. I think like it fills that combat trick role. And you know what? Think of this as like the Silver Flame Squire of this set, I think. Right, where it's like a reasonable trick and then like a little bit of an upside, and then like it plays better than it looks. I think that's the role it fills.
I'm maybe this is a hot take, but I think it's closer to Fairy Guidemother than it is to Silver Flame Squire. In terms of like
sneaky power, like
I think Silver Flame Squire, you're like, yeah, that's good, but you weren't like, I don't know. I mean, we're splitting.
You're not like I got you there. It wasn't that kind of card, right? Like yeah. It was like a fair exchange where this can lead to unfair exchanges.
That's what I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I'm up for that. I still think it's like a C, but like a high C.
Yeah, it's so hard. Yeah, I think like will play out like a C+, but you probably don't need to pick it that high because I don't know if you're loading up on these. Like my guess is more than 2 might feel bad, but yeah, I think I like C here.
This does just make combat a nightmare for your opponent, right? It's just like, how do I block knowing my opponent has this in their deck in the early turns?
I mean, the amount of flash stuff and the amount of tricks, I think combat's just going to be a nightmare in this format.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Like, this feels like it's an attacking format.
Yes, 100%.
Karamech's Blessing is single white for target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's an enchanted creature or enchantment creature, it also gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of text for a common combat trick.
Yeah, this is kind of bonkersy. So at a baseline, like there's not a ton to protect your like creature into aura strategy, and this is like a common that really helps that.
It's dive down.
Yeah, it's dive
It's like
down.
better.
Exactly.
It's better than dive down because it's +2/+2, not +0/+3.
Like again, if you just think of this as like baseline combat trick that you might just play in your white decks, but then it just has the additional like hexproof is kind of the kicker here, right? Because like like I said, there's so many auras, and just being able to like protect your creature for 1 mana, like this is gonna play out like God's Willing in a way, right?
And God's Willing was the best white common.
Yeah,
I mean, it was ridiculous.
I think it was like second best to like the Courser.
Oh, sure, the flyer, the 2/2 flyer.
Close enough,
yeah,
right?
It was really good.
Yeah,
or like
God's Willing is better, but still.
Yeah, I think this is a C.
Yeah, and like it's like we talked up these last two cards, but like when you give a combat trick a C, like that's pretty high praise.
That's very high praise. Yeah. Land into the Lost Pride is 1 and a white for a 3/1. When it dies, exile target card from an opponent's graveyard. It's Merrily Friday.
Yeah, it's the Merrily Friday of the set.
Yeah.
So, spoiler alert: there's more X1 hate here than there was in Eld. That's a thing.
Yeah.
And Eld was like the first time in a long time that 3/1 for 2 was really good. And mostly because there wasn't a ton of X1 hate. The exile card, it's when it dies, not even when it enters. So like, opponent can kind of see this coming, and like they can cast their escape card if they like. There's a window there. I think the ability is like minor upside. I mean, it does exile a card as just like a resource, right? Like they have less cards to escape with. Like that's a little thing. I don't know. I'm gonna start this low. I'm gonna start this like C-. I just don't think you're gonna play this all that often.
Yeah, I mean, if you're telling me there's X1 hate, I'm going D+. I don't like. I do not like these kinds of cards.
Yeah, that's fair.
We've got Nyxborn Courser. It's 1 white for a 2/4 enchantment creature with flavor text.
Yeah, I like the theme they have here of all the vanilla creatures being enchantment and devotion enablers. That's kind of cool.
So this card worries me a little bit.
Yes.
And I think you and I have the same, based on hearing what when you guys were talking about the Birth of Meletus, which is an uncommon we'll get to later, is that I'm nervous about white being split between aggro and control, which is a problem they've had in the past with white and limited, where you've got some cards that are good in aggro and some cards that are good in control, and then the draft ends up super awkward, and also there isn't really a lot of support for a white control deck. So not knowing what's going on in terms of like white and the whole set right now, because I'm just reading all the cards for the first time, but it seems to me so far that white wants to be pretty aggressive, and that this format wants to be aggressive in general. And so this kind of card, it's fine, but 3 mana 2/4 is not great.
No, yeah, like we've had, there's that card in Omcat that was the same thing, 3 mana 2/4, and like that was a never play card, and that was a fairly aggressive aura-ish format. My one, I think the saving grace in this card is like it wears an aura well, and it's an enchantment, right? Like that's kind of the thing here. I will say that I think I think blue white does want this kind of card. Like it's kind of like a Skies deck.
Okay.
So that's the thing. Like. And there are just going to be like white aggressive decks that have enough constellation stuff that want this card.
Sure.
Yeah, I will say also that there's actually like, if we're pointing to devotion as like a reason to like a card, there's actually not that much devotion in the set, and most of it.
Well, but the 5 mana 3/3 flyer is enough for me to want.
Oh, that's true. That's actually a very good.
As many pips as I want. I mean, and if there's a blue white skies deck, I could see being like, all right, I'm going to load up on these. Because this alone lets you just play that on a turn 4 for 3 mana,
That's just like a nice 1-2 punch, right? Just going this, that, like that's good.
I'm gonna start C- for this card.
Yeah, agree.
This was our preview card, and I'm excited about this now that we've seen all the +1/+0 stuff. Omen of the Sun, 2 and a white for an enchantment with flash. When it ETBs, you make 2/1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, and you gain 2 life, and then you can pay for all the omens, 2 and a white, sack it, scry 2.
Yeah, love it. I think like Erase the Alarm effect is really going to overperform in this set, just because, like we said, redundancy, right? Like there's all these +1/+0 cards. So it's not like, oh, I have the Erase the Alarm deck. It's like a lot of your white and red aggressive cards just do the same thing. right? So I think this is going to be a good card, and I think it's actually going to be a high pick, honestly. Like I think it's a high C level card. Maybe goes into the C plus range, but it triggers your constellation in white, which is a big thing, and just like it basically it touches on two of white's big themes, which is constellation and go wide.
I'm gonna throw out our first synergy grade. I'm gonna give this a synergy C plus because I think if you don't have the like hero stuff, and I think that's what they all are. The red and white cards they're all heroes that give +1/+0. I think is a nod to heroic. That if you don't have those, I think this card gets markedly worse.
Yes, agree.
But when you do have those, I think this card's gonna be good. Pious Wayfarer, the 1-drop in the set, Alex. Single white for a 1/2 with Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, target creature gets +1/+1 until the turn. What did you think of my Wildwood Tracker take?
I liked it. No, I honestly I was like, yes, I love it. Ethan's repping the 1-drops here. All right. So now that I've seen most of the set, I stand by my take that this card will be underrated. I don't think it's like Fairy Godmother level, anything like that. But I do think it's underrated, and I do think you want this in a lot of your white decks. I think just like the way this messes up combat at instant speed, mind you, for a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. Like I think it's just gonna do enough where this, and there's not a ton. There's like nothing in the 1-drop slot in white that really, like, besides there's like maybe an uncommon or two that like bumps this out. But, like this is a decent 1-drop in your white aggressive decks.
Yeah, I think so. I think again I want to give this a synergy grade.
Yes, yeah.
Because like and I hope this feels like a card maybe you can exploit early in the format because like
totally. Yes.
Maybe no one's gonna take it, like it's a Slitherblade style thing where you sort of notice like it's a catch 'em all and you don't want to prioritize them early, but then like this with the +1/+2 Indomitable Will trick, like load up on those. I think you could have a pretty sweet aggressive deck.
And the flash Omen too, like or all the Omens.
Oh yeah. So I like this. I think I would go like synergy C.
Synergy, yeah, I'd go synergy. I kind of want to go synergy C+. Like, imagine ever having 2 of these.
Yeah, it's very good. Like it makes again more cards that make combat a nightmare.
Yes,
like
100%.
It's really. Yeah, I think this card's good. All right, Revoke Existence is next. 1 and a white for a sorcery, exile target artifact or enchantment.
Right, so this is the big question, right? Like, how often and how many of these are we main decking, right?
Yeah.
What's your initial impression on that?
Well, it sounds like after your assessment of the set that there's a lot of stuff. I think I would say 2.
Yeah,
2 I think would be my max for main deck, and then I would be happy to have any number of them in the sideboard.
Yeah, just going by like Asvan or just like how many enchantments are in the set. I think it's similar to Theros from the quick numbers I ran, and we played 2 in Theros, like sometimes.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be fairly similar to that. The one thing that like makes this different from Theros is that a decent amount of the enchantments get their value on enter the battlefield, and the like you're not getting a huge mana advantage like with Bestow. Like your opponent's not going like 7 mana bestow something, revoke existence it. So like there's slight differences, but you're definitely going to be banning the first one almost guaranteed, and like yes, possibly the second one and the third.
I think the first one's probably a C+.
Yes, the first one's a C+. You're going to like if you end up in a white deck if you don't have one of these, you're going to be very upset.
I agree. Rumbling Sentry is 3 white for a 3/6. When it enters the battlefield, scry 1. Again, this weird split.
Yeah. What a weird card, right?
Weird card.
I mean, if I have to choose between this and the Tapper, the 5-mana Tapper, I'm choosing the Tapper in almost every deck, I think. Like, even if I'm some sort of like blue-white skies, I think the Tapper is still going to have more value.
This is like a D.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ever putting this in my. I mean, I'm going to at some point.
You're going to play like it's not embarrassing. Like
no, it's not. Yeah,
but it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's like you can put it in your deck, but it's just like.
Yeah. Sentinel's Eyes is a single white for an aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance, and it has escape for single white. Exile 2 other cards from your graveyard.
Yeah, so this one catches my eye. Like it's definitely not just.
All right.
Didn't actually mean to do that. So it's kind of it's a repeatable heroic enabler. That's the thing that I initially liked about the card. The actual bonus is close to negligible, but there's going to be cards that giving +1 and +1 and vigilance to is actually really relevant. Like if you just scroll one down, Sunmane Pegasus, like that's a card that you really want to aura up, like put a +1/+1 vigilance on. It's going to, like, how much you want this card depends on how much heroic and constellation you have. Like this, being able to consistently trigger both those things is actually a strength of this card, and like the text doesn't matter that much, right? It's really the trigger that you're looking for.
Yeah. I mean, this seems like like what they've been doing recently. Of like, this looks like a bad card.
Yes,
we've seen before, and I think it's not going to be. I don't think you need a lot of them, or even more than one. But I wouldn't be surprised if the first copy plays out like a C. Or like a synergy C.
Yeah, very much like an equipment, right? Like the first one, good. The second one gets a lot worse, right? And being 1 mana is really large.
So cheap.
So cheap for both costs. So I think, synergy C.
Cool. Sunmane Pegasus, as you said, this is up next. 3 and a white for a 2/3 with flying. You can pay 1 and a white to give it vigilance and lifelink until end of turn. Wow.
Yeah, this is sweet. So at a baseline, it's like decent stats. I think that like this is a prime target for any aura you do have. Like lifelink's kind of just, especially if this ability, or especially if the set turns out to be smashy, like very combat oriented, like lifelink goes from negligible to like kind of a messed up ability, where like if your opponent doesn't have an answer, anything reasonably large and lifelinking just makes it so it's very, very hard for them to raise.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, I think this card, again, it's a 4, and I think this is like the 4-drop of choice if you have a choice between a few. Maybe it's just like a little bit too small, and you play as in 4 and you just attack past it and they just don't care.
Yeah.
So
also,
like
it's not until like turn, even if you play this on 4, you're not activating it until like turn 6, turn 7. Sure. Like I would be surprised, because even if you're thinking about, well, I'm going to suit it up too, like in theory, whatever that thing is might cost some mana. And I mean, if it's anything that's going to significantly boost the power to where the activation is going to swing things in your favor. I mean, I think it's funny that these two cards are next to each other, but I do think this pairs so well, because in the following turn you just cast Sentinel's Eyes, and then that's only 1 white to make it a 3/4 vigilance lifelink. I mean you don't even need it to have vigilance, but
yeah, like repeatable vigilance.
Yeah. So I don't know where are you at grade wise.
Man, I think I'm a little lower than my initial. I think you've talked me down slightly with the whole like how much mana it takes to actually like have the lifelink on. I think I'm just gonna, maybe this is just a cop out, but just saying C. And like if you have, maybe it's the kind of card where if your deck has, like 5 cards that play nicely with it, like combat tricks, auras, then you want this as your 4 over the glory bearers or whatever it is.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna give it C, and that's kind of a cop-out answer, I think.
I'm gonna go C as well. I don't think that's a cop-out. Yeah. Here we've got Transcendent Envoy. It's 1 and a white for a 1/2 enchantment creature with flying, and it has aura spells you cast cost 1 less to cast.
Yeah, this card excites me. I think this card's quite good.
Now, we haven't seen any expensive auras really. Like the most one was like the sort of pacifism one, right?
Yes, yeah.
Just 2 and white. So do you know things about future auras that we'll see that will be cool to reduce the cost of? So
there's a decent amount of, like, it's not even so much that the auras are expensive. Like, it's not like, oh, this 5 mana aura now costs 4, this 4 mana aura now costs 3, which there is some of those. It's more about double spelling for me, right? So like, it makes it so that like when you suit up your creature on turn 4, that's not the only thing you're doing. You just like keep investing into your aggressive creature, right? Like you can invest and play another 2-drop. Like that's the big part for me, I think.
Yeah. So where are you at? What's your grade for this guy?
It's so weird because so many of these, like usually white doesn't end up like this, but there's so many of these white cards that I'm like, man, I don't know, depends on your deck, right?
Yeah.
So I think like synergy C+, and then like goes as low as like a D. Like it's really hard. Like I said, I'm excited about this card, but
Yeah.
I think only in a subset of decks. Mind you, I think that subset is large, right? I think in 60% of your decks, this card's going to be good. You
Yeah.
just have to be wary.
I mean, this plays well with the cards that give +1/+0, because that's all you need to make this like, oh, holy crap, this is a 2-mana 2/2 flyer when it attacks.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a
And
really good point.
this pairs really well with those cards because it's like, well, aura spells cost less to cast, and those cards are like, please cast an aura targeting me. So like, it does feel like it's at home in what I'm assuming is White's number one game plan in this set.
I definitely agree with that. And like it just does a lot of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just being that flyer, like you said, pump, being able to get that pump bonus, being an enchantment. I think this is. I'm gonna go with synergy C plus,
I'm
maybe
for
even
that.
synergy B minus.
Neil asks, it does not reduce the escape for an aura, right? But I would assume it does, right?
It
Because
does,
you're
yeah,
still casting the thing from your graveyard.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's still just casting it, so it does. Luckily.
Mm-hmm. Here we've got Triumphant Surge is the last white common. 3 and a white for an instant. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. You gain 3 life.
Yeah, so it's like upgraded Smite the Monstrous,
Mm-hmm.
which it's a card you'll play sometimes. It might just be better in this set because if there are just a lot of auras going around, like
Right.
just letting those off.
Yeah, but definitely, I would
Um,
assume it's definitely better on average in this set. That might push it into. I'm usually on sideboard only for these effects, but I might push it into. I want to main deck the first copy.
Yeah, like so the way I like to think about these kind of cards is just how many archetypes does it affect, right? And
Mm-hmm.
like it's likely going to affect most of the green decks. Green red has that's something there,
Yep.
right? Like their whole thing is 4 power. And then like you would think that it doesn't affect the white decks, but like we just said, there's things, there's auras and stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
The blue decks probably doesn't do that much against, and the black decks it probably doesn't do all that much against. So like I don't know. It's gonna. I think kind of like True Love's
Well, but
Kiss.
didn't you say there's a lot of auras in the set?
There is, but they're mostly based in like Naya.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that
Um.
still means more often than not you're gonna have a hit for this, and like that's also not discounting like people like are likely to have some sort of like good rare or uncommon that might be large.
Mhm.
Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the first one is a C.
Yeah, for sure. It also depends on how much like how streamlined the white decks want to be. My guess
Sure,
is
like
like
maybe you don't
fairly
have room for
streamlined.
it.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be fairly streamlined, and that definitely plays into it. But I
Yeah.
think if you need a spot, like if you need a thing to do, that's definitely something.
Yeah, agreed. All right, on to the uncommons. So for folks tuning in, this is how we're going to be rolling through. We'll do commons together, scroll back up, do uncommons together, etc. So we've got Alceid of Life's Bounty, single white for a 1/1 enchantment creature with lifelink. You can pay 1, sacrifice it. Target creature or enchantment you control gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn.
Yeah, so it's like a Dauntless bodyguard kind of with
Right, yeah,
the
yeah.
one mana activation certainly meaningful. Um, yeah, I think this is like again, this kind of plays the role of that +2/+2 hexproof indestructible trick, right? Like just
Mm-hmm.
protecting your aured up creatures or your it doesn't even have to be aured up creatures. It can just be like your important heroic creatures because a lot of the time when you have like the 2 mana 2/2 that pumps your team,
Mm-hmm.
like that's a card your opponent's going to want to get rid of, right? And it's not even just like, well, now that I've aured up my creature, I can protect it. There is going to be a lot of just like high quality targets for your opponents to want to remove. So I don't know. I definitely think this is just going to be a card you're going to. I think it's going to be a high pick. To be honest, I think it's just like a C plus.
I think so too. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe I'm just remembering how good Hopeful Eidolon was from Theros, but
Right.
like
Yeah.
the 1 mana 1/1 lifelink was actually great because it just wears an aura so well, and the fact that this itself is an enchantment, and so it's going to trigger other constellation things. It triggers your like little pious wayfarers. I think this is just. I think that you're right. I think I'm gonna go C plus for this card.
And I think just like the more 1 mana, 2 mana things these white decks get, the better. And like worth noting, I'm sure there's some people who are thinking, oh, like why would you want to aura up this creature? Like it's just you're gonna want to sack it anyways. But like yes, generally you're not going to, but having that option to do is the thing, right? That's the big thing there.
Yeah. Sorry, rip headphone users, maybe, if that's super loud. Thank you so much, Kwasi, for the 16-month support. I really appreciate it. Welcome back. All right. Yeah, I think C plus is great for this card. Archon of the Falling Stars is 4 white for a 4/4 with flying. When Archon of Falling Stars dies, you may return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah, so it's a nice little bit of value. So definitely more of a grindy card than we've seen, just being 6 mana and all. But I think still just like a fine top end card in your aggro deck. You know, again, the way decks might be so streamlined that they just don't really want this.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Like,
yeah,
why? Where do I have room for a 6-drop in my white decks?
Yeah, in like definitely some formats you can have that. My gut says there's so much cheap stuff that you just don't care that much about a 6-drop.
It's not even that aggressively costed either. I mean, I get that it's like a sort of gravediggery effect, but like 6 mana 4/4 flyer is not great.
Yeah, you're never like super happy. It's really tough because like you do get it. Like returning to the battlefield is nice, right? It's not just like a gravedigger. I want to just say C because there's better things to be doing. Like in a vacuum, this card reads well, and it's going to be better in like black white and blue white, which I think are just grindier decks.
Yeah, but black white especially seems grindy.
Yeah, exactly. I think even there, like if you know 60% of your opponents are aggressive, you don't also want to be doing something that's late game and expensive like this, right? So I don't know. It's hard to say where it's going to fit. Like the card reads as a powerful card, but I just don't think it's going to line up all that well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C-. My guess is this card, like this looks like a card that is good and then is not well positioned in the format.
Yeah, totally. You know, it also just a percentage of your opponent's removal being enchantment based, right? Like
so is this ever going to leave the battlefield?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Speaking of, Banishing Light, 2 and a white for an enchantment. It's back. When it enters the battlefield, you exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until Banishing Light leaves the battlefield.
Yeah, again, I think I am lower on this card than I would be normally. I think this is just going to be a ticking time bomb.
Sure, but that doesn't make it like.
No. I don't want to.
Similar to like a Dies to Doomblade argument, you know.
I don't, but I'm kind of a believer of the Dies to Doomblade argument, right? So like, what have you there?
Well, I mean, I can't argue with that, I guess.
So I don't want to talk down this card too. I'm talking it down from the point of like I think everybody acknowledges this card is quite good. So, I just want to talk it down a little bit from there.
Let's start with your letter grade.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to start with a C+.
C plus?
B plus.
B. Which is it? Those are different. There's different.
C for cats.
Cats plus. Wow. Okay.
Cats plus. Yeah.
All right.
I just think if we're main decking 2 to 3 enchantment removal spells, like I just don't think that this is going to be the catch-all you want, right?
I mean, you're saying right, but I think wrong. But okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
Yeah. So first of all, I just have a sort of an issue with like this can't be as well. Maybe it can. Maybe it can be at the same grade as the pacifism. But this has to be markedly better than that.
Yes, I will agree with that. So if we're giving the pacifism C+, then I will bump this up to B-. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. Like this is slightly worse than it would be in a normal set where people are main decking enchantment removal. But just the fact that this answers anything, I know it's a ticking time bomb. Like this, if people are playing auras, and as you said, maybe they get the effect when ETBs or whatever, but you exile the creature the aura is on, then they still have like the aura falls off, and like even if they answer Banishing Light, they only get the creature back. Like this is gonna do a lot of work. I think this is going to be the pick out of most packs it appears in.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just feel like I think early in the format, I'm gonna take it as early as like I think you're talking it up to be. Like I think I'm going to take it where you're saying it should be. I just feel like when we play it, it's going to be like time and time again. I'm going to be like, oh, that sucked.
Yeah. I think that's fair, and I be willing to reevaluate as things progress. Here we go. Yeah, Birth of Meletus.
There we go.
Saga 1 and a white. First chapter, search for a plains, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. Second chapter, make an 0/4 wall artifact creature token with Defender. Third chapter, gain 2 life.
Yeah, sweet little value card. I mean, So, as you guys said on the show, and we said on the show this week, it's very much dependent on how often you're going to end up in a white deck that wants this, right? Because from the looks of it, a lot of the white cards just want to beat down, and none of these effects are things you want in a beatdown deck. But in black, white, and blue, white, I think this is quite a good card. So, I mean, I'm on like C+ on this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go synergy C+, but
Yeah, synergy. Yeah, exactly.
Because I do think like it does look like, just based on what the black white gold card is and like some black cards I've seen, like I do think there will be a black white control deck that's gonna care a lot about value, and this card has value written all over it.
Yeah, for sure. I think just small note about black white. Think there is a black white control deck and a black white aggro deck. Mm-hmm. So like just interesting to point that out.
Yep. Commanding Presence is 3 and a white for an aura. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has first strike. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token.
Yeah, so this is like the first in a long line of cards that are just like, well, suit up my guy. It's now much bigger and much better, but what are you gonna do about it? Do you have a removal spell? Okay, cool, right? So on its baseline, yeah, this is a powerful effect, right? The first strike makes the creature you're enchanting very big and a very big threat. And they're either gonna chump with something or you get a 1/1 out of the deal. I think this comes down to the fact that once you get one hit with this, it's decent, right? Like I think you've got almost
your card. You've either gotten a thing and dealt a bunch of damage, or they've chumped.
Yes. So and then if they want to spend their mana and spend their card, that is okay, right? Like I think this is going to be a 7th pick-ish card that once you're ending up in this like heroic aura up your small cheap flyer creature deck, you're gonna be like, ooh, Commanding Presence, like get in my deck.
Interesting. Right? I think this is a higher pick than that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm all for talking up these cards. Like,
I mean, like if I'm reading like White's A game plan, which is I guess when it's paired with red or green, like this just seems like the thing you want to curve into.
And even in blue white, like just putting this on a flyer, like being a white soldier maker, like that's something.
I mean,
right? That's like,
again, I don't know how much instant speed removal there is, blah blah blah. Obviously, against like the cool thing about the blue red doing things on your opponent's turn deck is that like it really puts these kinds of cards in check. And so, your opponent's going to be passing with a lot of mana up, not necessarily being able to interact with this in particular, but you sort of have to be afraid of a number of things. So I'll be interested to see how easy it is to slap this on a creature without like having to cross your fingers and pray. But for the moment, if this feels like, I mean, I don't know if this is like B territory, but this certainly feels like at least a C+ to me.
Ooh, yeah, B is a tough sell for me. I would give this a C+, and like I can see it sneaking into B- level.
That's what I think. Yeah, I think it could be B- range.
Yeah, I also think like the whole discussion like this, we're gonna come across a lot of these cards of just the auras that make your creature markedly better. Like I think yes, it matters how much instant speed removal, and yes, it matters how much stuff can blow you out. But I think the more important thing is just like, I think this set will be good for this. Just like learning when to pick your spots, right? I think like that's just like a skill that is under exercised just because in so many sets auras are bad, right? And then the sets that they are good, that skill isn't developed in a lot of players, right? So like they're just like, well, I have this aura, I might play it, but just choosing your spot when it's going to be good, and you minimize getting blown out.
Yeah, I think the faster you can get the soul reads in this format, like that's going to be such a huge leg up when you just have that spidey sense going.
Oh yeah
Because it just seems like there's so much stuff to do at instant speed and such a variety of those things that like once you have that, I think you're going to really be cooking.
Yeah, no, totally agree.
Dawn Evangel is 2 and white for a 2/3 enchantment creature. Whenever a creature dies, oh, what's up, Joe? Coming in with a 28-month resub. Hey. So whenever a creature dies, if an aura you controlled was attached to it, return target creature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. So real quick question.
Yeah.
Is the 1 and a black -3/3 the best common in the set?
I was thinking that.
I'm seeing all this stuff of whenever a creature dies.
Yeah.
If an aura you control was attached to it, like this is just like, oh, kill your thing, get back my 2-drop.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe. I don't know. Like, my gut said, oh, my volume dropped apparently a lot.
It was me because I turned it down for the sub music.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I think so. I think Myers Grasp, just look, it's so cheap and it does so much. I think it's probably the best common, but hard to say. There's a few cards in the set actually that say like when a creature dies, if an aura was controlled.
Yeah. There's the one that Caleb previewed, the black one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And like so the value of this card, if we assume we're putting auras on our creatures and just going to town, which I think we are, really lies on how many 2-drops that we really want to get back are in the set. And just alone, there's Daxos right here. There's the heroic 2-drop, which is really good.
Right.
There's the flyer, which is like just getting that back is decent. So I think just like my initial read on the set is the 2-drops are very good.
It's weird to say. I think I would like this card a lot more if it were a 3/2.
3/2.
Like it's not. I just feel like the stats are a little awkward to me because I don't really want to put a 3-mana 2/3 in my aggressive decks. But again, it triggers constellation stuff. So the pious, our pious dude is happy about this.
I almost kind of like high toughness creatures a little bit better because they wear the auras slightly better.
Well, that's fair.
I mean, there's trade-offs, right? There's trade-offs. I don't think that the 2/3 will be the deal breaker, but I agree. Like sometimes it's just this card just is going to sit there and be a 2/3 and be like, well, this sucks.
Yeah. So all that said, is this better than a C?
My gut says you're not going to take this. Like you're going to take this, 5th to 6th, 7th.
Yeah.
Like I don't think this is a premium card.
And it doesn't feel like the effect doesn't feel strong enough for me to go like, oh, sick. I'm getting this 5th,
exactly.
and now I want to build around it. Like I don't think that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with this. I think I'm just gonna go C because I think while there are gonna be games where you get like sick value out of this, I don't think that's gonna come up all that often.
Yeah. God, I'm just oogling Daybreak Chimera right now. Okay. Daxos, Blessed by the Sun, is white for a 2-star legendary enchantment creature. Its toughness is equal to your devotion to white, so at minimum it's a 2/2. And whenever another creature you control enters the battlefield or dies, you gain 1 life.
So this thing's just going to be massive, right? Like
it's
like a 2/5.
This card, this is, I'm like, oh, I draft this and now I actively want to build a white control deck.
Yes, or even like, it's also just like decent in your like white aura deck as well.
Sure.
Not bad there.
Makes racing super hard.
Yeah, and it's enchant. Like this card just kind of encapsulates everything that white wants to be doing, right? And like I don't know. For me, anytime I see this enchantment border, that really sets off alarm bells for me.
Yeah,
that,
I didn't even.
This card's gonna play it better than this.
Yeah,
right?
I'm like freaking out about it, and I didn't even consider that it was an enchantment. This is a B.
Yeah, this is very good. This is quite a good card. I think
sneaky good.
Yeah, I think it's like 2x. Like there's a cycle of these cards at uncommon where like their toughness or their power is set by your devotion. Like this is just gonna be like a 2/8 some of the time. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, for 2 mana 2/8. That's that's gained you like 7 life.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, that card's awesome. Next up, we've got Favored of Iroas. It's 2 and a white for a 2/2 with Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, it gains double strike until end of turn.
We usually see this on rares, right? Like the 3 mana white creature that gains double strike, or like has double strike or something. Yeah, this is like close to a premium card in the white decks, I think.
This feels like a must-kill threat.
Yes, it feels like your opponent plays on turn 3 and you're like, crap. Like what do I do? Like even just with the Indomitable Will, like that's huge, right?
That's huge.
That's huge. or even just playing a creature, like you play this into the Glory Bearers, like the 3/4, like this is a 2 double strike,
2/3 double striker, yeah.
Yeah, 2/3 double striker, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. B minus.
It's like a B. I think this is a B.
B.
Yeah, I think this like. I don't know. I like just on a baseline, it's fine. And like if you ever put a cheap aura on it, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like this plus Indomitable Will, oof.
Yeah, this card's great.
I don't know, man.
All right, I'm into it. Heliod's Punishment is next. I'm excited to talk to you about this card. 1 and a white for an aura. Enchant creature, Heliod's Punishment, enters the battlefield with 4 task counters on it. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. It loses all abilities and has tap, remove a task counter from Heliod's Punishment. Then, if it has no task counters on it, destroy Heliod's Punishment.
Yeah, so let me hear your take on this one first.
So, the card this reminds me the most of is Parallax Wave, and perhaps that's because I have Vintage Cube on the brain. Parallax Wave, for folks who don't know, is a 2 white enchantment. It comes into play with 5 counters on it. Each upkeep, you remove one of those counters, but you can also remove a counter to exile a creature. And then when in your upkeep, if there are no counters on it, you sack Parallax Wave, and then all those creatures you exiled come back into play. The card looks like trash. Yes. But how it actually plays out is it comes into play, it exiles 2 things for 3 turns, and then you win before anything else matters.
Yeah.
And so I read this card and I was like, this card blows. Like, this is the uncommon removal spell we get in white. I mean, I know we have Banishing Light too, but like, I was like, this looks like trash. And especially now after seeing all the white cards that seem super aggressive, the fact that this like triggers a bunch of like constellation-y stuff or whatever, like this is going to come into play and deal with a creature for what, 3 turns, right? Because unless it was just cast by your opponent, they'll be able to remove the counter, like the first counter on your turn when you cast this. So then they'll have like then 3 more times. So for basically 3 turns you deal with a creature. But I think that's going to kind of be sneaky good. I think this card is going to go late, or like in the first few weeks of the format, I think this card is going to go late. So maybe you don't need to prioritize it. Like, I don't know if it's like going to wheel or whatever. I think people are going to look at this card and think it's trash. And I think it's actually a lot better than that.
It's also worth noting that it's going to be tapped on that last counter too.
Correct.
Right? Like,
yes.
So I agree. I think number one, people are just gonna look at this card and be like, "What does this do?" and like pass it, right? I think it just like reads kind of a confusing card.
Yes, I agree with that too.
So I'm just trying to figure out how it compares to the common pacifism, like better than.
I think it's better.
So I think it's worse. No, it's tough. So it's definitely worse if you're blue-white specifically, I think.
Or black-white, perhaps.
Well, in black-white, you get to rebuy it.
Sure, yeah.
But, yeah, it's really tough. I mean, like, if we're just, like, spitballing a grade here, I'm going to say around a C+, right?
Yeah, I think that's true. It sounds like I'm one just higher on all of the enchantment removal than you are in general, so I'm in B- for this guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think we're both in agreement that this is a lot better than it looks, and that this will be underrated, I think, for a while.
Yes, I think if you want to take just an overarching baseline on this card, like, you should think this is a good card, and then make your adjustments from there depending on what deck you're in, right? Like that's
sure.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think
yeah.
If what I'm feeling like is white's base, like, main plan is this like low aggro deck, that in that deck, I think this card is better than the common pacifism, but I could see swapping that based on a number of things.
Yes, agree with that. Just because it's cheaper, right? Like that's just, yeah. And that's big. Like in the white aggressive deck, like the difference between 2 and 3 is huge, right? That means like double spelling.
Double spelling. Yeah.
Yeah. Worth noting that with the Transcendent Envoy, like the flying thing, like this costs 1 mana. Like that's also a big game. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I like this card. I'd give it a C+.
Sweet. Hero of the Winds. I love this card. 3 and a white for a 1/4 flyer. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn.
Yeah, another really nice one. So this is another in the line of heroic creatures, the same ability. The nice thing about this one is you don't have to worry about trading it off early, or like trading it off at all generally, because like the problem with the other heroic creatures that have this ability is that you don't really want to involve them in combat all that much. So this one actually you can attack with. And it dodges, like, and
it blocks so well.
Yeah, it does.
Turn comes into play, and I would be curious to know your thought, having looked through the whole spoiler. But my guess with is it Myers Grasp or whatever the name of the black removal?
Yeah, Myers Grasp.
Yeah,
that's X3.
That is that a reprint?
A Delectutor?
Myers Grasp.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Okay. That I think with that card being a common and perhaps the best common, my guess is the magic number in the format is 4, and so I think this card just like sneaking past that is pretty great.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of like the like high toughness aggressive creatures, especially the ones that come down on 4, because like if you're in a control, like an aggro versus a control matchup, this concept doesn't apply that much. But like if you're in a aggro versus aggro or aggro versus midrange, like that turn 4 where you play your 4-drop that can block your opponent's 2 and 3, and then you get to switch, flip the switch and go attack with everything, and now I'm dealing much damage. Like that little switch of inertia is big game. So like I do agree that the 4 toughness is huge.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm giving this like a B minus.
Yeah, I'm in for B minus as well. We got Lagana Band Storyteller coming up next. This is 3 and a white for a 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, you may put target enchantment card from your graveyard on top of your library. If you do, you gain life equal to its converted mana cost. So this is just like a black-white card?
Yeah, like a black-white or a blue-white card. I mean, it seems fine. I'm not excited about it almost like at all. Like
Another 4-mana 3/4 though.
Yeah, they're like the stats are beefy in a lot of these 4-drops. I think again, right? Mire's Grasp, right? Like that's the thing. That's the man. It also just revives your some important enchantment creatures, like maybe a rare enchantment creature you have. Like that's decent.
Mire's Grasp seems out of control in this format.
Yeah, it's just like each card we go, like each card we're just like, oh, but also Mire's Grasp. Like I think. Yeah, I'm gonna at least until we get to a better card or one that synergizes better. I'm gonna keep going through this review saying Mire's Grasp is the best common.
Yeah, I think so. But this card seems not exciting to me. Like even in black-white, I'm like, okay, like I'll take it or not. Like it seems just like a C to me.
Yeah, this is the type of card that like you read it and like it does stuff, but then you play it and you're like, or like you play it the first time, you're like, yeah, that did a thing, and then like when you go to the draft, you're never like taking it highly.
Yeah.
Right. So. I mean, maybe this plays out better than it looks, but I'm just starting this like a C.
Yep. We've got Phalanx Tactics. It's 1 and white for an instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+1 until end of turn. Each other creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah,
wow.
This card's nuts. I think this card is very good. So
it's pretty telling that this is at uncommon, right?
Yes, huge, right?
That like, I mean, it's cheap for an inspired charge effect, but it also doesn't give +2/+1. It only gives +1/+1. But I think that it being uncommon is pretty telling.
Yes, for sure. That's huge. And, again, there is a lot of token making going wide stuff. Mm-hmm. So there are some sets where like inspired charge is just kind of there, right? Just like this is what white does, right? and in this set, it actually is doing something meaningful and important.
You just build your own if you've got a hero in play, right?
Yeah,
build your own inspired charge with this.
Yeah, exactly. And just like the fact that like a lot of inspired charge cards, especially when they cost 4 mana, or when they are cheaper like this and do give +1/+1, like you can't just fire them off in the early game because they just don't win combat. But like sometimes
this might.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this is like a C+ level trick.
Yeah, I'm in for C+ for this as well. Reverent Hoplite is the last uncommon. 4 and a white for a 1/2 human soldier. When it ETBs, you create a number of 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens equal to your devotion to white.
So when I first saw this card, I was like, whatever. But now that I know there's a lot of stuff that pumps your team, I think this card is close to bonkers. I don't know.
Whoa, close to bonkers.
Yeah, like just like think of all of the think about how we were just talking about Daxos and we're like it could be like a 2/8, right? Yeah. And like not that this is going to be that every time on turn 5 or like half the time on turn 5. You're not going to make 8 tokens, but like I could easily see this making 5 tokens.
So you're happy with I think 3 tokens?
I think you're happy with 2 in this set.
Well, maybe you're happy with 2.
I think I'm happy with 2.
Well, that's pretty crazy. So then this card requires no work. If you're happy with 2, you only need 1 other white pip when this comes into play.
Yes, which I think is going to be... I think you're going to have more than that, which I think makes this card good.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, this card is bad when you're behind, for sure, but like, I think you just have to... It's not even that bad when you're behind, right? Like,
you have to have literal no board, and then like anything's bad when that's happening.
Yeah, anything's gonna be bad then, right? And like I think just like building your deck with optimism, right? Like that whole concept. I don't know. I like this card a lot. I think this is a solid B-.
Yeah, I'm in for B- as well. I think this card looks sweet to me.
Yeah.
This may be even a reason to draft the white Centaur Courser. Not Centaur Courser, the white Courser of Krufix. The one white.
Yeah, exactly. Like imagine going like Courser into the flyer into this or something. Like
that's disgusting.
That's really good.
But like the thing that makes it so good, like the fact that that the 2-drop that has the heroic +1/+0 in white, that card seems like it's just like exactly what white wants to do.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm super high on that card, I think.
Yeah, that might be that. I might have that pegged as maybe that's the number 1 white common.
You know, here's a piece of the puzzle that I think I've been, you haven't seen most of the cards, but like I've been glossing over this, but there's a lot of things to do, like ways to sacrifice your creatures for value. There's a lot of them in red and black. Okay. So that's another piece of the puzzle too.
That and like, that making tokens is a thing for that. Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. Yeah. There is a lot of sack outlets in this set, like a surprising amount.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right. On to the rares here. Archon of Sun's Grace is 2 white for a 3/4. It's got flying. It's got lifelink. Pegasus creatures you control have lifelink. And whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, you create a 2/2 white Pegasus creature token with flying. Jesus Christ.
do we have to talk about this card?
No, we just give it an A- or whatever.
Yeah, can we just pray to the Therosian gods that none of our opponents have the GP?
So this is a Prince format, is what you're telling me.
So I don't think so.
Ooh,
I actually don't.
Okay, all right.
So I think there's a lot of busted rares, but I think kind of is like War, where like the commons. They contribute so much to your game plan that like yes, the rares are going to decide a decent amount of the game, but like I think that your commons are going to be the bulk of your deck, and you're going to care about building around your commons. Like at least to me, maybe this isn't what you think of when you think of Prince format, but like when I think of Prince format, it's like a format where my rares dictate how my deck is built. Not so much like the rares will take over the game if they're played. Like, but I think that's true for any format.
I think that's sort of like when we I think the LoL community was in the minority thinking that War of the Spark was a pauper format, but that's
for
like
sure,
sort of why. Like there were pushed bombs or whatever, or pushed cards that like you had to that like warped the game in a way, but they weren't unanswerable for the most part.
And especially I think the last true Prince format that I can think of was like Dominaria. Would you agree with that? Or
yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So like in that format, you were building around your rares and your uncommons most of the time, and the commons you had good removal, but like other than a few good removal spells, the commons just didn't interact that well with the rares and the uncommons. So like basically like when I'm thinking of a Prince or Pauper format, I'm thinking of like how the commons line up with the rares and if they're able to take them out, and how often you're building around your commons, right? And I think in the set, both those things are true. I think the commons line up well, and you're building around the commons.
Yeah. All right. Sweet. Eidolon of Obstruction is 1 white for a 2/1 enchantment creature. It has first strike, loyalty abilities of planeswalkers your opponent's control, costs 1 more to activate. Not very relevant.
It's like a C. It's a Youthful Knight, right? It's a Youthful Knight. It's exactly a Youthful Knight because instead of knights, you have enchantment energies, right?
Right. Yeah. So C sounds good for me. Elspeth.
I mean, to be fair, it does line up well with auras. Like that's another small thing, right? Like
yes.
Yeah.
Elspeth Conquers Death is 3 white for a saga. The first chapter, exile target permanent and opponent controls with CMC 3 or greater. Chapter 2, non-creature spells your opponent's cast cost 2 more to cast until your next turn. And then you return target creature or planeswalker card from your graveyard to the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter or loyalty counter.
So Ethan, you like the Eldest Reborn?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty good card, right?
Yeah.
I think it's fairly comparable.
Fairly comparable.
Yeah.
I guess slightly worse / slightly better.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. The second chapter is, it actually might matter sometimes with all the auras in the set. Like hard to double spell or whatever, but for the most part, second chapter is pretty negligible. If there's anything that Cauldron's Gift taught me, it's that a lot of that's not a card I'd put in my deck a lot of the time, but when my opponent played it and they got something back, even if that card was medium, the counter mattered a lot of the time.
Yeah,
right.
That's so true.
So I think that the +1/+1 counter is going to be overlooked a little bit, and not to say that's a huge part of the card, but if you're just comes down, kills the thing you want to kill. 2 turns later, you get back a creature. Like, that's a good card. And there's any way to recur this card, like, which there is. Like, that's kind of bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, giving this a grade doesn't really matter because like I'm taking it probably over anything.
I don't think so. I think there's uncommons you would take over this.
All right,
but
so I'm on B plus here.
Yes, agree.
It takes a lot for a card to get into the A range. All right, Elspeth, Sun's Nemesis is 2 white for a Planeswalker with 5 loyalty, but only minuses. -1 up to 2 target creatures you control each get +2/+1 until end of turn. Holy crap. -2, create 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens. -3, you gain 5 life, and it has escape. Exile 4 for 4 white.
This card's going to be a pain. This card's very, very good.
I mean, like, talk about White's #1 game plan. Look, this card
is exactly
unreal.
Yeah, you're making tokens, you're pumping the tokens, and then you can just keep doing it. Like,
just get it back. Cool. I'll get that back.
yeah, exactly. Right. Just like, yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, this is an A bordering on A, not A plus. I don't think. But like, this is an A.
This is an A. That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, 1 second. Next up is Heliod Sun Crowned. This is going to be fun in Pioneer, right? 2 and a white for 5/5 indestructible. This is the cycle of these gods that care about your devotion. Like, they're not creatures unless your devotion to the color is 5. Whenever you gain life, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or enchantment you control, and pay 1 and a white for another target creature to gain lifelink until end of turn. I think this is another, like, I open this and I'm like, cool, I'm a control deck.
Yeah, this card is very, I think this is the best god in Limited.
Oh, cool.
I think, yeah, this card is just quite good. But even like an aggro deck, this card is very, very good. Like, think about how often this card's going to be on. It's going to be a 5/5 a lot of the time.
Yeah.
That card's extremely good. I think this is like close to the A+ range.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, I guess Revoke Existence is a thing, but like other than that, there's not that many ways to deal with this card.
Banishing Light.
Sure, Banishing Light. That is true. All right. I'm just gonna go A.
Yeah.
I think A+ is reserved for the cards that like you can't interact with, at least for me. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Neil. That just like the lifelink is also good in an aggro deck as well. And it's certainly a 3-mana 5/5 is good in an aggro deck. Heliod's Intervention is X white for an instant. There's a cycle of these interventions as well. You choose 1, destroy X target artifact and or enchantments, or target player gains twice X life.
Yeah, card's good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can ever snipe 2 things, which I think you're going to be able to a decent amount of the time, like that's big game. And it's a main deckable fog, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's not like dead in your hand and it's instant, so it can like blow out people in combat sometimes. You're like destroying enchantments.
I don't think there's going to be a deck like if we're talking about main decking enchantment removal. Like, I don't think there's going to be a deck where enchantment removal is just going to be dead.
No, or there could be an exciting thing to take out.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair.
But yeah, this is what B plus.
Yeah, I give this a B.
Yeah. We've got, this is a reprint, right? Idyllic Tutor?
Yeah,
I'm just making that up.
No, it is. Okay, it's from Shadow Morrowind? No, Lorwyn?
2 and a white for a sorcery. Search your library for an enchantment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. So, sort of like Heliod's Pilgrim.
Yeah, sort of. I think this card's going to be better than a lot of the, like, it's not like a what's it called, the 4-mana black tutor. Like 3 mana, the difference between 3 and 4 is like reasonable. You're not going to play this if you don't have something like good to get, like a rare. But there's going to be a decent amount of rares that you do get with this. I think this is going to be a playable card.
So you give it it's got to be a synergy grade because like.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say like synergy C plus.
I go synergy C. I think I'm not.
Yeah, that's fair.
Crazy about this card.
Yeah.
Shatter. Oh, gotta scroll down quite a bit. Shatter the Sky. 2 white for a sorcery. Each player who controls a creature with power 4 or greater draws a card. Then destroy all creatures. Oh my god.
Burying the lead there a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I am certainly a proponent for like Wraths being worse than Unlimited than I think people give them credit for. mind you, with half of the white decks being control decks, or at least what we think they're going to be control decks, this card is very good. I just, the draw card thing isn't going to be super relevant. It's just going to be like Wrath with minimal downside or like minimal parity sometimes.
Yeah, it could be upside for you.
Could be upside. That's true. Yeah. You just have like one big thing and they have like a bunch of small things.
Yeah.
So like, I think this is certainly, this kind of like is like, I don't know how blue-white's going to play out exactly, but like my gut says it's not going to be a deck you're going to get into that much just because there's not like a ton of incentives, but this might just be like the time wipe of this set where like, all right, we're blue-white now, like
yeah,
we have leads in the blue, we have leads in the white, now we open Shatter in the Sky. Yeah, so I like this card. I think it's like a B+.
I'm gonna go A-.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, this card is wild. All right, last white card is Taranika, a Crowan veteran, 1 white for 3/3 with Vigi. And whenever it attacks, you untap another target creature you control until end of turn. That creature has base power and toughness 4/4 and gains indestructible.
This card is such a beating.
Ding!
Like, this is so much damage.
What the hell is this? White? I think my white may not suck again in this format.
I think white's very good in this. I think like my initial read is white is just one of the better colors in this set. I like the mini game of this card is getting it through and making it survive, right? So you have to consider a percentage of the time your opponent's just not going to be able to block a 3/3 profitably on turn 4 or whatever. And then like the times they can, they're going to be so afraid. It's like, all right, well, sure, I'm going to block and hope you don't have one of the many things you could have in this set.
Right.
This card just like seems like a nightmare.
Yeah, I'm going B+ here.
Yeah, B+ for this for me.
Oof. All right, that's white. How you feeling? You need a bathroom break or anything?
I'm gonna grab a quick cup of water, and then I think I'm good to go.
Cool. I'll be right back too. Sit tight, everybody.
All right, I'm good. If you're good,
I'm ready. You want to take us away here with our
let's do it.
First blue common.
All right, so our first blue common is Brine Giant, 6 and a blue, 5/6. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each enchantment you control.
Ding! I like this card.
Yeah, I like this card too.
My initial read is solid C. Like, it doesn't take much. I think or maybe solid synergy C, because I do think you have to do some work in terms of drafting and deck building to reliably have this be a 5-mana 5/6. But when it's a 5-mana 5/6, that seems huge, especially coming off of white. That may be too slow for the format. I don't know. But my initial take is that this is a synergy C.
Yeah, I would say that too. It's gonna depend if this is a Dowser of Light format, right? Like we're just like big creature is actually a thing that we care about,
right?
But if it is, yeah, this is large. It gets like red, and for a lot of the green creatures, it blocks all of them, and maybe white has ways to get through it. But I think this is gonna be, yeah, I agree with your grade.
Sweet. What's up next?
Great. Yeah, so we've got Chain to Memory. Single blue for an instant. Target creature gets -4/-0 until end of turn. Scry 2.
Thank you so much for the resub, Sweeks. Welcome back. So this card is fine?
Yeah, it's fine, I think. So what was that card in Guilds of Ravnica? It's very similar to this.
The card in Guilds of Ravnica.
I know it's like 10 years ago.
Yeah. It was 1 mana 2 -0, and then you
Yeah.
surveilled 2.
Oh, it was 1 mana. It was 1 mana. -3.
Neg
-3. That's
3, surveil 2. Yeah, but
yeah.
surveil's better than scry.
Of course. Yeah. I had
Surveil
surveil 3.
mattered. Scry doesn't matter.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. Scry doesn't. Nothing in the set cares about.
So, yeah, I guess I don't know, but this card doesn't excite me. I would. This feels like a card of like, yeah, like maybe I'll play it, and maybe there's like some cuteness of like I can target my heroic creature with this.
Yeah, make my hero creature way smaller to
Yeah.
make.
Well, I don't. You just don't attack with it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think at the end of the draft, you're like not going to be like, oh man, I didn't pick up a Chain to Memory. So my guess is this is like a D or a D plus.
Yeah, totally. I think there's some merit to just noting that the more instants in your deck in this set, like there's just like a lot of like the blue decks in this set can play at instant speed. Like just as a quick run through the set, run through the blue cards, they can play a game plan almost fully at instant speed. And just like the more instants you have, the better. You're not going to be able to get 23 cards that are instants that are good. So like this might just be a role player there. So I think I agree. Just not going to be a high pick, but
right, maybe I'll bump it up to D plus then.
Yeah, fair. Okay, so we got Deny the Divine, 2 and a blue for an instant. Counter target creature or enchantment spell. If that spell was countered this way, exile it instead of putting it in its owner's graveyard.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be good. I think like just counter spells in general are going to be good. Ben had to talk me up on the 2 blue counter spell scry 2 in our last episode, and I think rightfully so. That like if what blue's trying to do, and as you're saying, blue can operate at instant speed, like that makes counter spells way better because your opponent can't just like burn your turn. They can't go, you're passing with counter magic, so I won't do anything. Like then you just go, cool, flash in this creature or play this draw spell or whatever. Like the fact that you will have options in your hand makes a card like this much better.
Right. So exactly. Just to echo what you're saying there. Like the reason we for years haven't played cancel in our limited decks is because there just wasn't support for it. Like the reason you can play 3 mana counter spells in constructed is because you have the options to do other stuff. And like usually that's not true. The first time cancel was like actively good was Eldraine, right? And that set had a ton of stuff to do with instant speed. And I think it's very similar here. So I think like I don't know if this is going to be exactly as good as Didn't Say Please, but I think it's going to be up there.
Yeah. So I think probably just C for me on this card.
I would say C. I can see this card being like in the C plus range though, because like in Eldraine, like there's times where it's just like, oh, my deck didn't say please, like it just can't operate the way it wants to.
Yes.
So this might just be like a very important part of the puzzle.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so we got Eidolon of Philosophy as our next one here. This is a single blue mana for an enchantment creature Spirit. 6 and a blue, sacrifice Eidolon of Philosophy, draw 3 cards.
I really want to like this card.
Me too. Yeah.
But it reminds me of the single blue from Ixalan. It was like single blue 03 that you paid, I think, 7 and a blue, tap sack to draw 3.
Yeah, short keeper. That card was atrocious.
Excuse me? It was atrocious in Ixalan, but it was actually good in Rivals.
Okay. Fair.
But I don't know I don't know what blue's trying to do, but this doesn't seem like it cares about a 1 mana 1/2, and I think 7 mana is quite a lot of mana to draw 3.
What if I tell you this is a Llanowar Elf for your Brine Giant?
Now we're talking. I still don't think that's enough.
No, I don't either. I want this card to be like, oh, you don't know how good this card is, but it's good. But I think it just doesn't get there, right?
And my initial thing. I keep wanting to be like, so what can it do?
Yeah, exactly,
but
right?
I think it just doesn't do anything.
Just not enough, right? Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna give it.
I'm gonna go D.
I'm gonna say C minus. I think you're gonna be okay playing a copy.
Yeah, but being okay playing a copy is replacement.
Right. C minus.
All right. What's up?
All right. So we got Elite Instructor, 2 and a blue for a human wizard. When Elite Instructor enters the battlefield, draw a card and then discard a card.
Yeah, that all seems fine. Like, looting is nice. Being able that adds a card in your graveyard for escape. A 3-mana 2/2 is unexciting. Again, like, this isn't an enchantment itself. It doesn't seem to, like, care about anything else. A 3-mana 2/2 isn't that exciting. You can't play it at instant speed. This is like a C.
This card reminds me a lot of Queen of Ice.
Ooh.
Where it's like, it looks like, yeah, everything is fine, but like it just doesn't. It's like slightly underrate, and then it just doesn't do anything with the rest of the format besides escape, right?
Right, and even then, it doesn't do a lot.
I think I'm playing more Eidolon of Philosophy than Elite Instructor in my deck.
Are you going D+ on Elite Instructor?
I think I'm going D+ on this one.
Wow. All right, I'll join you at D+.
Yeah, I just don't think, like, again, like, there's a lot of playables in this set. I just think it's gonna make a cut.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so yeah, we got Glimpse of Freedom.
No.
Oh, that's an uncommon.
Oh yeah.
We got, oh man, you left me with blue on purpose just so I can say this one.
I can do it.
All right. Oh, I got it. Right. Tell me if this is right. Okay, so we got Ichthyomorphosis. Is that right?
A+.
All right, cool, sweet.
Yeah.
So 2 to blue for an enchantment aura. Enchanted creature. Enchanted creature loses all abilities and is a blue fish with base power and toughness 01.
I say no. Why do they keep why do they keep making these stupid cards? No.
So
in a format where there are auras, this
you
has
live
to
in
be
a format where auras.
this has to be. This is already not a very good card. Like in the general limited landscape, like a Frogify effect, a Karametra's transformation, like this kind of effect is not great because the creature can still block once. You can still like add auras to it, but we now have a format where like putting auras on things is a thing you will be doing a lot. I'm not saying this is unplayable, but this seems like that, like worse than even than when we've seen these in normal sets.
So let me ask you this here.
I know I'm set up for failure when this happens. Okay.
Do you think that Kasmina's transmutation has clouded our judgment on these cards?
Well, you're talking to the #1 Dwindle hater.
I love Dwindle. I almost stopped listening to Lords Unlimited based on your clear Dwindle hate.
Wow, almost lost the listener.
Yeah.
Look, I call it how I see it, Alex. Okay.
Okay. Like I agree.
I hear what you're saying. Frogify, like by the end of Eldraine, I was like, all right, Frogify is just good.
Sure. Yes. So the thing that tips me off here is that it's 3 mana and not 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's something to it. It's like blue is a constellation color. It cares about enchantments other ways as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there are auras. There's not a lot of counters, which is something, right? So like that's one reason this kind of effect would be bad.
You mean plus
I
one?
do still want to just give it like a C- though. I do agree.
Yes, I don't think I'm ready to give it a D+. I think this will still be playable. Triggers constellation, blah blah blah. Like, but I think it's not good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with. I was a Charm Sleep hater as well, so I don't know why I'm trying to like talk this card up so much. So yeah, I'll have to say C-.
Okay.
All right. So we got.
Wow, I faded the net. Let me ask you this. That feels so good.
Yeah. Oof. I haven't mastered that skill quite yet. All right, so we got Memory Drain. 2 blue, 4 mana total for an instant. Counter target spell, scry 2.
Yeah, I mean, again, my initial take was, wow, this card looks like it's crap. But if blue's operating at instant speed, this card's very good.
Yeah, it gets better. I think the 3 mana one's still just going to be, better than
markedly better. Yeah. When was the last time? We had 2 counter spells in Guilds of Ravnica?
We had Devious Cover Up, and we had.
Was there another one? There was Disdainful Stroke, right?
Oh, Disdainful Stroke, and there's also the one in Uncommon.
Yeah.
Surveil one.
It's just interesting when we have like 2, and these are just hard counters. These aren't like one of them isn't a Mana Leak variant or anything. Like these are just straight up get the thing, and now this one gives you a little scry 2 action. The other one exiles, which also isn't nothing, but like. That tells me something about Blue's game plan. The blue controlling deck seems real.
Yeah, like the more support for counter spells there are, the better each individual one gets. And if you scroll down 1 to the Naiad of the Hidden Coves, like that, reducing this to 3 mana, which is what Naiad of the Hidden Coves does, it reduces instants.
Yeah.
Like that is a thing, right? So
Mhm.
I mean, I think you're going to be playing your first 3 copies of the other counter spell over this one.
Sure. Yeah,
maybe
I don't think I'm ever picking. I don't think I'm ever picking Memory Jane over the other one. Like Jesse Jackson says, one was creature enchantment only, but like, what else is there? There's like you'll have like
yeah,
you'll have like 3 spells in your deck that aren't creatures or enchantments.
Yeah, like there's going to be a certain point where you care about protecting 1 or 2 of your threats, and like then it won't snag their removal spell.
Right.
But like for the majority of the game, if you're playing this,
but sometimes their removal spell is the best common in the set, which is an enchantment.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly, that's enchantment based.
Yeah.
I like for the majority of the time that you care about this card being good, it's going to hit what you want.
Yeah.
So that's like I think that's sort of negligible, but it's worth considering. I'm gonna go C- on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's gonna be a card that makes your deck. And we were just saying how like didn't say please. Sometimes you're like, oh, I didn't say please. My deck kind of doesn't function the way I want it to. This just makes it so that you have the redundancy in the draft. So like if you didn't open the 3 mana one, you get this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, speaking of Naiad, what's this?
Yeah, here we go. So we got Naiad of the Hidden Coves. So it's 2 and a blue for an enchantment creature. As long as it's not your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast.
Woof.
So 2.
This seems like a really important piece of the puzzle.
I think so. Just considering how many, like I'm just giving this a quick look. There's so much stuff to do in instant speed. Like not just instants, like not just like this card is literally an instant, but there's so much flash. Like I'm looking, there's 2 flash auras. Like there's a flash creature somewhere. Yeah, the Vexing Gull. Like this is going to produce a good amount of mana. Like you know how like Goblin Electromancer was a high pick in Guilds of Ravnica. Like this is going to play similar.
Yes.
Where it's Goblin Electromancer was so good because it reduced up to 3 spells each turn, and I think this is going to play in a similar way. Like making your thirst for knowledge like 2 mana, and then also being able to hold up the counter spell.
Yeah, I agree. MMP. This feels like an uncommon to me.
This feels like an uncommon power level that they wanted to shift down, so this was a real deck.
Right. So I think that means this is like Synergy B- or something.
I think Synergy B- is perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
And like again, it's an enchantment, and blue cares about that. So I don't know. Just like it's like everything. It's like the marquee card of blue.
Yeah, Alex. I gotta say, I know it's early, but I am a little upset that we're not disagreeing more. I need your hot takes here, buddy.
We've disagreed a decent amount, but we'll get into them.
Okay.
We'll get into them.
Okay.
Maybe we're just getting better as Magic players.
That's what I'm afraid of. Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we got Nix-born Seaguard, 2 blue for enchantment creature for a 2/5 and a nice little passage from the Calafaria.
Yes, my favorite novel.
Yeah.
I'll pass on the Seaguard, I think.
Oh, I like this card. Here we go, right away.
Great.
Right. Speak of the devil. So, it's gonna depend on like how the power and toughness lines up, but the crab from Guilds, like that was a card you really wanted in your card control deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's an enchantment creature, and it provides 2 blue devotion. So I mean, like,
okay, don't bring devotion in like it matters. Come on.
Is devotion a banned term at this point? Can we just not say it?
Well, you started off. You're like, there's really not a lot of support for devotion, and now you want to use it as an argument for why this card is good.
All right. Well, let's just leave it at the enchantment creature. Yeah. We'll say that like blue actually does care about
this. Could be sneaky Wishcoin Crab stats, but so my grade is C- for this card.
I think this is a C.
Okay.
Which is like not that much difference.
There's not that much difference.
I think you're gonna be like, oh yes, I do want this card.
Yeah. My worry is when am I like again, if I'm thinking about what I feel like Blue's #1 game plan is, if I'm gonna keep using this phrase over and over again, that it's this draw go thing, like when do I have time to cast this?
So I think that's a aspect of the blue decks. I don't think it's like its full thing. Like I don't think this is gonna be like hard on like Ravnica, Guilds of Ravnica, like always draw going. I think this is more like depending on what you're doing, like blue white certainly wants to be like play my big butts and then play my flyers and protect them. Then like maybe get some card advantage. The blue red deck wants it. The blue red deck's a tempo deck. Just like spoiler alert here. Yeah. It definitely wants to get its threats down before it does anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think you're gonna want to set up before like your Naiad and whatever starts producing and like you really start going off.
Mm-hmm. No, J-Maz, it's not blue's playing all four archetypes. I mean, if I think largely like it's blue black cares about milling, whether it's I think yourself probably. Blue red is tempo Drago. Blue white seems to be maybe it could be control / maybe it's aggro beatdown, and then blue green is enchantment matters ish.
Yeah, Constellation. So
So
like it matters there. Like
this slots into to some of those. I just don't think it's gonna be. I don't think you're gonna be mad having them, but again, I don't think you're gonna end the draft going, crap. I didn't get a Nix-born Seaguard, and that makes me want to give it a C minus.
no, but I think this is definitely gonna be a solid play.
Yeah. All right, that's fair.
All right, so we got Omen of the Sea. So this is 1 blue for an enchantment with Flash. When Omen of the Sea enters the battlefield, scry 2 and then draw a card. You can pay 3 mana, sacrifice Omen of the Sea to scry 2.
Yeah, I like this.
I don't. Like I'm not being contrarian just because we said
No,
we
no,
wanted to.
I don't. I believe you.
I don't like this card that much. So like I just think the rate is just too not great. And out of all the colors, I think I was gonna say blue cares the least about instant speed constellation. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. I just think this is like slightly too clunky.
I mean, it's like it's discovery.
Sure, yeah.
At instant speed, and blue cares about casting stuff at instant speed. I'm not saying this card is like a high pick or like exciting or again like, but I my guess is I want this over Nix-born Seaguard a lot of the time.
Well, sure. I think it's very different cards, though, right? Like, I guess
Sure.
you're saying like pick orders, sure. Like, I just feel like, so I guess the comparison is like this is the op spot, right?
Well, yeah, yes. I don't need to argue with you about that. Yes.
Yeah. So, I think if you're considering that just like that cheap thing, like yes, this is something to do on your opponent's turn if they don't you don't want to counter anything or like you don't have anything else to do.
Mm-hmm.
But like part of the value of this kind of cantrip is that like on your turn when you need to find something, you like cast this on turn 4 and then find something to play. But like I think being 2 mana is a big deal.
Yeah, that's fair. I do think. I mean, it's preordained. Scry 2 first, then draw a card is big, and the later 2 in a blue, Scry 2. Like this feels like a lot of value, and I get that you're saying it's expensive, and 2 is a lot more than 1 mana, but I think again, this is probably C minus territory.
Yeah, okay, sure. Look, I kind of want to go C. I think it's gonna play out like a C minus, but like you're not gonna take it early. Thing is, I think people are gonna take this card earlier in the format than I think they should.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think this like reads kind of cool, but I don't think it's actually gonna play all of that well. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see, but I don't think I'm taking this card super early.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so we got the next one, which is Riptide Turtle. We got 1 in a blue for a baby Flash Defender 05.
Oh God. All right. Can we
Why
both
does this card have Flash?
Can we both agree on being out on this card?
Well, there was what was it called? The way back, BFC had it was like a dedicated blue-white skies deck, and like the 06 wall was like an actual real card there, right? Like you wanted that card in your deck. Now this is an 05, which is definitely different, but I think if like most of the blue decks are controlling decks, like this might just be like the 2-drop of choice. And it's actually I just said what is Flash doing on this card, but like this plays with all the instant speed stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think this is a great card, but I think this. So we have this card. We have the Merfolk that mills when it deals damage, and we have what's our other 2-drop at common? Our other 2-drop is. I think that's actually it, unless I'm reading this wrong. So like, we have the choice between this card and the Merfolk in your 2-drop slot. I think we want this one.
Those are both trash, but yeah, I'm giving this a D+. Like you can play it, but this feels very replacement to me.
No, yeah, but I think I just want to caveat that with the fact that like there are formats where like this is just like the brick wall, right? On 2, and like not much can get through it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I think I agree.
I don't think this is dying in combat or anything, but I also don't know like how much this is going to matter. I mean, depending on how controlling your deck is, like this could be the difference between you like losing versus like you can like, you know, gain. You stop their 2-drop, and so it's going to gain you like, you know, effectively 8 life for the game or whatever.
Card's also a lot worse than I think about it when there is just go wide stuff like this card. There you go. Shrivels up and dies against that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I maybe I can be talked down a little bit on this, just like D+ or whatever.
Yeah.
All right. So our next one here, we've got, let's see, Sleep of the Dead. Single blue mana sorcery. Tap target creature. It does not untap during its controller's next untap step. Got escape 2 and a blue. Exile 3 other cards from your graveyard.
So maybe there is like an aggressive blue-black deck that will care about this card. But my guess is this feels like last pick material.
Yeah, this effect is very rarely good. Like I don't think so. If you care about filling your grave, the thing with like these escape cards, and I'm sure we'll get to this more later, is like it's always going to be like whatever the best one in your grave is, that's the one you're going to want to cast. And use reason.
This is never going to.
And this just is never going to be the best one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe in very niche situations, you're like, aha, this is the one that does the trick. But like, this is like D- level.
D-, yeah. I think it's our first D-.
Yeah, well, that's powerful. All right, we got Starlit Mantle, 1 and a blue, enchant creature. It's an aura. Flash, enchant creature you control. When Starlit Mantle enters the battlefield, enchant a creature gains hexproof until end of turn. The creature gets +1/+1.
There it is. There's that word.
There we go.
Oof. Yeah, this card is sweet.
It just plays more like a dive down than an actual hexproof creature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, definitely like exactly the dive down spot, and I think like this is like the blue white skies kind of card that you want in that deck. Protect your even in blue black if it is that like kind of like tempo-y aggro deck. So yeah, this card's decent.
I think C for the first copy for me.
Yeah, I'll go with C. All right, so next one here we've got Stern Dismissal, I believe. Let's see. Sorry, I'm following along with yours here.
Okay, yeah. I can share my screen.
No. I just didn't have it up here. I've got it up. I'll make it easier. All right, so we've got Stern Dismissal. So single blue mana for an instant. Return target creature or enchantment opponent controls to its owner's hand.
Wow, basically on summon.
Yeah, just get it out of there. I'm surprised, honestly, that they printed the card at like this efficient of a rate in this set.
Yeah, it feels rude.
Yeah, it feels very rude. It's good. I mean, you're not going to get like 1-2 aura'd out of the game, all the time. But yeah, I think this card's quite good.
Is it crazy to want to go C+ for the first copy?
I don't think so. I think this is like you're going to want this card actively.
And like, so 2 years ago, I was like finally realized like, oh, you just want like whatever the blue unsummon is, you just want like at least like exactly one of those in your deck like all the time. Just because it's so much like combat tricks aren't bad anymore. Even in sets like this, like auras aren't so bad anymore. Like having this kind of effect is very good, but in this set in particular, this effect is going to be very, very strong. Yeah,
for sure. And just like, sometimes the brown spells are 2 mana, they're still good, but like just the 1 mana is really big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with the C+ there. All right, so our next one here we go. Thirst for Meaning. 2 and a blue for an instant. Draw 3 cards, then you discard 2 cards unless you discard an enchantment card.
All right, I'll walk back my hot take after seeing like 2 blue commons last week.
Yeah.
That this is the best blue common, but I still think this card is quite good.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's like the de facto thing you want to do at the end of your opponent's turn if they don't do anything or have any way you want to interact.
Mm-hmm.
And like getting 2 cards in your grave for escape is like kind of sweet, like you said.
Three cards in your yard for escape sometimes.
Yeah, 3. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I think that
And like binning, like yeah, you don't bin an enchantment card, but you can bin an escape card, and then like you're also fueling it with 2 other cards, so like it doesn't feel like you're actually discarding.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like you're not really.
I think the first one here is probably a C, and like I probably don't want more than 2 in most blue decks.
But yeah, like I don't know. I've just come down a lot on like divination effects in the past few years. Like I used to play them all the time because like I was like, oh, when you flood, it's so bad. But like, I think especially the way sets are built these days, like you get punished for the like tapping out to do nothing. Well, but I guess
you're not getting punished, and blue is not punishing you for that here.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, yeah, like I think this is like first one is a C plus. I can get behind that.
I was just saying C.
Okay, yeah, I like C plus honestly. I think the first one you want that velocity.
Yeah, I think you're gonna want to end the draft and go like, cool. I have 2 Thirst for Meanings. I have 3 counter spells. I have like one of these like aura tricks, and like
yeah.
Then you just every turn you're just like go land go, and your opponent's like, golly, what am I supposed to do?
All right, so I think I got you here. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So, how many Thirst for Meanings versus Thassa's Omens?
What's Thassa's?
You want like
what's Thassa's?
Sorry, the Omen of Thassa, the scry 2 draw card enchantment, flash enchantment. You want like
I probably want this. I mean, you mean like how many total, or how many one versus the other?
So would you rather have 3 of these and 1, or 3 of these and 0 omens, or like 2 of these and 1 omen?
I'd rather have 2 of these and 1 omen.
I think I'm on the opposite side. Like I just think this just does so much more, 1 more mana.
Okay.
But I can see that.
I usually, I mean, not that they do very different things, but I usually value especially in this kind of deck, like my tiebreaker a lot of the time is I don't have a copy of this card, and like just being able to go like, okay, I have like that sort of toolbox. I really value
for sure.
Limited.
Yeah, and like to be fair, they do similar thing. Like one is better if you want raw cards, one is better if you're searching for a specific.
One lets you double spell easier, one doesn't. Like.
Yeah. Okay, I can get behind that, but I think like I just illustrate the whole like Omen of Thassa thing. Like I think you do want the first 2 of this before the first.
I agree with you. I agree.
Yeah. All right, so the next one here is Towering Wave Mystic. This is 1 in a blue for a Merfolk Wizard. Whenever Towering Wave Mystic deals damage, just straight up deals damage, target player puts that many cards from the top of their library into their graveyard. It's a 2/1.
If you're telling me there's X1 hate in this format, I like this card even less than I do looking at it. I mean, like, yeah, this hopefully gets to trade with something relevant, and then it, mills you too, because you're always targeting yourself with this.
Yeah.
I imagine. So it like helps to fuel escape for you, but this is like D territory.
So I think the way this card's going to play out most of the time is you're just going to like play this, trade off, you have 3 cards for your escape. Like that's just like the role it fills.
What if you can't? Well, what if you can't trade off?
Yeah, that's the nightmare, right? Like they just play like a 33, and you're like,
or what if they're white and they just have a bunch of 1/1s, and you're like, what the hell am I supposed to do now? Are you attack and they flash and raise the alarm?
Yeah, this card seems so bad.
This card is bad.
I want to live the dream of like getting in 2 hits and like then you really fuel your escape. Like that's good escape fuel. But that seems good, especially when like I don't think there's that much of a tempo deck in blue. Yeah, okay, I'm willing to give this like a D plus.
Yeah, I mean that it's not unplayable, and like maybe there's but like it should be wheeling for you, and maybe there's a blue black deck that cares about it. I don't know.
Yeah, from what I've seen, the blue black deck like doesn't have all that much like familiar self support. Like there's not that many cards that actually care about that. So I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so we've got Triton Wave Rider, 3 and a blue for a Merfolk Wizard with Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, Triton Wave Rider gains flying until end of turn. 3/3.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
This doesn't excite me that much.
No.
Seems fine. It doesn't seem like Constellation is a big theme of blue.
Certainly not.
So Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I think it is. I think it's like a decently large. Not large,
because,
but like,
there's the blue-green deck.
it's like tertiary to like green and white, basically. Yeah, we've seen variants of this in the past. Like there's like one where if you control an artifact, he gets flying or whatever.
I'd probably go like C- on this card.
Yeah, C-. All right, so we got Vexing Gull. This is 2 in blue for a flash flyer 2/2. You got a good old Windrake with upside.
Pretty big upside in this format.
Yeah, I like this card a lot.
This is like another key piece of the puzzle. Though I am worried about my dong curve with all these 3-drops.
Yeah, there's a lot of like every time I see cards like this, I'm like, ooh, it's 3 mana. It can be reduced to 2 mana, but there's only so many times you can say that, right?
Right.
So, like,
well, the dream is you go like the Naiad on turn 3, then Naiad on turn 4, and then cast this for 1 mana on your opponent.
Yeah. It's hard. It's like I think one of the questions I have about blue is just like, how is it mainly winning? And I think it's just flyers from the looks of it. Like I think it's just like, I don't think it's like hard to control or anything. So maybe this like draw go dream isn't like actually that real.
Stop it! Don't say that to me.
I can't. Maybe if you have like a sweet mythic or whatever, or if like a good rare. I don't know. I think maybe these like random flyers are just like slightly better than they look, because maybe blue is like a little bit more tempo-y than I think it, or my initial gauge of it was.
Yeah.
Maybe this card is just like I think it's just like a C. I think I'm just gonna give it a C.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
the baddest of them all.
All right, so got Witness of Tomorrows for 4 in blue for an enchantment creature. Flying. You pay 4 mana to scry 1, and it's 3/4.
Yep, there we go.
Maybe.
There's Cloud Reader Sphinx.
I think that maybe it's like not. I think Cloud Reader Sphinx is better for what it's worth.
Certainly, because it did the thing when it entered the battlefield. You
did the thing, yeah. But
it's an enchantment.
It's an enchantment, and the card's still very good. Like
this is the best blue common, right?
Huh.
What's better than this? What do we have? Stern Dismissal, the unsummon we gave a C+. Nothing else.
Yeah.
And Naiad is a synergy.
And Naiad, yeah. I think this is going to be better than Naiad. I think.
Yeah, I think this is the best. I'm giving this a B-.
Yeah, okay, I'll go with that. Yeah, I agree. Like Naiad reads to me as like, yeah, that card's sweet, but like after the first, like, you want like 3 in the draft or whatever, but like in play, they kind of just have diminishing returns. Like once you play one, you play the second one, you're going to have enough mana to do stuff you want.
Yeah.
So like I think like having 3 of these on your 5 is really good.
Yes, I agree. This
right, sweet.
So far, I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's just blue decks. Blue decks feel like 18 landers to me right now.
They have a lot to do with their mana. Yeah, I will say that for sure. All right, so now we're moving to the uncommons here.
Mm-hmm.
We have for the first one, Alarios, I think, Enraptured.
Sure.
Alarios.
I would say Alarios, but
Alarios. Yeah, I think it's Alarios. So it's a 2 and a blue for a legendary human. Alarios Enraptured enters the battlefield tapped. Alarios doesn't untap during your untap step for as long as you control a reflection. When Alarios enters the battlefield, create a 3/2 blue reflection token creature.
So I don't know like where this card is gonna go, but this card seems great.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I mean, it's just like
this is 5/5 for 3 mana.
Well, you never get both stats at once, though.
Boo-hoo. So it's 3 mana for a 3/2. When it dies, you get a 2/3. That's crazy.
Yeah, and if you have any way to like bounce it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming there's no untap stuff.
Yeah, I don't think so. And and it works with, like the flicker effect too. All right, I can get behind it. Yeah, this card's quite good. Yeah, I'm gonna. What do you think?
I'm gonna just give it like it's just a B on stats for me.
Yeah, just a 2/3 dozen to 3/2. Yeah, okay, I'm down for that. Let's just from there it's just gravy. So yeah.
Yeah, like I said, like I don't know what the card is doing here, why it like what it's supposed to slot into best or whatever, but it just seems like that kind of makes it feel like it can do anything. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I like B on this one.
Okay.
All right, sweet. All right, so now we have the names in this. I'm usually decent with names.
This set is a mouthful.
Yeah. Caliphie, beloved by the sea.
Yep.
1 blue, legendary enchantment creature, demigod. This creature's power is equal to your blue devotion. Creatures and enchantments you control have spells your opponents cast to target this permanent cost 1 more to cast. And it's an enchantment creature, for what it's worth.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, this is like perfectly fine. You know, I do get the impression that like all these this uncommon cycle is just gonna be like large. Like it's gonna be like a 4/3, like a 3-mana 4/3, a good amount of
right. If you just like go 2-drop into this, a 3-mana 4/3 is huge. Wait, maybe this card is great.
Yeah, maybe I think we're like looking at the abilities on these type of cards too much, or like we're trying to weight them too much. When like I think just like on stats, these cards are just quite good.
Right. If you you play some 2-drop, though I don't know what that's going to be in blue because they're all terrible.
Yeah.
But then you play this into something that has 2 blue pips. Play this into your 2/5, and then it's a
2/5
attacking
exactly.
with a 4/3, and it like pseudo protects stuff. All right, I'm in for B on Caliphie.
And you know what? The more we're looking at the set, I do think that blues, and like tell me if you think this is not true. I do think blue's main plan is just like a tempo flying get you kind of plan. So like if you have like a 5/3 for 3 mana, like and that makes it hard to target stuff, like that's a decently good tempo card.
Yeah, I think I agree with
right.
that.
So yeah, I'm down for this card. B, did we say?
I said B, yeah.
All right, yeah, I'm down for a B on this one. All right, sweet. All right, this one's interesting. So we have Glimpse of Freedom, 1 in a blue for an instant, draw a card, and then escape 2 in a blue, exile 5 other cards from your graveyard.
I don't like this as much.
I don't like this either.
I don't like this as much as Thirst, and I don't like this as much as Omen.
This feels like a constructed card.
Yeah, you're never escape. Escape 5?
That's a lot.
That's like basically you don't get to escape again this game.
Especially when we were talking about how your escape is only going to be like you're always going to go for the best thing, and I don't think drawing a random card is going to be the best thing.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I don't love this card. And even when you have like the Eidolon that reduces instance, like
yeah,
it's still not that good because like the real cost, like you said, is the 5 cards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this card for him. I'm going like
this would be so much better if it were like a Charter Course or Tormenting Voice variant. Like,
yes,
if it also helped fuel the escape a little bit, then I'd be like, okay, cool. But I'm out on this. I give this like a D-.
Yeah, I think maybe
when there are 2 better draw spells at common, I just think this is like never making the cut.
Yeah, no, I can buy that. All right, so we've got for our next one, Metamize Prophecy. 1 in a blue for a saga. First chapter reads Scry 1. All right.
Scry 2.
Chapter 2. Choose a card name. Oh, sorry, Scry 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Choose a card name. Chapter 3 is when you cast a spell with the chosen name for the first time, draw 2 cards. Or first time this turn, draw 2 cards. And 4 is look at the top card of each player's library.
Wow, that's just like a M. Night Shyamalan film. Like it's like it builds to something, and then you're like, it didn't really get there, did it?
What a twist!
This is, I don't know, what is this?
This is pretty comparable, as you Americans say, to Omen of Thassa, right?
Scry 2. Yeah, this card is poop. Like, I don't want to draw 2 cards in 3 turns, in 2 turns.
Maybe you do, though. Maybe you do, because like you just tap out for this, and then you get your investment back when you're leaving up mana. And you can rebuy it. Like it's on an enchantment, so you can rebuy it different ways.
Yeah. I honestly have no idea how to evaluate this card.
So I think it's like a interchangeable draw spell. it's kind of thirst for knowledge or like enlightenment-y. Yeah, this one's tricky.
It's weird.
Like,
Yeah, but chat's making a good point. Like, so the thing is that like it locks you in. So you play this on turn 2. Then on turn 3, you say, I'm casting this next turn.
Uh-huh.
And it locks you into doing that. Which, so one,
oh, yeah.
if you're,
if you want to, yeah, okay, go ahead.
one, if you're the blue deck that wants to do stuff on your opponent's turn, you can't do that. Because you have to cast it on your turn. And 2, then you don't get to go, oh crap, they played a thing that I want to remove or whatever, but now I can't do that if I want to draw 2 cards. I don't think this card is good.
Metamize Prophecy, naming memory drain. Pass the turn. Like,
but you can't. But then you don't draw cards.
No, that's my point. That's my point. Your opponent's like that. They're never gonna play anything. Yeah.
No,
okay.
but all I'm saying is even if you counter their thing on their turn, you don't draw cards.
You're right. Yeah, on your turn. Oh, true. Hey, it's not even.
This card is not good.
Okay. I'm out on this card, but yeah.
I think you're going down your worst case. Well, so what I'm saying, Tom, is like when we have this abundance of draw spells in blue, and when I'm looking at the cards that are common, and I feel like they're less restrictive, perhaps less explosive, but more like, we're talking higher floor, lower ceiling sort of thing. I think I'm going to take the higher floor, lower ceiling card every time.
I think that when you do have a decent amount of constellation stuff, or like that Chimera. That
Sure. Okay, I'm not thinking about the enchantment thing, sorry, I keep cutting you off.
No. I think the main thing is just like this card is gonna live and die based on how many times you can use it. Because if you can keep using this card, this is great, right?
That is.
It's true, man.
You're talking to someone who really wants to spin the wheels. But like we're talking 4 turns down the rabbit hole and you're investing cards into like all this wheel spinning.
But
how
it's
are you not dead?
It's not quite like you can pick it up on chapter 3. You don't care about chapter 4. In fact, chapter 4 is like a nothing thing that lets you pick this up at sorcery speed. Like that, maybe that's why that's there.
And so again, I ask you, how are you not dead?
I don't know.
You've certainly drawn a lot of cards. You've certainly done something. I'm just not sure it's winning a game.
Yeah, that's fair. And like the Scry 2 on turn 2 is not the worst. Right? Like just setting up to hit.
If Scry 2 on turn 2 isn't the worst, then you need to walk back your grade on the Omen.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. What do we? I think we've dwelled on this one for too long. What are we giving this one?
At least we need a few more minutes here. Like I said, I have no idea how to evaluate this card. I'm going to start on a C-.
I'm going to give it a C because I think there's going to be enough times that it's going to be very good.
Cool.
All right, cool. All right, so next one on our list here. Oh, I lost my place. Where are we? Oh, right here.
One with the stars.
Yeah, one with the stars. So we've got one with the stars, 3 in a blue. Enchantment aura. Enchant creature or enchantment. Enchanted permanent is an enchantment and loses all other card types.
F. First F.
It's like an expensive pacifism, right? That's basically what it is.
No. How is it a pacifism?
It's exactly a pacifism. It turns the creature...
Oh, I get it.
It turns the creature into just like this like lifeless thing that can't attack or block.
Right, so you put it on a creature, and it stops being a creature. It's just an enchantment.
Yes. And the only reason it says enchantment is so it doesn't fall off when it turns into an enchantment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is much better than I thought it was.
Yeah, it is like a C-, I think.
So how is this worse than like... You're essentially... Well, I mean, I guess the thing... If it has an activated ability, it can still do it. So it's like not quite like a Banishing Light thing. This feels like it's 4 mana though.
Feels clunky, yeah.
I don't know. Like it feels clunky, but like this might be closer to like. I mean, I know it doesn't kill the thing, and there's enchantment removal. It might be closer to like Final Death than we're giving it credit for.
Yeah, that's true.
I think I'm gonna start at C+.
Yeah, I wish there was like, wish we had like a triggers constellation noise, so we just like pressed a little like sound clip. So I don't have to say like it triggers constellation, but like it triggers constellation, like.
Mm-hmm. And
So yeah,
and it adds to devotion, which we know is a big deal.
yeah, exactly. All right. Yeah. I'm gonna say C. I'm gonna just give it a C,
Cool.
and
This
we'll leave it
feels
at
like,
that.
I mean, I certainly am quite dumb for having misread this card, but this feels like another one that's gonna probably go a lot later early than it should.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Also, funny. I don't know if anybody has caught this, but this in the mystery boosters or whatever, like this was an actual playtest card, just like word for word, and now it's just printed in the very next set. So kind of funny little note there.
Yeah.
All right, Sage of Mysteries. This one's interesting. So this is 1 mana for a 1/2 or no 2. Constellation. It's an uncommon. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, target player puts top 2 cards of their library into their graveyard.
It's the landfall crab.
It's the Landfall Crab. It's the Enchantment Fall.
Except that was 3.
That was 2. Wasn't it?
I thought. Well, maybe.
Oh no, you're right. I think it was
3.
Hedron Crab. Let's see. Hedron. It was 3. No. Yes, you're right. Yeah, that's 3 is a lot more than 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 is a lot more than 2, and lands are a lot more than enchantments.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
And that was an O. That was not an O2, was it?
Yes, it was an O2. It was. But this also just like I think so we had this talk on the podcast this week, and it's like if there's this hypothetical mill deck with this and the other Sweet Oblivion, the other like mill uncommon, like you generally want to like start turbo milling them, but that just seems so bad, right?
Milling your opponent in this format seems incredibly dangerous.
It seems awful, right? Yes. So is this just a pipe dream, and then it's really just an enabler for yourself?
I think your hope is that it's an enabler for yourself, and even then, I think your deck has to be like incredibly equipped to utilize the graveyard in a way that it feels like this is worth a card.
So somebody on Twitter messaged me, and they actually brought up a good point where the decks might play out in a way where you early in the game, you Sage of Mysteries yourself, you Sweet Oblivion yourself, you just get all this value, and then you just like have all these resources and you turbo mill your opponent out to the point where it like doesn't matter that much, right? Like that's you like flip the switch on them at that point.
It just seems like that deck is going to come together so rarely because the pieces are uncommon.
Yes, for sure. There's no common mill card. I don't.
I mean, right? There's the 2-mana 2/1.
Oh sure, yeah. Aside from that card,
like you have to get multiple Sweet Oblivions and multiple Sages, and even then, I just like, what are the things that you're using that trigger the Sage that are helping you fuel that aren't then you're not dying because this is an O2. It seems like a lot. I'm not saying it's never going to come together, and I'm sure if I get like 200 drafts deep, I will have done it at some point. But I think you'd probably be correct to never play this card if you're doing like 50 drafts of this format.
I would say even that like it's going to come together less than it normally would come off the heels of Eldraine, because a lot of people are going to be like, yes, the mill deck. Like,
right. Yeah.
Right.
People might see this or see Sweet Oblivion and go, aha, I'll first pick this or whatever. I'm going to build around this.
Yeah, and I think given what we've seen, like mill has its inherent downsides, and it's just going to be harder to get together. So yeah, it's going to be. I don't know. I'm very open to being wrong about this, because I think like once we see it in play, maybe like Escape is just slower than we think it is and all that. But like it might come together and just be like, oh, I see. That's how this works. But right now, I have pretty strong reservations about this being a real thing.
Yeah. So I'm gonna start. I'm gonna go like Synergy D.
I'm gonna give it to Synergy C. Okay. I think there's gonna be decks where you do just want to mill yourself enough that you care about it. All right, we got Sea God Scorn. So 6 mana, 4 and blue. Sorcery. Return up to 3 target creatures and or enchantments to their owner's hands.
So when did we last see this card? We saw this in
M20.
Did we see the Captivating Gaia, right?
Yeah, Captivating Gaia. Yeah, and then we saw it last in the original
Swirling. We also saw like Swirling Torrent in Ravnica.
Oh,
Legends,
sure,
which
yeah.
is like a similar effect, like you bounced a thing and then topped a thing.
Oh yeah, that was medium.
That card was medium, right? Like the 6 mana effects. The reason that was medium is like I guess it was like okay as a top end in blue green when you were like the blue green aggro deck, but even then, like these cards are like really only good when you're ahead, in my opinion. And
Yes.
so I think
Well,
when you're the tempo deck, I think this could be good, but even then it's a 6 mana spell, which is a lot, and like you may not need to like this may not be the effect you even want, like maybe, or at that point like literally anything closes the door on your opponent. Like
yeah.
So this card looks like it's powerful, but then there are also times like where you're like getting beaten down and you're like, aha, I bounced through 3 things, and your opponent goes, cool, redeploy those 3 things next turn.
I think this card actually might be better in this set, considering, well, a few things. Number one, I think that like green blue and red blue actually are going to be good tempo decks, or like that's how I think they're built, and like this is a good top end of your curve. Like they have there. I think there's a home for this, right? If this card ends up being good, it bounces your own stuff if you really care about that.
I mean,
That's...
yikes, Alex.
That's
my initial take on ever targeting your own stuff with this is yikes.
Yeah. I guess I'm stretching a bit here. I think this okay. I will say this. I think this is going to be better than
Yes, I don't think that's saying a lot though.
No, I don't either. So I'm going to give this a C-.
I'm going to give it a C- as well.
All right, cool.
Yes, I think this will be better than Captivating Gyre and Swirling Torrent.
Yes, I'll say that. Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So we have Shimmerwing Chimera. This one's a good one. You got a good one this time.
We've got. I was looking through
We've always got good ones.
We always like, even the like ones for Eldraine that look kind of bad. I was like, we got Jousting Dummy. That card rocks. Like
yeah, true.
Yeah.
You got the best guild mage.
They hook us up. We got the best guild mage, exactly.
All right, so we got Shimmerwing Chimera. It's 3 and a blue. Enchantment creature Chimera, flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, return up to 1 other target enchantment you control to its owner's hand. And it's a 3/2 flyer.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think so. My reservation on this is that it might play out like what was that card called? Rescuer Sphinx, where like it looked like there was a lot of cool things you could do with it, and I think people picked that card very early, early in the format, and then it just turned out that like the format was too tempo based that you like, couldn't afford that. You couldn't afford to be like dirtling around with your stuff. So like, if that is true, then this card won't be good. But like all the other variants of this kind of card we've seen, like the Roaring Primodox, the Jellyfish, the picked up artifacts, like they have been very good.
Yep.
So like, if history repeats itself, based on those times, then yes, this card will be quite good. And there are more incentives in this set to pick up stuff. Like there's Constellation, there's ETB,
Omens, there's Sagas.
Yes, there's exactly Sagas, Omens. Like there is a lot of potential in this card, more than in other sets for this type of card. So I'm going to start high on this card, but definitely be willing to come down on it if this turns out to be more of an Ixalan type format.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm just going to start with a B.
I'm going B+.
Yeah, that's fair. I can respect that.
This card looks ridiculous to me.
Yeah, no. I respect that for the upside there.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Shoal Kraken. It's 4 and a blue for a Kraken with Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card, and it's a 3/5.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, like, blue's got some butts on the ground. And like,
yeah, it's got
it does seem to have some Constellation action, and I like looting as much as the next person, especially like late in the game where you're just like, cool, I'll pitch my excess lands. And then I have them. And another card that makes me go, is this an 18 land blue format at least? Yeah.
Is it, how much better is... I think this is worse than the Sphinx, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think
I would never take this over the Sphinx.
Yeah. So this is just like a C, right?
Yes.
Like think about the 2/5, like the Sage's Falls or whatever.
Sage's Falls is way better than this.
Yes. Well, I by the end of the format didn't like Falls all that much. Okay. Like I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
So I just don't think this card's like all that great. Like. There hasn't been, like, yes, this is repeatable for sure, just like Sage's Falls was, but like we see this a lot, like the 5 mana 3/5 that loots if you do the set mechanic. Like that card is always just medium. So like
I don't
know.
You're not even like doing it if you like. how many times are you going to get to do this in a game of Magic? Twice?
Yeah, and I think that's fine. Yeah, it's very replacement level, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so like C?
Yeah, C sounds good.
All right, okay, cool. All right, so notice we have...
Ooh, I like this card.
Yeah, this card's cool. Singing Lionfish. It's 1 and a blue for an enchantment creature. It's a 2/1. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, you may tap or untap target non-land permanent.
The only problem with this is that I like almost wish it weren't a creature.
Yeah, it's like a... or even like a...
I'm never gonna want to get this in combat because I feel like this effect is so good, and I'm like don't want to risk it getting like it. I can only ever attack with this if the coast is clear.
It's very Gadwick-y, right? Like you cast your cheap spell on your opponent's turn, tap it during combat.
Gadwick was a giant 3/3.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
I like this card.
No, I like it too. I think it just does enough things, goes in enough decks that it's like I think just like C+.
C+, yeah.
Yeah, I think C+. I could definitely see myself coming down on this card, but I think I'm going to start at C+.
It's hard to... I feel like it's hard for this to be much worse than a C+, just like 2 mana 2/1 with pretty significant upside. And it's an enchantment. I don't know.
Yeah, and we're talking about X1 hate. Some of that X1 hate comes in the form of combat, and you're just like not going to involve this in combat all that often. But like, I guess that's not an argument for it. That's like an argument against it. So yeah, so I think just C+, and we'll see how it goes.
Yep.
All right, Sweet Oblivion, 1 and a blue for a sorcery. Target player puts the top 4 cards of their library into the graveyard. Escape 3 blue. Exile 4 other cards from your graveyard.
Are these like constructed plants?
I don't think so. No.
I'm like, what is this card?
That's what's so interesting about this to me, because like I'm a big fan of like the build around mill cards in each set.
Yeah.
I think like they usually have a place.
Mm-hmm.
In this set, like we said before with the other mill card, it's horrendous to start milling your opponent early.
Uh-huh.
So like I do think like I'm going over what I was saying before, but I think if there is a place for these cards, it's the place where you have a bunch of escape cards and you're looking to win the game by mill. So like you just mill yourself early, and then once you get to a certain point you can turbo mill, because like 4 cards is a lot, and then with that 0-2 like you're potentially milling like 6-8 cards a turn, right? So you can turbo them out quickly once you get to the point and control the game. Now I don't know how viable that is, because you limit yourself to the option of turboing them out as just like a deck burn strategy. Like that's just not really a thing. But maybe it is, like that's the other part of the puzzle. Maybe it is just because like the what's it called? The escape costs aren't super cheap most of the time, right? So like yes, you're giving them a card or whatever, but maybe this is just like fast enough that it's worth it.
This is I think my biggest problem as a card evaluator is that I think I just have PTSD from like wanting to, like I always want to dirtle, and I have these like slow decks, and so my initial reaction when I look at cards like this is like, well, how am I not dying? And maybe once we're done, I feel like I need to like go through the spoiler and like maybe like craft like, well, what's my perfect or like best, if I could draft the mill deck.
This deck, yeah.
What does that deck look like? And
I think...
my problem is that I feel like, one, that deck looks like a lot of multiple copies of the same uncommon, which is tough.
Yes.
And it looks like a lot of cards that like are doing a thing, and Naya decks seem like they're going to be fairly aggressive, and I'm very worried about like, some very significant portion of the format just running this deck over.
Yes, I was going to say, I think the question you need to ask yourself is, like, in any kind of deck that you aren't trying to, like, win through combat or, like, just, be aggressive, how are you beating Red, White, Heroic?
Right.
Especially, like, token-making Red, White, Heroic. Because, like, the token-making aspect gives those decks such a different axis to work on that, like, these traditional, like, enchant your creature to make it an 0/1 and, like, play a big blocker, like, they just don't interact well on that axis. So, like, I think you just need to be asking yourself that question when building these, like, blue turtle decks.
Yeah. So I'm interested about this card. I'm interested about this deck, but I'm gonna be cautious about it at the start.
Yes, for sure.
So where does that land you on a grade for this?
It's the worst question you could possibly ask me. can we not? Like, I want to give it. If I were to hand this spreadsheet to somebody as like a guide to the first week of the format, I would give this a D. But
I mean, I think you would really give it an F, probably. If you're trying to like give someone ideas about how to win in the first week, I think you just
I think that's like disingenuous to a point, but
yes, I agree.
I'm gonna say D plus, but like that's not an accurate grade.
All right, I'm gonna start D minus, but this feels like the thing that like 3 weeks in, everyone's gonna go, aha. This is how this deck is built, or whatever. Or Sam Black is gonna like
Sam Black, exactly.
Start tweeting stuff out, and then we'll be like, oh, okay, that's how this deck works. But like, so that makes me want to go like, how like I want to try and break this first. So I have my eye on this card, but it seems not good.
Okay, maybe this is jumping the gun a bit. Maybe these mill decks are just like Thassa's Oracle decks. Like that's what you're supposed to be doing. Which is the rare. It's like two down.
Oh, sorry, Thassa's Oracle. Oh, this is you open this card and you go, okay, but then still you're like fingers crossed that some these uncommons get opened and they get passed to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's such a dangerous place to be in.
Well, for sure. I'm just trying to find the corner.
Yeah.
Where it might be. All right, we'll just move on. Slap that D plus or C or whatever on it, and we'll see where this one lands.
Strap in, folks. We're gonna be here till about 10 p.m.
Yeah. All right, so we got oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're getting the good ones.
Threnody Singer.
Sure.
Okay. So it's a 1 and a blue, 2 mana for a flying, more flash, so much flash. When Threnody Singer enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls gets -X, -O until end of turn, where X is your devotion to blue. And it's a 1/3. This card's sweet.
Yeah, it's like Fairy Duelist, but slightly better / slightly worse / slightly much better.
Yeah, I think it's slightly better almost always. I mean, maybe not on turn 1 specific or turn 2 specifically, but like
right.
Yeah, well, it can block if your opponent crashes in with like the 2/2. No, this is like fairly similar on turn 2. I like this card a lot. I think this is like a C plus, B minus.
Yeah, I want to go B minus.
I like B minus.
Seems tricksy enough to me.
Yes, agree. And it's cheap enough too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, sweet.
Last one.
Let's see. Yeah, last uncommon. So Whirlwind Denial, 2 and a blue for an instant. For each spell and ability your opponents control, counter it unless its controller pays for.
I don't. Sure, but I don't care. Like this is worse than.
Are you feeling the flavor text on this one?
No.
no, and no. Like I think it's just worse.
That's so funny to me. Like again, how blown away I was when Abram had the like, do you know the card by the flavor text quiz for you?
Yeah.
And I just didn't know literally anything. And like I just don't even look at it. The fact that you were like, do you like the flavor text? That was when I went, oh, I'll read the flavor text now.
Yeah.
Just never ever read it.
Blind to it, yeah.
Yeah. But this is worse, certainly worse than the common 2 and a blue exile, the thing, right?
There's gonna be, you know what? I don't think it's like. I think it's relevant enough that it's meaningfully not strictly worse, because there's gonna be things like when your opponent casts this spell, something triggers, like that's a thing, right? Like you get to counter both those things. Like constellation, it counters like constellation triggers and stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh no, that's not a cast, right? So there are a few cast triggers though. So like it's going to be.
So this is what is going to happen is when your opponent, when you go, my Saga's popping off and I'm trying to bounce it back to my hand, and then you go, get got, son.
Yeah.
Like
but you know what? I think as a baseline, these like counter, unless they play 4 counter spells, have been like medium.
Yes.
Usually. Right. Yeah. Okay. Until I've seen more, I'm willing to just give this like a D plus.
I think C minus. Like this is probably
C minus. Sure. Yeah.
This is I think still better than the 4 mana 1 at common.
Yes. Oh, that's true. I would put this above. But, okay, that is a good point.
But it's not anything special.
All right. move on to the sick rares. Blue got
Sick
quite a few.
rares. All right.
Not so much the first one, but so we got Ashiok's Erasure, 2 blue for enchantment with flash. When Ashiok's Erasure enters the battlefield, exile target. Your opponents can't cast spells with the same name as the exile card. When Ashiok's Erasure leaves the battlefield, return the exile owner's hand.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite no thank you. I think it's like a play, like it's actually decent playable. Like if we're considering,
like we're going as we go up rarity, the counter spells get worse.
Yeah, right.
Like,
I think consider this, right? Consider that.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Consider that it's an enchantment. Consider that they don't get to escape it, right? And consider that it's not like one of those. It's not like Banishing Light. They have to actually recast the spell.
Oh, come on. It's but like this, you have to counter the thing, whereas Banishing Light gets to just like at any time after the thing is in play, you can exile it.
No. Yeah, I'm not comparing it to like. I'm just pointing out the fact that this is. They just get it back. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It
is interesting to know that this is like old templating. Like you could.
Oh, true.
You can bounce this in response to the ETB trigger, and
funny.
Then the spell's gone forever.
Yeah, that is really funny. I don't know. I'm giving this like a C.
Oh wow, yeah. I get. Yeah, I would normally be like D plus. I'm gonna go C minus. I guess.
Fair.
I don't love this card.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
all right,
such a
our next
stupid name for a card.
All right, you're gonna love this one.
Yeah.
Or you're gonna hate this one. This is the one where we after the round at a GP, we just walk up to each other and be like, yeah, I faced it this round. It happened.
Yeah, speaking of, Alex is coming to GP New Jersey.
Yeah, confirmed. I'm pretty hyped about that. Yeah, that's sweet. All right, so we got Kiora Best the Sea God.
Mm-hmm.
Strap in, folks. So we got it's 5 blue for a saga. Chapter 1, create an 8/8 blue Kraken creature, token with hexproof. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
7 mana for an 8 hexproof. That's decent. 2, tap all non-land permanents target opponent controls. They don't untap during their controller's next untap step. All right. And 3, gain control of target permanent and opponent controls. And by the way, untap it.
Yeah.
Like,
go ahead.
Oh no. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Like, I don't actually like this card is very good, but like, what do you want from your 7 mana mythic? Like, yeah, this card is great.
It's
like this feels totally reasonable to me as a Magic card.
Oh man, yeah, it's just the fact that like for me, I think it's actually fine on power. Like, yes, you're just gonna win the 7 mana or whatever. My like design problem with this is just like there's just like little tiny FUs in there. It's like with hexproof and untap it. Like,
did you ever see the movie The Pursuit of Happiness?
Yes.
Like that movie is so depressing, and like every time you think it can't get worse for them, then they're like sleeping in a subway, and that's what this card feels like.
Yeah. So what are we giving this? Just A? So
I'm not on. I think the fact this costs 7 mana is a knock against it. Like, yeah, I'm taking this.
Sure.
I'm probably taking this over like everything. It's definitely an A in sealed. And I think I would probably knock it just slightly out of the A range and probably give it a B plus in draft.
Yeah, I think just straight. Yeah, I agree with that. We're like, you know what? To be fair, for really being honest with ourselves, that if going wide is a big thing, then yeah, this card on turn 7 actually isn't going to do all that much.
Yeah. Like there is a world where this is like, I mean, I don't think this is like gate crash levels of fast, but like, we had like 7 drops in that format that were uncastable.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
And so we're talking about this is 7 mana. So like, what's that? Turn 10. So by turn 12, like
I think with the amount of filtering and card draw, it's probably turn 7. Like I think you're gonna hit your lands.
Right. Yeah. Maybe you build your deck around like I have card draw spells and I play 18 lands, whatever.
Yeah. Sure.
Fine. So yeah, turn 7, but still, we're talking like turn 9. I mean, really, turn 8 is where this shuts the door for the aggro deck. But like, if the aggro deck hasn't won by turn 8, it's not winning. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this card, this feels way less egregious to me than some of the rares in the format. That is a hot take, Argon. Did we lose you, Alex? Are you gone?
Oh yeah, I lost. I couldn't hear you for a second, but
We're back.
you were saying it's less egregious than like what?
Than some of the rares in the set, I think.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, let's move to the next rare. We got Nadir Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
1 blue, a creature Kraken. Whenever you draw a card, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on your Nadir Kraken and create a 1/1 blue tentacle creature token.
This card is awesome. Yeah, like for example, this card feels like nearly as obnoxious as the last card, and this costs 3.
This certainly helps you more against the aggro decks than that card does.
And also help, like, you know, if we're thinking blue is, or at least some blue decks are tempo decks, like, boy howdy is this card hard to
it gets big. It's big.
Yeah.
I think this is just like A-A.
Now, this says whenever you draw a card. How does this interact with Thirst for Meaning?
Oh, good question. I think
you pay six mana to put 3.
I think it's the way you want it to. I think it works because it doesn't say whenever you draw 1 or more cards, right?
Right. So I can do this, and you know, even if you have 5 mana or 4 mana, whatever, like now Thirst for Meaning is a combat trick of sorts.
Yeah, this is just going to be the next next big thing in Legacy with Brainstorm. This is what we're saying.
Yeah.
This card is very good. It's like, especially because there's a lot of card draw in the set. Like, it's not like even if there wasn't, you still triggered on your each turn, right?
So, yeah, exactly. Right, just trigger. Yeah. Baseline. This just grows every turn.
Yeah, card is. I'm just giving this an A.
Yeah.
Kill on sight. All right, so we've got Protean Thaumaturge, 1 and a blue for a human wizard. Constellation, whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, you may have Protean Thaumaturge become a copy of another target creature, except it has this ability, and it's a 1/1.
Okay. I kind of like this.
Yeah, man. I'm actually like not a huge fan of this kind of card.
Do you not like clone effects in general in Limited?
No, I like clone effects. Problem with this card specifically, and like cards like this, is you don't get enter the battlefields, which is a big reason why clones are good, right? This will scale, and like with the amount of enchantments in the set, it's going to scale very well, where it's just going to keep being the biggest thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, that's certainly good. I'm not saying it's a bad card by any means. I just don't think it's like. I think straight up clone would be better.
You don't like that this kind of scales with the game a little bit?
Depends. Like,
have we seen a ton of ETB effects?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. There's a decent amount though.
Like other than I feel like Constellation is the ETB thing.
Yeah, that's fair. There's a few. I'm going through. And there's like, there's like a decent amount actually.
Okay. So
like, not to say that the ETBs are, you know, the end all be all. Like, that's not like why we play clones. It's just like, I think this is certainly going to be a card you take like 4th or 3rd or 5th or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just like a C+.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. Alrighty. Our next one on the list, we've got oof. All right. Okay, so we got Thassa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I just scrolled down for a second. Yeah, Thassa Deep 12. 3 blue for an enchantment creature god. Indestructible. As long as your devotion to blue is less than 5, Thassa is not a creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile 1 or other target creature you control. And then return to the battlefield under your control. 4 mana, tap another target creature.
Huh. It's obviously good.
Yeah, I think it's the hardest god to evaluate in a vacuum.
Yeah, that is pretty sick, Zach. It's Thassa plus the 2/3 that makes it 3/2.
Ooh, that is really good. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's and like there is a decent amount of, and I think this card is actually just like.
Yeah, I think based on me wanting, like, looking at Shimmerwing Chimera and being like, how much like stuff do I want to rebuy, and the fact that this just flickers it. I know it's just creatures, but
I think this card's going to be fairly obnoxious.
I mean, this against any enchantment-based removal, holy cow.
Yeah, just blanks
wrecked.
Yeah, and it like kind of plays out planeswalkery, where like
ends up not upkeep. Great, thank you.
Yeah, even better. This is like kind of plays out planeswalkery, where like you get value for no mana, and then like with the tap ability, you like can still use your mana to have an additional effect. I'm going like B plus in this one.
Yeah, I'm in for B plus.
Yeah, I think B plus is fairly good. All right, and the next one is Thassa's Intervention. X blue, instant, look at the top. Oh, sorry, choose one. Look at the top X cards of your library, put 2 in your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library, or counter target spell unless its controller pays twice X.
I like this card. I give this like a solid B.
Yeah, solid B, solid B. It's just like a good thing to do.
Scales
It's
of
not
the
like
game, like this is everything we were talking about with like what blue is trying to do in terms of like, you know, you pass with counter magic up and then you can do something else. Like this lets you do that in one card. It's not even embarrassing. Like once X is 2, it doesn't feel embarrassing. Like then it's inspiration, and then beyond that, it's even better.
Yeah, I think this is like probably like I'm gonna give like a B minus. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate drawing cards. Do you do you mulligan sometimes just because you like want less cards?
Yeah, I just want the challenge.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Thassa's Oracle, blue. When Thassa's Oracle enters the battlefield, you look at the top X cards of your library, where X is your devotion to blue. Put one of them on top of your library and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If X is greater or equal to the number of cards in your library, you win the game.
Yeah, this card seems like a really sweet build around.
This seems real, right?
Yeah.
I think this is a very attainable win condition.
Mm-hmm.
Like not only is there a ton of card draw, but we've seen a few incidental mill things. And if you don't have like it's just like an Omen speaker on its baseline.
Yeah.
A little bit worse, right? Because you can't put them. Oh no. It's not that much worse.
It forces you to top bottom.
Yeah. And then there's like ways to pick this up. So yeah, I think this is like a solid synergy B.
I think this is the first build around I've seen.
Yes, build around B.
Yeah, build around B.
All right, sweet.
Oh.
All right, here we go.
Speaking of egregious cards.
Yeah. Do you think this is worse than the saga?
Worse meaning like
so like more like a better card.
I think if I see this in the saga, yeah, I'm taking this.
Interesting. Okay, so we got Thrix, the Sudden Storm, 3 blue, for a legendary creature, flash flying. Spells you cast with converted mana cost 5 or greater, cost 1 less to cast and can't be countered. It's a 4/5.
I mean, like this is like Lochmere Serpent-esque, like different but the same, like worse in some respects, better in some other respects. Like this card is busted.
Yeah, I agree. I saw some. Sorry, just quickly go back to Thassa's Oracle. Saw some stuff in chat about drawing. Thassa's Oracle doesn't draw cards, right?
Yeah,
I read
top's bottom.
Top
one of the cards and bottom the rest. Does not draw you any cards.
Okay, cool. Sorry to sidetrack there. But yeah, this card is just like eat something and then just like huge flyer beating back.
Yeah, the thing is, folks, it doesn't need to eat something.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
The thing is that this just is the biggest thing we've seen. Like this is a 5-mana 4/5 with flying.
It's a chonky board.
Very chonky. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just like an A.
Yep.
Yeah, just on raid alone. Like yes, exactly. Sometimes you don't eat the creature, but whatever.
Yeah, it's a completely egregious magic card.
All right, Wave Break Hippocamp. 2 in a blue for enchantment creature. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, draw a card. 2/2.
Yeah, I mean, I would maybe have to give this a build around grade in most sets, but this just feels like a lot of what blue is trying to do. But I still feel like build around B plus.
Yeah, card is solid.
Or maybe it's just a B plus or a B or whatever.
I think it's like.
I know you don't like drawing cards. Most people do, though.
I know. I'd give it a B because like the body is really small and like so it's more kind of just like enchantment-y. Not to say that the 2/2 won't matter, but I don't know. I think I'm just gonna give it a B.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom.
Yeah, man.
Get some more coffee, and then we'll move on to black.
And then we only have 7 more colors to go.
Yeah.
Guess I have to keep chat entertained for a while. How's it going, everybody? Turtle Power. The removal looks like poop. No, removal's pretty good. It's not as efficient as Eldraine, but it's not bad by any means. There's one caveat is that like there's a decent amount of enchantment-based removal, which can get blown out or whatever. But the black enchantments, like the -3 is like premium. This might be a set where like the 5-mana exile target creature is actually good. Dance, I can turn on my webcam and you can hop over to my stream. Yeah, the red removals. Yeah, I agree, Chris. Like, the red removal is also pretty good. Funny enough, I'm sure we'll get there, but I'm not as big of a fan of the red Omen as I think Ethan and Ben were. Like, I think just like 2-mana shock in this set's not great, but I don't know. We'll get there and we'll talk about that. Oh, we didn't talk about the red just yet. What is the first deck we're hoping to draft? Oh man, good question. Honestly, probably just some like red-white beatdown token deck, or maybe like the there's like a sweet red-black. Actually, no, that's actually what it is. It's the red-black like sacrifice deck, which it actually looks very similar to the red-black sacrifice deck in War. There's a lot of almost near identical cards. Instant speed for removal is going to be premium. Tons of tricks. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Unsummon is going to be very good. Or like the Unsummon, whatever it's called. Stern Dismissal. What is this card? I don't remember. I'm usually pretty good with card names, so I don't remember. Oh, this one. Yeah. No. Oh, yes. I remember your love of it. Yeah, card's very good, Joe. We'll get through when we get there, DC. How often will we all die by Haktos? Or Haktos dies instantly after you cast it. Honestly, I think Haktos is like not egregious. I know a lot of people have said it's like an egregious card, but I don't actually think it's like that bad. Like I think you're going to be able to kill it a good amount of the time. Like having to attack each turn is actually kind of a big downside.
All right. Good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, let's roll. First black common is Aspect of Lamprey. 2 and a black for an aura. Enchant creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent discards 2 cards, and enchanted creature has lifelink.
Yeah, this is a sweet one.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I'm like not a huge fan of Mind Rots in general.
Okay, we can agree on that.
Yeah. Lifelink's kind of big game. It depends on the sizing of the black creatures or like the color you're pairing it with. But again, like if you are in that racing, or if we do think this is like an aggressive bent set, or there's going to be a decent percentage of the decks that are trying to kill you as fast as they can, like that lifelink gives the card a duality where like it's good against the slow decks, the tap out decks, and then the draw go decks, and then it's also good against the aggro decks. So like, not that I think I'm looking to play this card a lot of the time, but I think it's going to be a card that makes your main deck a decent percentage of the time.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm going to give this like a C-.
Yeah, I think that's perfect, right? Like if Mind Rot is like a D, right. I think this is
like I just think there's like just enough little sneaky stuff that I think this is going to be. You're like, sometimes you're going to be like, I'm happy that I have one of these.
Yes, very, very much. And there's like also ways to recur this. So like maybe we just get to double Mind Rot them.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. All right. Next up is Blight Breath Catoblepus. 4 black for a 3/2 beast. When it ETBs, target creature an opponent controls gets -X until end of turn, where X is your devotion to black.
This one is probably the hardest card in the set for me to evaluate. I had a really tough time with this one because there's like 3 worlds that exist, right? There's like the world, maybe even more, but for me, it's like there's the world where you want exactly one of these to use with your raised deads, and like that's just like what you're going to be doing because there are a bunch of value creatures in black, and you'd like you just want access to this effect. Mm-hmm. There's the world where like this is just too expensive and it just doesn't do enough. Like it's just going to be a 6-mana removal spell with like, or a conditional 6-mana removal spell with like slight upside of being a 3/2. And then there's the world where it's like this is a great card. the format is positioned in such a way where you can just play 3 of these. Right.
That
so it's
last one seems like the least likely.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah. I do think it's a tough card to evaluate. I'm gonna come down low on it to start. I think I'm gonna come down on maybe just a C for the first one.
So the thing that is worth noting, I think that Black has the strongest devotion theme, and it has the most pips and the most payoffs as well. So like that's just like a small thing. I think C is a good grade for this as well.
Okay. And my guess is diminishing returns.
Yes, for sure. It's like there's formats where like you want like 6-drops are close to an active want in your deck, like some like in War of the Spark, like there's that cycle of 6-drops. Like you're like, yes, I would like one of these, right? Yeah. And my guess is like it's probably gonna land somewhere in like the Heroes Dambreaker giant, that like 4 or 5 black giant range.
Yeah, sure. We've got Discordant Piper. Yes, Looster Booster. Discordant Piper, 1 on a black for a 2/1. When it dies, you make an 0/1 white goat creature token.
Yeah, this is my jam. So there is I think what's going to be a really good red-black sacrifice deck. There's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of sack outlets.
Classic Alex.
Yeah, classic me, right? There's a lot of pieces of this deck that at common, and there's redundancy.
Mm-hmm.
So I just like this card in general. Like maybe it's the 2/1 kind of sucks, but
yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, this could just be like a solid C, or is the 2/1 stats not good enough?
I think solid C. I would give it a solid C, and then there's like certain decks where like I really want this card.
Next up is Final Death. After we scroll through all those other cards, 4 and a black for an instant, exile target creature.
Yeah, so this is also pretty interesting because, like, I think in general people tend to rate these cards at the beginning of the format a little bit higher than I think they should, like the 5-mana catch-all removal spell. Generally, these cards are good. You want a copy, but like you don't want to take it too early just because you can't fill up on 5s. That might change in this set just because, like, straight up instant speed, kill something, exile for good. Like, not only is that good against all the auras and all that stuff, but it's good against escape. And instant speed is actually kind of a big game in this set.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be tough to see where this lands. I'm going to land on just like C plus to start off with. But yeah, maybe like Amonkhet's just clouding my card.
Yeah. I think C plus for the first one seems right. This card's going to be good.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Fruit of Tizerus, or whatever, it doesn't matter. Single black sorcery. Target player loses 2 life, escape 3 black, exile 3. So this Bump in the night, this is not.
Yeah, but I think this card is super interesting. Like, I think this is going to be a card that people are going to say is complete trash.
Uh-huh.
But I think it actually has a reasonable place, right? So, number one, there's actually just like a bunch of incidental damage in black. Like, there's like Green Merchant, there's a common that drains your opponent 1 for, if you do a certain thing. There's a few cards like that, and then like red has some like pinging effects. So like that adds up, right? Mm-hmm. And we're talking about how the best thing, the escape cards are just going to be, whatever one you cast is going to be the best thing in your grave, right? Like whatever, the one is going to override all the rest.
Mm-hmm.
So you might just end up in a deck where you can fill your grave reasonably easily because you can sacrifice creatures, or you can mill yourself because black also does that. And then this is just like repeatable 2/2/2. Now, yes, that costs mana, but it changes the way that the game works, right? Your opponent, if this is sitting in your grave, your opponent has to play it decent enough differently. Because like a lot of times they don't need to care about their life total as a resource, but this card in your grave means they really do. And that changes the way that they care about that 2/1 on the battlefield, or that random two flyer that you have, right? So I don't want to talk about this card too much. I don't want to say it's like a great card or anything, but I think this is going to be undervalued, and I think this is going to belong in more decks than people think it does.
I trust you. I think you're a very smart player. I'm going to give this an F.
It seems like Chad is also agreeing with me. Or sorry, agreeing with you.
But I look forward to reaping the benefits of having your brain to pick and watching you figure out how to break this card.
Yeah, no, like I'm willing to be completely wrong on this, 100%. But I think this just strikes me as a card that looks so bad that it might be good.
So what's your grade, buddy?
My grade's like a general F or a general F. But like if you have the deck for it, it's probably like a C plus.
Synergy C plus.
Yeah,
that is quite high. All right, Funeral Rites. This card is great. 2 and a black sorcery. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life, and put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard.
Yeah, this is decent.
I know you wish this didn't say draw 2 cards, but
yeah, I wish it was just like pay 2 life,
mill yourself for 2. Now we're talking.
Yeah, the mill is really what pushes this over the edge, right?
Yeah.
Like, again, though, might matter. Like we've had formats where this card was bad, and formats where this type of card has been decent. Like in Eldraine, it was just a decent card.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's going to be hard to see. Hard. The jury's still out on this one, but I think I'm just going to give it a solid C.
Yep, me too. Grim Physician. A single black for a 1/1 zombie. When it dies, target creature an opponent controls. It gets -1/-1 until end of turn.
Yeah, so I think this is like a kind of card that I've generally underrated in the past. Like, looks kind of dorky, but like it's a good early play, and we don't know. Well, this is like part of the X1 hate. Like this is like prime X1 hate.
Yeah.
And if your opponent ever brings this in against you, and you have like 2 X1s, this is really bad for you. I think, given that there are ways to sacrifice your creatures, so you can just do this at will, and they're like this kind of just like moat against some decks for X amount of turns. It's just like it's just like a C.
Yeah, I generally think I overrate these kind of cards. I love them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just I
cheap.
I definitely
2-for-1 potential. Like it basically trades with X2s. Like it's good.
Yeah.
Next up is Lampad of Death's Vigil. 1 and a black for a 1/3. Here we go.
Yeah.
Pay 1, sack a creature. Each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. Hello, bread and butter.
Yeah, I think exactly. Bread and butter is a great way to describe this card. I think this card is kind of going to be the linchpin of quite a few decks, right? Like I think it's going to be the linchpin of red black. It's going to be the at least a very good role player of black white. It just does a lot of things you want to do, right? So worth noting, I think this plays well with the Fruit of Tizoris card I was talking about, right? Like this fuels are great for that, and it starts draining them. I think that this card is just going to be like a solid C+, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Seems great.
And again, like we were talking about all those white token makers, like that's great with this card.
Next up is Mire's Grasp, baby. We've been talking about it all day. 1 and a black for enchantment or enchanted creature gets -3/-3.
B+?
I think I'm just going B.
Yeah, fair.
But best common in the set is my guess.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's not too much to talk about this one.
Yeah, but we talked about it so much already.
Yeah.
Mogus's Favor, single black for an aura. Ooh, it's not quite weakness, but we've seen this before. +2/-1, and it has Escape. 2 and a black, exile 2 other cards from your graveyard.
Yeah, super interesting, right? So it's like a more X1 hate again, like repeatable X1 hate, and then it can just be like you put this on your cheap flyer, and it starts beating down. Yeah. It's going to be like a niche playable, like slightly above niche playable. Like I think I just give this like a C-, and then it's going to make its way into some decks. There's going to be certainly some decks where you're like, ooh, I have these this X3 flyer, and it goes really well with this card, and I have like some actually plays decently with heroic cards too. Like that's another thing.
I'm gonna start C with this card.
Yeah, no, I think you've.
It's very good.
I think I've talked myself up on this one.
Like this, whatever. There's this cycle. It seems like of. Maybe blue didn't get one, but these escape auras.
Yeah.
And I mean, this seems pretty good to me. I'm not mad at
Yeah,
that.
no, I agree.
Like, kill a thing early and then, like, I can definitely see going, like, I kill your 2-drop with this, and then I get it back later to beef up my flyer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot for one card.
Yeah, and it's in the front end's 1 mana, which is really nice.
Right.
So.
Nyxborn Marauder. It's 2 black for a 4/3 enchantment creature.
Yeah, so I think this is probably... I'm not loving 4/3 from what I'm seeing so far.
Really?
Like stats, yeah.
There's not a lot. I feel like there's not a lot of 3-power creatures.
Not in blue.
Not in white.
Not in white.
The 3/3 flyer, like 4/3 double pips, and it's an enchantment creature. This, I think I'm like, why is black getting Borderland Minotaur with upside?
Hmm.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. Like so, a C-, right? Like, are you gonna get a C?
I could be convinced that this were a C, but I'll start with C-.
Okay.
Omen of the Dead. Single black for an enchantment with flash, and when ETBs, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. 2 and a black, sack it, scry 2.
Yeah, I think this one's actually quite good, just because there's a lot of things that trigger when you like. There's a lot of enter the battlefield effects. All the nice things that we talked about with a flash.
Mm-hmm.
Like goes double it for this card. Yeah, I'm reasonably high on this card. I think this is like a C.
That's interesting. I was not super excited about this, but I'm gonna take your word for it that this card is good, and I'll start with a C.
Yeah, it's like, normally the what is it, Raised Dead or whatever.
Raised Dead is not a good limited card.
No, it's not, right? But I do think that the flash matters, the enchantment matters.
Oh yeah,
and
there's got to be some like loops you can do with this in black white, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's certainly loops too, and then like just the sacking at the end is.
Yeah. Okay, I'm into it. Wow, black white just looks like the most tuppiest color.
Yeah, it looks
like
very grindy.
Grindy value. All right. Farika's Libation. 2 and a black for an instant. Choose one, target opponent sacks a creature. Target opponent sacks an enchantment.
Well, black gets enchantment removal, I guess, is the joke here.
It is a joke. I'm not into this.
Yeah, no. This is a sideboard card against like the big red-green big things deck, right? Where like you can actually get like a good card's worth of value. But other than that, no. There's just better removal in this. There's better things to be doing. So
sure.
No.
Rage Scarred Berserker. 4 and a black for a 5/4. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn.
Yeah, that's solid. Like the stats alone.
Power creep.
Yeah, right. Like remember, was it the Goliath or whatever? The 3/4/3 for 5 or whatever.
Right.
Like zombie Goliath. Yeah, like I think like this is just like for your 5 mana, certainly fine filler, right? Like yeah, like you don't want to pick this early, but like go ahead, sure, race card Berserker, whatever. Like solid C, C-. Like C- for the fact that
weird is like it doesn't seem like black cares about beef.
Yeah, it's weird.
It would almost prefer this to be 3 black. I feel like it doesn't even have like 2 pips for some devotion stuff. I don't know.
So yeah, it's weird because like I'm black. It's kind of weird. Black is almost the color in the set that is split on aggressive and defensive cards. Like there's some like if I scroll down a little, there's like this card can't block, and then there's cards that are like kind of really want to turtle up and be grindy. So I don't know how like what percentage of decks this is gonna go in. Like sure, in your red black or green black probably doesn't even want this that much. Like has other big things. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know how many times this is gonna make.
I'm gonna start D+ on this card.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C- just because like bashing in with an indestructible creature is decent. Like this is like a fine 5-drop.
Yeah. You got Scavenging Harpy, which is 2 and a black for a 2/1 with flying, and when ETBs, you exile a card from an opponent's graveyard.
Yeah. All right. It's a decent amount of X1 hate though,
Yeah,
right?
I think C- because of X1 hate.
Yeah, C-, and like.
Though some of that hate, I mean, the ground zombie doesn't punish this as much. So I guess
Sure,
it does when it dies, but whatever.
Yeah, and like there was a time when Windrake-ish stats in black was like, oh, but I just don't think. Like if this was straight up Windrake, we wouldn't be excited about it with like slight upside, right? Like this has upside.
I think that difference in toughness is the difference between a C- and a C.
Is the key, right? Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm gonna go C-.
We got Soul Reaper of Mogus, 2 and a black for a 2/3 enchantment creature. Pay 2 and a black, sack a creature, draw a card. So it's what's it called from Words?
Yeah, Reapers or whatever. Hey, it's back, baby.
Yeah, you don't gain the life, but it is an enchantment.
Yeah. So there's a lot. This is like one of the cards of time. There's just like a lot of similar pieces to the red black sack deck as there were in War, where there's like a lot of like value-ish stuff and like things dying to other things, and you like these a few sack outlets. I think this is like, again, just like that other black 1/3 enchantment creature, like just like bread and butter. Like you're gonna want 1 to 2 copies of this in your black deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really buried the lead by not releasing a lot of these. Like this, going through the commons is making me excited about the set. Like I wish they had revealed more of these before today.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So are you C+ for this as well?
I think I'm still just C.
Okay.
I don't think this is like, ooh, I need to take this early, but like you're gonna be happy with this when you see it 7th or whatever.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's tough with these like sacrifice outlet creatures. Like you definitely want to have multiples, so like you consistently have one. But I mean, this one has less of a problem as the other one, the 1/3. When like you draw multiples, it feels kind of bad.
Yeah, for sure.
1 and a black. Temple Thief is 1 and a black for a 2/2. It can't be blocked by enchanted creatures or enchantment creatures.
Yeah, so this is gonna read can't be blocked. Well, no, not. They're usually gonna have
It's not
something.
gonna be unblockable. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like,
Yeah. I think as far as your black bears go, this is like a reasonable one. Like this is just like, I think just straight up, maybe just, I don't know. I was gonna say straight C, but maybe it's just C-.
I think it's a C-. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go C-.
It might even be a D+. Like I don't know. There could be an aggro black deck that wants this, but then again, like this is more often than not just like a bear that like is maybe some like I can't block with this thing, but I can block with this thing. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's you think about like, oh, there's a lot of enchantment, but all it takes is like one non-enchantment or enchanted creature to be able to block it. So
right. Wow. All right, so there's an aggro black deck. It feels like Underworld Charger, 2 and a black for a 3/3.
Yeah.
Can't block. Who cares? And has escape 4 and a black, exile 3 other cards, and it escapes with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. So it escapes as a 5/5.
Yeah, right? So this is the kind of card I'm talking about where it's like, maybe there is an aggressive bet to the black decks, right?
Right. I mean, so, you could just go like, at common, you can just go 2/2 into 3/3 into 4/3 into 5/4.
Yeah, that's a beefy curve.
Wow.
Right? And so like this is kind of what so I think we talked about this a little bit this week on the cast, but like escape reads kind of grindy, right? But when you have this kind of card where it's just like, I'm just going to keep sending with my 3/3, I don't care if you block it, right? Because it's just going to come back. I don't care about the card. We're making like a slightly unfavorable trade. Like that leans to more of an aggressive deck. Right,
and this gives aggressive. This, like Adventure, can give aggressive decks card advantage. Like
yes, exactly.
So you're like, cool, trade off, and then I've drawn a free 5/5.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And that's that's not nothing. Like it's not like a negligible cost. You still have to pay 5 mana for your 4/4 or whatever. But
5/5.
Yeah, that's 2. Oh, I didn't even see
that.
It's a
5/5.
Wow, I thought it was 1/1 counter. Huh. All right. Yeah, I like this card.
I mean, this it's interesting because I think this is a card. This, like the Thief, like not every black deck wants it. It feels like we've got sort of 2 divergent decks here, like one that is aggressive and one that is more value grindy.
For sure.
So I would give this a synergy grade, but I think this is like a synergy C+.
Yeah, for sure. In your like aggro red black or like red,
or the version of black white that's aggressive.
Or even like blue black, if there is that blue black tempo, right? Like that, and you're milling yourself, or like you have ways to enable escape easier.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I mean,
that's a thing.
as we saw from Return to Ravnica, like what was it? The Unleash mechanic was sort of like the evasion of that format. Like just keyword big was evasive. Like,
Yes.
and this feels somewhat similar.
This also kind of reminds me of Dusk Charger, right?
Yes.
Like,
yeah. Four mana,
yeah.
3/3 that could be a 5/5. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a cool card.
Yes.
All right, we've got Venomous Hierophant, 3 and a black for a 3/3 with Death Touch. Weird. When it ETBs, you mill yourself for 3. Cool.
Yeah. So good enabler.
Yeah. I think this is another synergy. I would give this another synergy grade because I don't think every black deck wants this.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
your aggro decks
I would say
don't want this. I don't think.
I would say it's better in some black decks than others, but I don't think it's like, oh no, this my Underworld Charger deck doesn't want this. You know what I mean? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just like
I think it doesn't.
I mean, 3/3 Death Touch is not. It's not a bad card, and even like that's decent stats.
Yeah.
I think it's just like a solid C. Like I don't think this is gonna be. Huh. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it a C.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Synergy C.
All right.
It's probably splitting hairs. All right,
Yeah, for sure.
Back up to the uncommons here. Black is looking sweet at common.
Yeah, black always looks good on first glance, though. Sometimes it has some problems, but
yeah, I guess that's true. I guess
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen have we seen an aggro black deck in a while?
Yeah, it's been a while. Like, man, yeah, Rakdos, like that might be the last one.
Yeah, Rakdos from Ravnica Allegiance. Yeah, that feels like the last time.
Oh yeah, M20. No, yeah, not really.
What was red, black, and M20?
It was a bad deck.
All right, Agonizing Remorse. 1 and a black for a sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it or a card from their graveyard. Exile that card. You lose 1 life.
Yeah, this is a nice little. I'm a fan of like Thoughtseize effects in limited. I think they get played a little bit less than they should. I think just like playing with that perfect information is nice, and the fact that like when you top deck this late, you can snag a escape card from the grave or something. So I think this is like a solid. I think you're going to be putting this in your deck.
So you're not on sideboard for this kind of effect here?
Not at this cost, in this unconditional nature of it, right? Like this is just snag anything.
So what do you say?
Like if this were, yeah, I just give this a C. If this were more conditional, for sure. But I think just like snagging anything is really good. Like think about Thought Erasure. Like that was a good card, right?
Yeah, that was a good card.
And like sure you got Surveil, but
yeah, no, you're right. This is good. Next up is Cling to Dust. Single black for an instant. Exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature card, you gain 3 life. Otherwise, you draw a card, and it has escape. 3 and a black. Exile 5.
Yeah, super interesting, right? This is when it's funny. It's funny actually. When I was listening to Lords of Lemon this week, I was like, it's so funny how much the same ground we tread when talking about the cards. Like we went over like the same points about the same cards, which is I think it's so funny that like our brains lined up in the same way.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I think that so in some formats, your cycling cantripping card that like does a small thing that interacts favorably is like a fine 23rd card, and sometimes it's just not because you just have better things to do. I don't know where this lies, but like this is a fine effect, right? Like sometimes you just need to get that card out of the grave. It is card advantage, very bad card advantage, but
some point advantage.
Well, yeah, you can go like so not if you're snagging a creature, but like if you snag something else and you escape.
Oh, sure. So you're paying 3 black.
Yeah, it's not good, but it's an angle of the card, right?
I think more often than not, this is fodder for a better escape card.
Yes, likely. Yes, that's very true. It's just it's a cycle.
The only thing that makes me go, well, you just like mostly main deck this, is that you can't just like cantrip this on 1. Right. That's big. Which is big. It may take a while actually for a non-creature to make its way to the graveyard. In which case this is a cost to have in your opening hand.
Yes, for sure.
But I generally like having access to this, and I think it's not embarrassing to main deck this card.
So I think the thing to consider with Escape not on this card, but with on other cards, is that again, like we were saying, once you have a good escape card in your grave, that's the one you're going to keep casting. And like, it's not like flashback where it's like, all right, they got their value, and usually you wouldn't spend a exile effect, or like you wouldn't put a card in your deck to exile a flashback card. But like with escape, they just can keep casting it.
Yes.
Right. So like, there's a point where you're like, I just have to get rid of it. Like, yes, there's a cost, of course.
It's
like,
hard. It's hard for like a lot of cards to make their way to the graveyard in a game of limited.
Yeah. So maybe your way is just to like run them out of resources, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna give this a C-. Like, I don't think I will say I don't think I'm starting this. I don't think I'm starting this.
So then let's just. I'm fine with just sideboard.
Sure. Yeah, sideboard. That's a good idea. Yeah. Like, if I can help it, I'm not playing.
Yeah. Woof. Drag to the Underworld. 2 black instant. Costs X less to cast, where X is your devotion to black. Just destroy target creature.
Yeah, this card's sweet.
B plus.
B plus. Yeah, so super solid. I mean, I think that like, you can't snag a 2-drop, like, whatever, like on the play, but whatever. It's just gonna be so good so much of the time. It's gonna be close enough to Murderous Cut or whatever that you're just gonna give that efficiency B plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Elspeth's Nightmare. It's a saga, 2 and a black, first chapter. Destroy target creature and opponent controls with power 2 or less. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land card from it. That player discards that card. And then exile target opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, this is a nice little...
These are all things.
So, when you cast this on 3, on the play, it's kind of just absurd, right? Like, if you snag their 2, you get a card out of their hand. Like, that's very good.
Yeah.
Even on the draw, like... You okay?
Yeah, we're just getting a little sub action.
Oh, nice. Even on the draw, I think there's enough things that, like, not enough 3-drops in the set that are power that you'll be able to snag, right? So like, you can even snag their 3-drops sometimes when you're on the draw.
Yeah, there's small stuff. I'm gonna snag your 2/5 Wishcoin Crab.
Oof, you better not.
Yeah,
I like this card. Yeah,
this seems like
okay.
This could be B plus territory.
I think not quite. So, thing that holds me back is the second chapter doesn't get it's only non-creature, non-land. It's only a duress, and it is much worse when you draw it late.
Sure.
Right.
So
like, but if it's not in your top,
I would still say B.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a B. I can see coming down on this card for sure.
Because so here's the thing. Like, I hear that the duress idea. The thing is to remember, and this was the argument I used about Covetous Urge to Ben, was like when Covetous Urge wasn't in your opening hand. Like, if you imagine whatever the game's gonna go to, I don't know how many turns.
Say it's 7.
7. Okay, so if Covetous Urge isn't in your opening hand, you're likely to not see it.
Yes.
In that game. And that's the same about this. Like, if it's not in your opening hand, it's just going to be a small amount of times where, like, you draw this and after turn 3 and it feels bad. So, like...
Yes, no, totally. I agree with that.
Most of the time when you see this is going to be your turn 3 play, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great point. Honestly, I'm a huge believer in it's a bad top deck is not a great argument. So I can get behind that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm started to be in this could be better, I think.
Okay, yeah. Solid.
Enemy of Enlightenment, 5 and a black for a 5/5 enchantment creature with flying. It gets -1/-1 for each card in your opponent's hand, and at the beginning of your upkeep, each player discards a card.
Whew. All right. So likely going to come down and be like a 4/4, maybe a 3/3.
Maybe a 3/3.
I don't know if I love this. Like, it's fine.
I don't like this card. I mean, like, so the thing that's interesting about this card is that, so you play it, and maybe it's a 3/3, but then your opponent is kind of incentivized to... It's weird, because, like, they're incentivized to pitch their hand, because they know they're going to have to discard.
Yeah.
But then they also don't want to do that, because they don't want this to grow.
And it's just... I think the biggest knock against this is just 6 mana. Like...
Right. And for almost certainly not a 5/5.
Right. Yeah. You're like, most of the time, it's going to get to the point where they can't just keep holding, right? Like, they like, maybe like maybe they can hold 2 and it becomes like a 4.
I could
But
see.
then once they draw a spell
as a good top end for the aggro black deck.
Yeah,
I would run this in that deck. I think.
What was that card in Dominaria, the Urgaros or whatever? Like, kind of reminds me of that a little bit, where like your opponent's incentivized to keep cards in their hand, then you get to discard them anyways.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna go C- on this one. Like,
what if you're?
Oh yeah, Canadian Bacons. That's a great point. What if they're just drawing cards? I mean, I guess kind of the counter.
The problem is that like this could come down as worse than a 3/3.
Yeah.
Which is horrific.
Yeah, like I guess the counter argument to that Canadian Bacons is that like they are drawing cards, but that's diminished by the fact that they have to discard some of them, so it turns their like card advantage into looting. Yeah, I think this is just like too much work for not enough payoff.
Yeah, I like C-.
Yeah.
All right, he's back. Gray
Guess
Merchant
who's back?
of Asphodel. 3 black, 2/4 when it ETBs. You drain your opponent equal to your devotion to black.
Yeah, so this card is classically overrated. Yeah. Do you agree with that, or?
I don't. I guess I just don't have a sense. I feel like I rated it appropriately, but I don't have a sense of what like the public rates the card as.
That's fair. Well. So my intuition of it being overrated is the fact that people.
It's a very iconic card.
Yes, it's iconic for sure. In the original Theros, it was very good because you could get multiple.
It was common, yeah.
It was common, and there were a number of ways to recur it. Not that there aren't in this set. I think this card is good, and like you said, I think you said it'll be overrated. I agree with that, for sure. It's like a C+ though. Like having one of these to be like your raised dead target is actually kind of nice, and with the fact that there are, like I said, there is a lot of devotion.
How about this as the top end for like instead of dropping that 5/4 on turn 5 in your black deck, you're dropping this, and then you're finishing your opponent off with like drain 4, drain 5.
Yeah, like, you and J-Maz make a good point. Considering I was just saying there is a black aggro deck, and there's a good top end there. So yeah, okay, I can be talking.
I think let's think about R&D is giving us a clue. This is an uncommon now, and there's no other reason for this to be an uncommon other than for limited, and that means it was too good at common.
Well, I think so. I think for sure it was the best common. It was the best black common in that set for sure.
Right.
But I think like part of the reason, like it's not so much like it was too good because it was a common because you could get multiples, right? So like.
Well, then are they bringing it back just because of it's iconic, or are they bringing it back because it's actually good in this format? Or are they bringing it back because they want a black devotion deck in standard?
Probably a mix of both. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad at all. I just think it's going to be over.
Yeah.
That's all.
I like starting on C+.
Yeah. So just quickly here, like Abram was trying to talk me up on this it's like black aggro deck that just literally has just a bunch of like burn to the face, right? Like Gray Merchant, like considering playing like Underworld Dreams, like the fruit card I was talking about. So like if that is a deck, yeah, for sure. Don't
be like, well, if Gray Merchant is good, then my fruit card is good. I think you're not getting anybody there. All right, we've got Hateful Eidolon next. Single black for a 1/2 enchantment creature with lifelink. Whenever an enchanted creature dies, draw a card for each aura you controlled that was attached to it.
Yeah, sweet card.
Holy crap.
Your Meyer card.
Yeah.
Cantrip. This is a sweet one. So it goes in. It works two ways, right? So like you kill an enchantment creature. You kill a creature that was enchanted. You get paid off for it. But also your aura'd up creatures, you mitigate the risk of putting an aura on it a little bit, right? And it's just a lifelinker. So like it's a good thing.
Yeah,
I like this card a lot.
A B?
Yeah, I would give this a B.
Yeah. Oh my god, black seems, as you said, black always seems sweet. All right. Well, you know my take on this card. Inevitable End, 2 and a black for an aura, enchanted creature has at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature.
Yeah, I kept thinking about this and like thinking about ways it could be good, and like it's just kind of a stretch. Like, yeah, maybe if you can recur it, and like you get to the point where like you have some sort of engine going where you just keep casting this, like, yeah. I mean, I guess it's kind of a thing with Hateful Eidolon, right? Like they most likely have to sack the creature that you put it on. But like
guess.
anytime this card is good, it's just like it wouldn't be better than the next best thing.
This card just doesn't like. Yeah, for folks who don't listen to Lords Limited, I'll make my same argument here, which is because I made the mistake here of misreading this card, or like misthinking about this card. I was like, oh, this is sick. Like this is gonna like play Gwyn to their board. But it's not going to do that. It's going to, like, let's say, so, like, whatever your opponent has, like, sure, the best case scenario is they have one thing that you want to kill and you put it on there and then it dies next turn.
Yes.
The scenarios that it's going to happen is they have a good thing and things worse than this. So you put this on the good thing and they either go, fine, the good thing dies, or they go, this good thing is so good that it is worth me sacrificing other things to let this stay around. So they get to decide what they do with this, which makes this card not good.
Yeah, this is generally just worse than like the Edict card, like the straight up.
Yeah, it's definitely better than definitely worse than the Mire, definitely worse than Final Death. I think this card is a nightmare against a white deck.
Oh yeah, it's like terrible. You feel so bad. Like, yeah,
maybe this is a sideboard card, but I think this is just bad. I think this is going to be overrated at the start of the format for sure.
Because it looks like it does cool stuff.
Because it looks like it does cool stuff.
Okay, I'm going to give this D.
Yeah.
Just because it's an Edict, and an Edict is a D, and it has enchantments. That's it. Like, that's, I think.
How is this worse than an Edict? I mean, it's not worse than an Edict.
No, it's not worse.
But it is an Edict. Yeah. All right. Minions Return is next. 2 and a black for an aura with flash. You enchant creature. And when enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control. They keep trying to make this effect happen.
Yeah, I've seen this card before without flash, which changes it a little bit. But, like, yeah, getting back. I mean, I kind of like this more as a supernatural Sam or whatever. Like, getting back to your ETBs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's interesting.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise,
flash means you can save this save your own thing from removal, or you want your opponent's thing that's dying in combat or whatever. But this card is blech.
I think it's going to be a card that you can put in your deck, and it's like, yeah, this does stuff, but you're never going to be actively taking it early.
I think this is all like this is. I will be happy with this if I'm pairing with blue, I think, so that like flash feels more flexible.
Yeah. I think Cardboard Omen, I think this flash makes this playable. I don't think flash makes it like good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be playing this card very often. I'm gonna go D. I think I lost you.
Yeah, you lost me, sorry.
I gave it a D.
I'll give it a C-. All right.
Mire Triton is up next. 1 and a black for 2/1 with Death Touch. When it ETBs, you mill yourself for 2 and you gain 2.
Yeah, sweet little card.
Yeah, solid.
Nice little
C plus.
Yeah, does what you want. Yeah, C plus, B minus. Probably.
Yeah, it could be a B minus. This could be a pull into black for me.
Yeah, once again X1, but like who knows how much that's actually gonna be relevant.
Like,
but
that's what you expect from like these sort of like plague rat, whatever, or not plague rat, but like the death touch rat, typhoid rats.
Yeah.
There we
go.
Yeah. What's up next? There we go. Farika's Spawn, 3 and a black for 3/4 with escape 5 and a black, exile 3. Farika's Spawn escapes with 2 +1/+1 counters on it, so you're paying 6 mana for a 5/6. And when it does, each opponent sacrifices a non-Gorgon creature.
I think this card is worse than it looks, but I think it's still good.
Because you know why it's worse than it looks? Is because it makes me think of that
Keepsake Gorgon?
Yeah, the uncommon Gorgon from Theros that was awesome.
Yeah. My concern, like, okay, baseline. 4 mana, 3/4 that escapes as a 5/6. That's quite good, right?
And only exile 3 cards is not.
Yeah, three is actually a huge thing. Yeah, I think. That I thought it was 4 for some reason. That does actually make it a reasonable amount better.
Yeah.
And like, so like the first sacrifice is usually not going to be that good, but then they have to contend with a 5/6, and then like the sacrifice. If you can keep escaping this, like the sacrifices get better.
Yeah.
ostensibly, or like in theory anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is like, I would give this probably a B minus.
Okay, I'll go with you on B minus.
You like C plus or B minus?
It's hard to know. Like, all these 4-mana 3/4s are kind of throwing me.
There's a lot of them,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, but I can get behind B minus.
All right, yeah, let's do
I
that.
like that this toes the line between like it's just gonna be good in any black deck because like an aggro black deck is gonna care about the stats and the like fact that you can recur this, and like a controlling deck is also gonna care about those same things.
Right. That's a good point actually. When we have like, we were talking about black being kind of divergent and what it wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's important when you have a color like that. White is like that a lot of times, like you guys are talking about. Red generally isn't like that, but when you have a color that wants to do two different things, the value of cards that are good in both of those divergent strategies goes up a lot, right?
Yes.
Like, yeah. So I think that gives it a little bit of a boost.
Yeah. Next up is Timuret, the chosen from death, black for a 2-star. Toughness is equal to your devotion to black, so another 2/8. And this is has 1 in a black. Exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. You gain 1 life for each creature card exiled this way.
Yeah, sweet little card. Again, it's just gonna be like
these
6 or whatever, 2/5. Like
these enchantment devotion uncommon cycle. These are sneaky good.
yes, they're very sneaky good.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna give this a B. Like this clears the way. Like they can never escape.
Yeah.
Right. Like I think. Yeah, just a B for me.
Okay. So this is a reprint, right?
Yes.
Well, Underworld Dreams, triple black for an enchantment. Whenever an opponent draws a card, Underworld Dreams deals 1 damage to that player.
So, I think
here we go.
I have a lot of thoughts about this card. so my very initial thought is that this is just like a nostalgia reprint. It's kind of a trap. It's very flavorful, right? And I think people are gonna overplay this card at first.
I think you mean you're gonna overplay this card at first.
I don't think I don't think I'm putting this card in my deck unless there's a very specific deck it goes in. But I think if there is that very specific deck, it's gonna be decent. Okay. Did you like sideboarding this card in against blue? Is that a thing you're looking to do?
Oh, 100%, I think.
Okay. So we're on the same page there.
I think 100% if this also is in line with my black deck. Like if I'm like heavy black and I care about devotion, like and maybe I'm trying to burn them out, but that's a lot to ask,
Yes, for sure. I do think like, so I'm just a sucker for pointing out, but wait, there's this one niche place this card is good, right? So like, so I do want to like, the responsible thing to do is just give this card like a D, a sideboard grade maybe.
An F is responsible.
Yes, sure, an F. How about a sideboard D? How about that?
I'm in for sideboard D. That's fine.
All right.
All right, on to the rares. The first one up is Ephemia the Cacophony. 1 in a black for a 2/1 legendary enchantment creature, Harpy, with flying. At the beginning of your end step, you may exile an enchantment card from your graveyard. If you do, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token.
Yeah, nice little value creature. It's pretty sweet. And turns once again, Myers Grasp. Right, just like
right. Well, also, this makes me want to mill myself super hard. Like,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, and just like nice little beater.
Solid B for me, I think.
Yeah, I think solid B.
I could see it even being better. It could be B plus. Eat to Extinction. It's 3 in a black for an instant. Come back, Oko. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard. So potentially, you're almost certainly, not almost certainly, but like potentially giving you 2 fodder for escape as well.
Yeah, that's kind of nice. Right, it's just like a reasonably efficient removal spell. You're taking drag over this, I'm pretty sure, right?
Drag
to the underworld over this card? Or maybe not.
I don't. Well, exile's relevant.
It is, yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe
I probably at that point I'm like, is there a blue card I can take and ship a black signal? No.
Yeah.
I this is still B plus, right?
Yeah, just B or B plus.
Yeah.
And maybe B plus because like there's like if our mana bases are heavily weighted towards one, this is an easy card to put in.
Yeah. I mean, it's splashable, but also there's not a lot. I mean, I think outside of green, you're not really happy splashing in this format.
Yeah, I'm also like not a huge buyer, and it's a splashable card.
Yeah, right.
So often that's like not that.
That's people going, oh, it's a 7/7/3 mana base, and then I want to throw up. So, Erebos Bleak Hearted is 3 and a black for a 5/6. Again, has the God legendary enchantment devotion text. Whenever another creature you control dies, you may pay 2 life. If you do, draw a card, and you can pay 1 and a black. Sack another creature. Target creature gets -2/-1 until end of turn.
Yeah, it's solid. I guess the nice thing is that I think this is going to be turned on a decent amount of the time in black.
Yeah, that's true. More so than others. I mean, I don't quite remember what the white one does, but it feels like the other two sort of did like immediate things. This doesn't quite.
Yeah. Well, it has the sacrifice theme.
Right, but you have to have the mana. Like I'm assuming you know when you play this.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You don't have one in a black open as well. I don't know.
I would give this card like a B, I believe.
A B, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah.
All right, Erebos' Intervention is X in a black. Deathwind or whatever. Choose one target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn. You gain X life. That's pretty sweet. Or you can exile up to twice X target cards from graveyards. I have to imagine that's never happening. But, you know, I think corner case, sort of like Discovery Dispersal, like 5% of the time you might do the second half.
Yeah. Yeah, card's sweet. I mean, the gain X life is big, right? Yeah. Like that's just such a swing. Like killing a good creature and then getting that X, like that's a swing that
it's agonizing siphon.
Yeah, so like this is the type of card that when you're like that half step behind in your control deck and you cast this against your opponent who's trying to attack you, like that really flips the switch.
Yeah, for sure.
I like this card a lot, and if you want to give it that nod for being splashable, that's something too.
Yeah, again, another B+ removal spell for me.
Yeah, we have all these like rare removal spells that are just like B range. It's kind of funny.
Gravebreaker Lamia, 4 and a black for a 4/4 enchantment creature with lifelink. When ETBs, you can search your library for a card and put it into your graveyard, then shuffle your library. And spells you cast from your graveyard cost 1 less to cast.
Yeah, so it's like a Visitor of the Anointed.
Yeah,
from Our Devastation.
That card was amazing.
Yeah, card is very good. I mean, this doesn't draw you a card when you embalm or whatever, but it kind of does in a way because the escape it keeps coming back, right?
Yeah.
And spell you cast in your grave costs 1 less. Yeah, that's a good line of text. And 4/4 lifelink is just big.
Right. Everything about this card, I'm like, yes, 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 yes.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a great point, James. It's a Vizier, except it's actually just in Tomb, right? I doubt you're not going to not get an escape creature.
Mm-hmm. You could just get something that you want to, if you have like a Raise Dead effect or Rise to Glory or whatever, like you could just get something that you want to return.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Yeah, I like this card as a B+.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Nightmare Shepherd is next, and that is 2 black for a 4/4 enchantment creature with flying. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you can exile it. If you do, you make a copy, or you make a token that's a copy of it, except it's a 1/1 and it's a nightmare, in addition to its other types.
Yeah, it's like a reverse Scarab God kind of.
Sure.
This is a sick one. Black's got a lot of sick rares, so like
yeah. I mean, this is just a 4-mana 4/4 flying enchantment creature. Done.
Like, yeah. Just I feel like it's gotten to the point in this review where like we're just glossing over the fact that all these things are enchantment creatures, but like that's still relevant too. Like that's all upside as well.
Yes.
I mean, it's not strict upside, but like this card's quite good. What A-? A?
Yeah, A-. I mean, again, the difference between A- and A doesn't really matter to me. Like once it's up into that bomb A range.
Yeah.
Timuret Calls the Dead.
The episode of my latest sitcom.
2 and a black for a saga. Chapters 1 and 2 are the same. You put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. Then you may exile a creature or enchantment card from your graveyard. And if you do, you create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. And then chapter 3 is you gain X life and scry X, where X is the number of zombies you control.
Yeah, so this is okay. We missed the card, I believe. I guess the one beside it is also rare.
Oh,
we'll get into that in a second.
My bad.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. So you play this on 3. You're likely to hit. Not guaranteed,
right?
though.
You could miss. I mean, mill 3. The fact that it's enchantment or creature.
This is a nice.
You're very likely to hit.
You're likely to hit, and even if you don't, it's a nice way to fuel your escape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the last chapter, gain X, life, scry X. So that's okay. Like, this is just like solid. B minus maybe.
I think I'm gonna go with B. My guess is this is just gonna be like there's just gonna be a lot of little things, and like white cares about recurring enchantments, or you rebuy it or whatever. Like, it fuels escape. This feels like it's gonna do enough little things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can buy that for sure.
All right, so we missed Treacherous Blessing. This is 2 and a black for an enchantment. When it ETBs, you draw 3 cards. Whenever you cast a spell, you lose 1 life. And when it becomes the target of a spell or ability, you sacrifice it.
So this one's just not good, right? Because you draw 3, and if you want to sacrifice it, you're likely using a full card. So it's like a draw 2.
This is
with some filtering, and then
way too scary to me.
And then if you don't have a way to, you get pinged for every life. So, I wonder if there's a way to target it, or how many ways there is to target it without using a card. How good was Painful Truths? It was okay.
Yeah, it was good, but that's not this.
Yeah, this is worse.
You think you're only casting 3 spells after this?
That's interesting. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to play this card at some point.
Yeah. My guess is this card maybe plays out better than we are anticipating.
How much worse, how much better is this, or worse is just the common version, the 2 mana, the 3 mana, draw 2, mill 2, lose 2?
I think this is worse.
Yeah, I think so.
You're drawing 1 more card with this, but this has the potential to just totally wreck you. So people are saying it's good in aggro. Like, in some cases, it's good in aggro if you're facing a controlling deck. But I think putting card draw spells in aggro decks is silly. So it depends, right? Like my 2 caveats for that, I agree for the most part. My caveat for that is like if the card draw comes attached to something, or if it draws a large amount of cards, right? Like 3 is the lowest amount I would do, but like something like Escape to the Wilds or like that red-black rare, that's sure.
When it draws a large amount.
Escape is good in red-green, yeah.
Yeah.
This gives Devotion and Constellation, I guess.
It's like I remember watching an old did you ever watch Evan Irwin and Brad Nelson review sets?
I did not.
Oh, okay. So they used to do like limited set reviews, and they talk about limited, and like when they were doing Concept Arcade, like every single card, they were like, it fuels Delve, it does this, like just like I feel like that's what we're doing here. We're just like it's Constellation, it's Devotion. It's really hard to like gauge how much that actually matters. And like we said before, I don't think the Devotion matters here. Constellation might matter, but there's not a lot of there's like no Constellation in black, like maybe 1 card.
I'm giving this a D. I don't want to talk about
I'm giving this a D as well. Yeah.
Okay. Last black card here is Woe Strider. 2 and a black for a 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you make an 0/1 white goat creature token. You can sack another creature to scry 1, and this escapes for 3 black, exile 4, and it escapes as a 5/4.
Yeah, if I was like a 12-year-old, I'd be Fortnite dancing right now to this card. Like, this card's sweet.
Yeah, this is just, again, just value. Right?
Escaping with 2 on 1 counters is nice, right? Like, that's big.
Yeah, but we have that at common with our 3/3. So
it
doesn't really excite me that much. Like, now that I've seen that card, I'm like, all right, what's the big deal? And that's for only 3 cards.
Yeah, but like the sack of creature scry 1 with the goat is really nice.
Sure, it's fine. Like, This is a B minus. This isn't like busted or anything.
No. You think this is a B minus?
I mean, like, yes, that's what I think.
Okay. I guess yes. The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. That's what I just said. But
so, yeah, fair enough. I think this is like a B plus minimum and could be A minus.
I think once you're getting that high, I think you have to give it like at least a build around or synergy thing where like you care about sacrificing stuff.
But I think black decks are going to care about sacrificing stuff, and even if they don't, like you get like just having this free sack outlet. Like free sack outlets are good generally, right?
Sure.
All right, not sold, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing this like you're seeing something different if you're talking about maybe A minus than I am.
There's also things that care about when you sacrifice a creature.
Like remind me.
There's ones in red. I don't know if we saw one in blue or sorry in black. There's ones we get to in the gold. There's the uncommon gold and red black. So like yes, maybe I'm getting too corny here. But
right, so like this, I could see this being like build around B plus. I could see maybe it's a build around A minus, but I think generally this is going to be like rock solid pull into black. But this stuff like I could see taking Meyer over this.
Oh, I don't think I can see myself doing that. I'm going to give this.
How is this so much better than the 3/3 that can't block?
Because this blocks.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I'm still gonna go. Maybe I just give it a B. I don't know.
I'm gonna give it B plus. I think we're probably where it lies is probably somewhere in the middle of what we're thinking.
Sure. All right, powering through.
Alrighty, so yeah, you good on this one? You want to keep going?
Yeah.
I'll read, but like you good for break? Or?
Yeah, I don't need a break. I'll wait.
All right, cool. All right. So our first red common, we got Arena Trickster. 3 in a red for a 3/3. Whenever you cast your first spell during your opponent's turn, put a 1/1 counter on Arena Trickster.
This is cute, but like, so we're talking about how this plays out. You play this on turn 4, and then you pass, and then you cast a thing on your opponent's turn on turn 5, but really you just want to be casting your Sphinx on turn 5. Like, this is a hill giant.
It's like the world's worst Rhineborn Cutthroat.
Bro, yeah. Yeah, this is like a D plus, I think.
I don't like this card.
Like
yeah, and the thing is, so like I was talking about how I think red blue is like a tempo. The thing is, like, you don't even get paid off when you like cast a bounce spell on your turn to get something out of the way or whatever. I don't know. Right. Yeah, I think it's just like too clunky and too much setup for like not that much payoff.
Yeah, I'm gonna go D.
Like how much? If we're thinking about this as a red blue card, there's like the red blue the blue flyers are likely just better than this card.
Right. Like this card just doesn't have a home. I mean, it's like the definition of filler.
Yeah, it's very, very filler. Yeah. It feels like they're like, well, we need a red card to fill that common for this archetype. What are we going to do, folks?
Let's make a bad one, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we got our next one is Aspect of Manticore with like 1998 looking art.
Yeah.
2 in a red.
Yeah, it's art from Mirage.
Yeah. For an aura with Flash. Enchant creature. When Aspect of Manticore enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gains first strike and end turn. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0.
It's expensive, but it's good. Like so I mean, like, this could likely win you a combat, but then it doesn't boost toughness and it doesn't keep it having first strike.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, I'm less excited about this than I am the other sort of enchantment combat tricks that we've seen. But I'd probably give it a C minus.
Yeah, C minus. I mean, red was worth noting. Red has maybe 1 constellation card, if I remember, possibly 0.
Right, but it does have 2 heroic cards.
Yes, for sure. Oh, that is a good point. Yeah. Yeah, just like C minus, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so our next one here is a lot of uncommons. Final Flare. 2 in a red for an instant. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment. Final Flare deals 5 damage to target creature.
Yeah, I would say meh. Though, like, this plays kind of nicely with omens, or like, or with sagas.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this is just like a C. Maybe it's a C plus.
So we have this card in, I want to say original Ravnica, but it was 2 mana, and it got reprinted in like M15.
But it was just sack a creature, right?
Yeah, it was just sack a creature, and it was fine. Like, it wasn't insane or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you're gonna like play one of these, and they'll be fine.
Right. Again, huge diminishing returns here, but I think that
huge.
The first one.
It's not like Hardfire, where like Hardfire going to face was big.
Right. Yeah, I think the first copy's a C. I wouldn't be surprised if the first copy was a C plus in some decks.
Yeah, I agree. So Viral Misnomer is there's one threaten effect, but I don't think it plays all that nicely unless your sack outlet is like 1 mana or free, because it's 4 mana.
Okay.
So yeah. All right, let's go to the next one then.
Here we go.
Yeah, Shlomix Cyclops, 3 in a red. The old red reach creature.
Yeah.
Whenever 2 or more creatures your opponents control attack, Flummox Cyclops can't block this combat. It's a 4/4.
So we know that red-green cares about 4 power creatures.
Mm-hmm.
And as I suspected, we're going to see some number of 4 mana, 4 power creatures. Yeah, so I think this is good, is my guess. Like C. Like, it's not exciting or anything, but I think this is a C.
No. So, it's funny. I think the only time this thing's blocking is when people forget it has reach. Because, like, attacking 2 creatures is so easy, right? Like, I think it's just, like, such a negligible cost.
Right. The text is, like, as long as it's the first 2 weeks of the format, Flummox.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You just got flummoxed.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, like, solid C, I think. There's ways, like, especially in red-green, there's ways to give trample. So I think that's, like, 4/4 trample or whatever is nice. So.
Right, but in theory, you don't care about this blocking beyond the first turn you cast it.
Yeah, exactly. And that matters.
It's so huge.
Yeah, it matters for sure, but I think it's like, if this could block, it would be like still a C, right? Like, if this could block always, we wouldn't change our grade that much.
Right. Well, I mean, that's pretty push. That's like Sentinel Spider or whatever.
Yeah, fair. That's fair.
That's huge, but yeah, I agree.
All right. So just quickly, I just want to touch on that. So everybody, there's a few people in chat are saying it's a 4/4, like it shouldn't be blocking. In a lot of formats, the crux of how the tempo of the game is going to swing starts on turn 4, and like, if your opponent can get that big attack in on 4, then it does matter. So like, having a 4/4 come down and block all their smaller creatures, like, that is a relevant thing. So yes, generally you're going to be attacking, but the turn this comes down, like, it might not be able to block, and like, that is the thing that you have to consider.
Yep, I agree. That's something you understand, like, I think, more than most. The grade we gave it, I think we both gave it a C. All right. Remember the Dominaria 4/4 that was worse if double blocked? Yes? Okay. What's our next card?
Hero. Sorry, you ready on me. Hero of the games. 2 in a red. This is our red hero at common. So whenever you cast a spell that targets hero of the games, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. It's a 3/2.
Yeah, this is good.
Redundancy once again, right? Mm-hmm. Like, yeah. It's just gonna be a very solid role player in your deck.
Yeah, I think this is a C plus.
Yeah, I like it. All right, our next one here. Got Incendiary Oracle. So this is a 2-drop, 1 in a red. Incendiary Oracle gets +1/+0 until end of turn for 2 mana. So it's like the Fathom Fleet Fire Friend FFF with the smoke breathing. And if a creature dealt damage by Incendiary Oracle would die, exile it instead.
Yeah, these cards play out pretty well. And
yeah, I'm always impressed with this kind of card.
And I do I like that it has the pump on it, and so, like, sort of weird. it plays well with you also wanting to use either combat tricks or instant speed auras.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I think it's like you're like the exile clause is nice. Like it's just like a nice little bonus.
I think I'm on C+ here.
Yeah, I'm on C+ too. I mean, so there was what was it, Pack Mastiff from M20? Like that was a card I came pretty high on, and like
it's great.
And it was a good card.
This so far feels like a format where 2-drops are important, and there are not a lot of good 2-drops.
Yes, I think 2-drops. I think this, like, just going through everything we have, like all the 2-drops are like, like if you ever don't have a 2-drop and your opponent does, like, I feel like you're gonna be like,
Yeah, this seems like a board presence people kind of format.
Yes. Yeah. All right, so we have reprint here, Infuriate. Single red mana for an instant. Target creature gets +3/+2 until end of turn.
Yeah, like this card is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's good. It's very good.
Yeah, +3/+2 is great. Plays nicely with heroic. Like it's basically just giant growth in red, which is kind of crazy. I think probably the first one of these is a C.
Yeah, I remember. So like by the end of M20, like Kyle Rose and was a big, like, I think he had mono red as the best deck in the format by the end of the format, and like if he didn't have like 3 Infuriates, he was like, oh, this I'm pretty upset.
Oh wow.
So not sure if it's gonna play out exactly the same way, but like you said, it's a powerful card.
Yeah.
All right, so our next one. So here's a big one. So this is Iroas' Blessing. 3 in a red for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature you control. When this card enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. And enchanted creature gets +1/+1.
Yeah, I like this card. This reminds me of, I forget what it's called. Like it was some lightning card. It was like 2 in a red.
Yeah, it's from Ravnica, right?
Yeah. It came into play. It dealt 3 to something, and it like gave the enchanted creature first strike, maybe
trample or something. Yeah, it's on Devana card. Yeah,
but this, like, again, like, I'm so sick of talking about it, but like this is an enchantment, and it adds to devotion, and it triggers heroic, and like, and so yes, there's a cost to this, but like it does, and so you won't be able to always go like electrify the thing, but that's because you're paying for an additional like bonus.
The times when you go 2, they go 2, you go 3, they go 3, you do this, kill one of their bigger thing, and then like bash. Like maybe you can't bash this one, but you put this on your smaller creature and bash with your 3/3. Like that's a big swing, right? Like just making both your creatures, like getting one of their things out of the way, maybe one of your creatures bigger. It almost is like a fight spell, and that pumps your that pumps your power in a way, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's a pretty big hit. Or like imagine just playing like 2/3, like you're on the draw, you go 2/3 this, they only have like a 3/3 in play, and you just get to snipe that off and attack for 6 or whatever. Like that's quite good. Yeah. So yes, like you said, this comes with the downsides of aura, like being able to get blown out. But again, pick your spots, right?
Pick your spots and you'll be happy. I'm giving a C+ to the first copy.
Yeah, C+.
This next card is my new tongue twister.
Irreverent Revelers. That's so funny. So this is 2 in a red for a creature satyr. When Irreverent Revelers enters the battlefield, choose one. Destroy target artifact, or it gains haste in the end turn. It's a 2/2.
No, thank
you.
Manic
Vandal. Poor little Manic Vandal.
Yeah, but there's like 6 artifacts in the set.
Yeah, this card's not good.
This card's like this is a D.
Yeah, it's a D. It's a sideboard card, basically.
Yeah.
All right, next one. Nyx-born Brute. 3 red for a enchantment creature. Cyclops. It's a 7/3. It's a lot of
power.
Yeah, that's chunky. So
it's a little bit of a yikes. You know what this dies to?
Myers Grasp.
Myers Grasp. Dies hard to Myers Grasp.
So I think, just looking at these red cards, I think red is going to be paired with green, or a lot of these red cards pair very well. I know we haven't gotten there quite yet, but because of the minor, there's not a lot that pays you off for 4 power, but like the minor 4 power theme, and there's like 2 or 3 cards in green that give trample.
Okay.
Right. Like we've got a lot of these like things that pump themselves with this large power, or like the infuriate type of cards. So I think red green has legs. I don't know, like just looking at these red cards, I don't think like my gut reaction when I saw the full set is just like I don't think red blue is actually that much of a deck.
Mm.
I don't know what
Or
you're.
is like mostly base blue, you would think. Like,
Yeah, it's mostly base blue. Like maybe you have like an Omen of the Forge or something.
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
You
that's
know.
fair.
But yeah, like this card, if you can give this card trample, that's a lot of damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is like just like one in the long one of the long in the long line of cards we've seen today that are just like, yeah, you can play this 5 drop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this doesn't say. I would be surprised if this is better than a C minus.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, totally. All right, Omen of the Forge. So 1 red for enchantment, flash. When Omen of the Forge enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target, and the same as all the omens. You can pay 3 mana, sacrifice it, and scry 2.
Yeah.
So
So
I was way lower on this than you guys were. You guys seem to like really like this card. Just talk to me on this one.
well, it's a shock,
Yeah,
which
2 mana shock though, which really I think that makes it a lot worse because you can't steal back the play, right?
sure, though we've seen small creatures at
Yeah,
3
that's
mana
true.
or
That's true.
whatever. Um, I like that this, it does all the things that we've talked about with enchantments, whatever. I like that this has flash for blue red.
Yeah.
I don't know what the creature sizing is like in the
Like it
format.
does enough. Is that like that's the like it just like it's the package basically.
The package, yeah. Like
Yeah.
yes, I know
Okay.
you're paying more for
I
a shock, but I like think you get you're not getting nothing for that extra man. I think you're actually getting quite a
Yeah.
bit.
No, I can buy that.
What's
I can buy
interesting
that.
to me is I wonder, like, looking at Iroas, this is the first time I've read Iroas' Blessing, is just now, like, looking at that and Omen of the Forge, I'm wondering, like, one, which is better, period. I don't
Yeah.
know. And two, like, what's the sort of, like, once you have the first copy of one, do you want the second copy of that or the first of the other?
I think
Yeah,
I
Instant Speed
think
versus Auras is great. I haven't seen a lot of, like, outside of white, I don't feel like we've seen a lot of boosting power and toughness auras.
well we've seen all of there's the red or like the removal spell, right? Like that's something.
Right.
I think there's
Or the
enough that
abyss,
it
yeah.
matters. So like I agree with speed's actually going to be a thing. I don't think it's going to be like as big as people are making it out to be, but I think it's going to bump it up a notch.
Mm.
I I have a hard time giving this card higher than a C.
Before knowing what the power and toughness is like, I can agree with that, but or I can see that, but I am going to start at a C plus with this.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I just think like this deck kind of has diminishing returns. Like just maybe just like plays out better than it looks though.
Mm-hmm. I think I think you understand tempo and stealing the play and all that stuff better than most, and certainly better than I do. But I feel like you're giving too hard a knock against this and the Blue Omen for costing 2 and not 1.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. All right, so we got Oread of Mountain's Blaze. So 1 red for a 1/3 enchantment creature. 3 mana, discard a card, draw a card.
I mean, I obviously like this effect, but like, where does this go?
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Like just the
Yeah.
1/3.
2 mana 1/3 and an aggressive color that's a mana sink.
It looks to be the worst of the 2 drops in red. Like this, we've got the pump one. We've got there's another one I think. I think it's the worst.
And even if you're trying to do a grindy red black thing, like black has better mana sinks for you.
Yes, I agree. Filter through. Yeah, like the thing is, even if so, sure, if you want to put this in your red blue deck, like that's a thing. But like, I think enough of the time you're just gonna have like better things to do with your mana. That if you're looking for a cheap creature to block, like a wall is gonna be better, or like something similar, where you're not giving up points and power other places. Right. So I don't think like the looting gives it enough power in that specific place that you want it for that role. Right. So
and it's not looting. I don't know if chat's calling it looting, but like
sorry, yeah, it's rummaging. Yes.
Rummaging is much worse than looting. Or at least markedly worse. Yeah, I don't know, D plus. I like this card, I just don't know what deck I'm putting it in. I lost you again, god damn it.
Yeah, no. You're cutting. It's weird. I don't know whose end it's on, but like every like I don't know minute or two, it's like cutting out for.
Oh, that sucks. Well,
Yeah,
why don't we drop the call real quick and start it up
yeah,
again?
yeah. Call me back.
Yeah. Hello.
All right, you there?
There he is.
All right, cool. Hopefully that works. All right, yeah, no, I'm gonna give this a C minus. I think it's still just like serviceable. Maybe it just like doesn't make your deck enough of the time, and it is just a D. But I'm gonna start it at C minus.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go D plus.
All right, so I got Portent of Betrayal. So this is 3 in red. This is our active treason of the set. So it's gain control to our creature until your end step. Oh, sorry, until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste and scry 1.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that this is this is not active treason.
Yes, I agree.
And I think that may mean that active treason might have been too good, is my hope. And that this is like fine.
Yeah.
And like anytime that this exists and there looks like they're a red black sacrifice deck, I'm interested in seeing what that deck looks like.
Yes,
so
I cannot disagree with you on that one.
What's that?
Cannot disagree with you on that one.
I think I'm gonna give this like a synergy C.
Yeah. So what? There's a few things. It could just be like, oh, flavorful reprint, or it could be like, yes, we wanted the sacrifice deck to be sacrificing its own things more. We didn't really want like the blowout sacrifice deck, or like you said, your opponent's
or like
stuff.
Wanted you to have to work for that.
Yeah, exactly, or like have a cost to that. So yeah, just gonna synergy C is a good, and like it functions the same as an active treason if you're just using it as an active treason, because like by that point of the game,
right.
the 4 mana versus 3 doesn't matter.
It should be your last card you play anyway.
Yeah, which funny that the scry 1 is tacked on. Like
yeah, right.
All right, so we have got Satyr's Cunning. This one's interesting. So it's a single red mana for a sorcery. This creature, create a 1/1 red Satyr token with this creature can't block, and it has escape for 3 mana and exile 2 cards from your grave.
Well, this is a card that I would generally write off.
Yeah.
But
luckily you got me on the show.
Luckily I have you on the show, and I know you're going to talk me up on 1-drops, but I think this could potentially have a home in a red-white heroic deck.
Mm-hmm.
And so then it's a card you never need to prioritize. Like you'll get it last pick, hopefully, if you're the red-white drafter.
Yep.
But like,
or it's also a red-black card though.
Sure, right? Giving you some sacrifice fodder. Yeah, I mean this is an exciting like synergy D plus or whatever. But I think
I think synergy C minus I would give it. I think. Okay. Yeah, I like it's not. Again, I think everybody in chat saying like awful card.
Yes, it is.
I agree. It's not. I think it's so much of being good at a limited format is figuring out where the non-obvious cards go.
Yes,
right. I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you're just saying bad card.
Especially now, where like
there's so much content, right?
Think about more so like what I mean now in terms of the quality of limited formats we have. Like think about the amount of sheer actual unplayables there were in Eldraine. There were like less than a dozen.
Yeah.
Like they just don't make unplayable cards. And so when you see a card like this, I think it's important to go, where does this belong?
Yeah. I think honestly, like that is my like number one tip, or like number one thing I think helps me in the first week or two of the format. Yeah. Like just being able to identify those kind of cards that people are undervaluing. Mm-hmm. Right? Because eventually people come around, people listen to content, people understand that. But like if you can get a leg up and you can like pick out those cards, I think you're going to be in good shape.
Couldn't agree more.
All right, so we got Skophos War Leader. Funny name. So it's 5 mana, single red. As an activated ability, sacrifice another creature or enchantment. This card gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. It's a 4/5. That's good. That's a good
5/5 menace.
Yeah, that is nice.
And I love that this is a 4/5, not a 5/4, so it like blocks pretty well when it comes down.
I think in your like. So far, I don't think so. The way the red decks are going to play out, I don't think it's like I don't think there's the cards there for like the Eldraine kind of mono red, or like the M20 kind of mono red, where it's like 16 lands, a bunch of 1s, a bunch of 2s. I think they're slightly more synergistic and slightly grindier. So like I don't think it's going to be a mono red deck or like a heavy red deck where like you're like, oh, I don't really want a 5-drop in my deck. So I think this is a playable card. And I think out of like the 5 drops that we've been like, yeah, you can play this card, I think this is just like one of the better ones for sure.
Yeah, I think so. Again, like hard for me to give this more than a C minus because it's 5 mana, and there seems like there's a lot of good 5 drops in the format so far.
Yeah.
But what is his face coming in with that Twitch Prime sub? Thank you so much. But I do think that you don't even need to be a sacrifice deck. Like you just go, okay, I'll sacrifice my like 2 drop that's now irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly.
And now this is like a 5/5 menace is hard to deal with.
It's huge, yeah. I'm a fan of this card. I think just like solid C for me.
Okay.
Like you're gonna want one at the top of most of your red decks.
Yeah, I would say so.
All right, we got Stampede Rider. So it's 2 and a red for a creature 2/3. It's got trample, and at the beginning of combat or of each combat, so both turns, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, Stampede Rider gets +1/+1 until on a turn. Yeah, that's nice.
It's pretty big.
Taxes a 3/4, blocks a 3/4 sometimes.
So we've only got the 4 mana 4/4 reach so far. Is that correct? I mean, like at four CMC. Do we have anything bigger? At 4, like to curve into this.
Oh, I see what you're saying. There's a few creatures in green that are actually there's like.
I'm just saying that we've seen so far.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you say that. Sorry, my bad. yeah.
This card seems good to me.
I agree. I think it's like a solid C. Yeah. Solid C. Yeah. All right. So next up we have Thrill Possibility. We've seen this card the last set. So 2 mana, instant as additional cost to cast a spell. Discard a card. Draw 2 cards.
So this is a very cute reprint, I think, because like whereas before you cared about drawing 2 cards, now we care about casting stuff on our opponent's turn, and we also care about fueling for escape. And so this discards card in itself, so it adds 2 for escape stuff, which I think is also relevant. But I think, as we've said, it doesn't really feel like the casting spells on your opponent's turn is a true identity of red. So much so is that it's just like, you can have this in your blue-red deck, and that's fine. So my feeling is that this is like a D+.
Yeah, that's how I would frame it too. Cute is like the exact word that I would use. Like that you said that was perfect.
Yeah.
Like you just have so much. Like again, if you are blue-red, you just have so much better stuff to do with your mana most of the time, I think. And in like I think the place this is gonna see play more is just like a red deck that just wants like a copy of this to filter. Like I think that is the more likely place that you're gonna see it. But I don't know. D-ish range.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 2 more comments here. So Underworld Ragehound, 2 mana. Underworld Ragehound attacks each combat of Fable. It's a 3/1, and it has Escape for 4 mana, exile 3 other cards from your grave. Underworld Ragehound escapes with a 1/1 counter on it.
Not that you are going to be able to curve into it, but when you escape this is a 4 mana 4 power thing.
True.
Yeah. I think I like this card. I would give this another C grade. I mean, I know it's an X1, but the fact that it has escape and comes back as a 4/2 is pretty relevant.
Yeah, I like this card a lot.
I would be willing, I think, to side this out against like white token decks.
Yeah, that's kind of the only thing I think I care about,
because you have to attack with it, you don't get the choice of like
right.
Once they cast raise the alarm, then I'll hold it back. Like you don't get that choice, so I would probably take it out against white decks.
100%. Yeah, I agree with that. So yeah, I think C. Might even be C+.
Maybe.
All right, and last red comment is Rapid Flames. This is a reprint, so it's 3 in a red for a sorcery. Rapid Flames deals 1 damage to each of up to 3 target creatures. These creatures can't block this turn.
Hello, X1 hate.
Yeah, hello, X1 hate indeed.
I'll be curious to see. I'm going to start with the sideboard on this, but I'll be curious to see if this is a main deckable card. I mean, I don't generally like main decking falter effects even in my red aggro decks.
Right.
So I'm more so looking at like I would like to kill some things with this, or like have a combination of I care about killing a thing and then getting through. So I think that all adds up to me wanting just to bring this in from the sideboard.
Yeah, but it triggers your heroes, which is like small.
Oh yeah, sure.
So yeah, all right. Let's go back up to these uncommons now. Okay, so first red uncommon we have is this is a spicy one. So this is Annex, Hardened in the Forge. So this is 1 red. This is the red of the demigod cycle. The Annex's power is equal to your devotion to red. Whenever Annex or another non-token creature dies, create a 1/1 red satyr that can't block. If the creature had 4 or greater, power 4 or greater, create 2 tokens instead.
Okay, so most likely this is a 3 mana. I think hopefully this is a 3 mana 4/3 that dies into 2/1/1s.
Yeah, that's ideal, I think.
Which doesn't seem like it's super tough. Again, like these all just seem great. I think another B for this.
Yeah, another B. Like it plays well with both the red white and the red black deck, even the red green deck because you get 4 power.
But not red blue because that seems like it's not gonna be a deck. Yeah, I think red blue is not a deck. All right, B for Annex.
Yes, solid B. This card excites me. All right, so our next uncommon is Blood Aspirant, 1 red for a 1/1. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, put a 1/1 counter on Blood Aspirant, and it is 2 mana, tap, sack a creature or enchantment. Blood Aspirant deals 1 damage to target creature. That creature cannot block this turn.
Yes, please.
Yeah, good card. I like this card a lot. We've already seen a ton of ways to sack permanent, so this card just gets large very quickly. Or not very quickly, but, it will grow over the course of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just the additionally, pinging effect, not being, creature not being able to block. It's got, threat of activation, in the sense that, your opponent needs to hold back multiple things if they're planning to block. Right? So I like this card a lot. I think this is a B-. Maybe it's a little clunky. Maybe it's just a C+.
It's quite a heavy mana investment.
Yeah, for sure.
But I do like it a lot, and I think on turn 2 it's gonna really sort of warp the game a little bit, especially if your deck is built with it in mind. So if you are red black and you've got the thing that dies into a goat, or you've got an active treason or whatever, Yeah, so I don't know if that makes me want to give it a synergy or a build around grade versus just because I don't know if you're just gonna throw it into any deck, but maybe you do.
Maybe I think you want some sacrifice synergies, but
red green probably doesn't want this card.
Yeah, I
not having seen any green cards, but if red green's just trying to be chunky, I don't know if this does that. I don't want to sacrifice my 4 power creature or whatever.
Yeah, probably not. I'm just trying to do a quick look here through the red comments. Yeah, it doesn't play super well. This is probably just a red black gold card.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a build around B.
Yeah, I like that. Is the tap that awkward though? People are saying you have to tap into that's awkward. I don't think that's
Why is that awkward?
It's not. It's maybe you can't do it multiple times, or you can't block. I don't know.
But you can block and then sack.
You block, but you can't make it. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I think that creature can't block this turn text is largely irrelevant. I am more so looking at this as a pass. Maybe this is a good red-blue card because it's something to do. You pass with mana up and
funny.
But
feels like you.
I feel like more often than not, what I want to do is grow this end of turn, or use this to make their attacks awkward, not to like make my attacks better. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because these kinds of effects generally feel grindy, and so that doesn't seem like I want to press the advantage. And then when the dust settles, I have a 4/4 or a 5/5. I don't know.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like the way red black might play out is kind of that War of the Spark red black deck where it's kind of grindy. So this kind of plays into that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. You can sack itself, which
sack itself is the thing.
Yeah.
All right, our next one is Careless Celebrant. It's 1 red for a 2/1. When Careless Celebrant dies, it deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker and opponent controls.
Holy cow!
Yeah, so a nice little value creature.
That's I feel like that's B- territory.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine at B-. Maybe this is a red card that red blue wants, right? Just having a nice defensive creature.
Yeah, that's a 2-drop.
Good on offense too. If they want to trade, it trades up all the time.
Yeah.
Not all the time,
trades
but almost
always.
X4. Yeah, trades an X4, and then it also just pings things. I think that's quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Perilous Mirror is a good comparison. Yeah, I like B on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Dreamsweeper Shaman, 5 red. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 2 red to sacrifice an online permanent. If you do, reveal cards on the top of your library until you reveal a non-land permanent. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. It's a 5/4.
I like this card a lot.
Yeah, I want to like it. I think there's a few things that just scream a little too clunky to me, but maybe if the red black deck is that grindy, then yeah.
Yeah, I
you get a
mean,
lot of value, right?
it's a
Like,
lot of value. It's not like it's slightly overcosted for the stats you get, but it does seem like 5/4 is big enough in this format that like it can hold off some stuff, and then like the following turn you're like, all right, let's chaos warp my whatever.
yeah, and like plays well with the when you sack things cards.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know how
I,
high of a pick this is. I don't know if it's pulling me into red, but I
I
I,
don't
I
think
wouldn't
so.
be surprised if it does, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it's like too slow and a 6 drop is a cost in this format. So I don't know.
If this card is a pull into red in the form, it's going to be very slow.
Yes, and I don't think it is gonna be
Yeah,
slow.
I'm going to give this card. I'm going to give this card a C minus.
I'm gonna give it an optimistic C plus.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think you're ever taking this card early.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna bump it down to a C. I'm never taking this over like the good C plus 2 drops.
Yeah. I think it has the least potential in red green monsters because you don't really want to sack your big things. But maybe that's wrong. I don't know. There's a lot of pieces of the puzzle that we haven't quite seen fully.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Dream Stalker Manticore. It's a 2 and a red for a 4/2. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, Dreamstalker Manticore deals 1 damage to any target. Man, there is a ton of X1 hate in this set. Like, so much.
Wow.
Card's good.
I wish that I wish this were a 2/4.
I wish this card was blue.
I wish this card was blue, sure. Yeah, I don't know. When I see these so the reason this feels weird to me is because it's a 4/2, and so I'm like, aha, I want to be aggressive because this is a high power creature for 3 mana. But then I can't, like, it feels like then I have to spend mana on my turn to protect this or back that up, and then I'm not casting spells on my opponent's turn. I don't know.
Yeah, so much of the time, like, it's so awkward because say you draw an Omen of the Forge, right? Or Perforos, the red Omen, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Like, you draw on your turn, and your opponent has a 2-power creature, you're like, aha! But, like, I don't know. Like, you want to cast your spells on your turn if you have a 4/2, right? Like, I don't know. It just looks kind of out of place to me. Like, there was a world where, like, you have, like, a bunch of the unsummons, and you just, like, unsummon in a turn, ping something, get in for a big hit, but I don't know. I guess just on rate, it's reasonable. I'm going to give this a C.
Oh, it is. So maybe, you know what? Here's the thing. This is not a red-blue card. This is a red-green card.
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
Onaki Ogre.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. But then is it a good red-green card? Like, how many instances are you going to have?
I don't know, but, like, then that's just gravy, right? Rather than, like, being like, well, this is a red-blue card, and it's, like, what my deck is trying to do.
Yeah, maybe we're, like, maybe we're trying to, like, delve, looking for too much upside where we don't need to. You know,
yeah, it's probably just, like, a C+. C?
Yeah, let's just give it a C. I think C+ is good.
Okay.
All right, so our next one here is Escape Velocity. So it's 1 single red mana for Enchantment Aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has haste and escape 2 mana. Exile 2 other cards from your graveyard. So this is similar to the black aura and the white aura we've seen. It's a repeatable heroic enabler. I believe this is the best one. Just I think like +1/+0 and haste is quite good.
If anyone listens to Limited Level Ups or Lords of Limited, you heard us talk about this card, and I think you and I are in agreement about this.
Yes, I agree. I think this is like a C+ card.
Yeah, well, I'm on C for now, but this is sneaky good, I think.
Sneaky good. All right, next one, Faithful End. 2 in a red, instant. Faithful End deals 3 damage to any target. Scry 1. All right, so we got an open fire. This is just through a B, right? B minus maybe. B minus probably.
B minus.
Yeah, okay.
You're not getting like an insane rate or anything.
Right, Furious Rise. Here's an interesting one. So here's finally a payoff for the 4 power stuff. So 2 in a red, enchantment, beginning your upkeep. If you control a creature with power 4 or greater, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until you exile another card with Furious Rise.
So basically, at the end of your turn, you exile the thing, and then you can cast that before your next end step. So you have like a whole turn cycle to do it. Your opponent's turn and then your turn.
Yeah, so it's like a Colossal Majesty, but like worse.
Worse.
And that card was good, to be fair.
Uh-huh.
Card was quite good.
I think this card's going to be underrated at the start of the format, and I think I'm going to trust R&D that this is a payoff for Power 4, and that this card's going to be good.
Let's go build around V-.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right, Heroes of
Alex
the
is in turbo mode right now.
I honestly, I'm not that I have anywhere to be, but like...
Yeah.
So, Heroes of the Revel, 4 in red. For 4/4, when Heroes of the Revel enter the battlefield, create a 1/1 satyr that can't block, and it's got the heroic. When you target it, all your creatures get +1/+0 enchanted turn.
Yeah, this seems like a sweet top end for heroic decks.
Yeah, like it's the same thing we've seen over and over, but that's good, right? And like giving you that extra body, that body that pumps itself. This is quite good.
I mean, I don't know. This red-white heroes deck seems like the sweetest thing so far to me.
I know, right? That's what I'm thinking. It just seems like the most cohesive and most consistent with the most enablers and payoffs, right? Like I think this
in terms of Asfan, like it exists. Like it exists at common pretty redundantly. Yes, exactly. Like, so this feels like better. Like this seems like a B- to me. Like this seems better than the 5 drops.
Yeah,
that we've been like these are kind of replaceable.
Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, Impending Doom, 2 in a red. Enchantment Aura. Enchanted creature gets +3/+3 and attacks each turn if able. When enchanted creature dies, Impending Doom deals 3 damage to that creature's controller.
Holy crap!
So
that's
big.
That's big. I mean, high risk, high reward, right?
So yeah, so I think a lot of people are gonna look at this card and be like, "Oh, it's just a worse Oaken form, right?"
Mm-hmm.
But red Oaken form is different than green Oaken form because like green already has the big stats. Red has smaller creatures with like trixier abilities, so like there is value there. It's not just strictly worse Oaken form in a different color. And like I don't think you really care that much about the 3 damage.
No.
I'm trying to think if there's any way. There's not really any way any situations where you'd be like put this on your opponent's creature as the last 3 points, really. So
no,
yeah,
but I'm sure it'll happen.
Yeah, there'll be like +3. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna give this a C-.
C-? You don't like this card?
It's okay. Like I just feel like there's like so many cards that do similar things. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I feel like
the double strike. Putting on the double strike. Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna. What do I want to? I'm gonna give it a C, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's fine. Alrighty, so we got. Okay, Skyphos Maze Warden. So it's 3 in a red, and it's got 1 mana. Skyphos Maze Warden gets +1, -1 until on a turn, and then basically a relevant ability, but there's a rare land that Mazevitz something, and if you target it with that land, if you target a creature with that land, then this card can fight that creature.
Interesting.
So,
I mean, this like Flowstone.
Yeah, Flowstone ability is nice. Yeah, the Flowstone ability is just like a very easy ability
to deal with. Yeah.
I like this card a lot. I think this is like a solid C+.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a B-.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. Yeah, true. Possibly B-. Like,
I'm gonna give it a B-. In fact.
Nice. Yeah, you do that. I think about like infuriate this and then like pump it a bunch. Like that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And that is for we got a few more.
Two more.
So the Triumph of Annex, it's a saga, 2 in a red. So chapters 1, 2, and 3 read until end of turn, target creature gets trample and gets +X/+0, where X is the number of lore counters on the Triumph of Annex. And then the 4th chapter is target creature you control fights up to 1 creature you don't control.
I feel like this is going to. So this seems like it can have a home at best in red, white, and red, green.
Yeah, I feel like the trample is going to be the relevant part of this card because we've seen beefy cards in most of the colors actually, but like red has a lot of beefy like high power creatures, and then like not a ton of way to actually convert that into like damage and easy to chump things.
The weird thing is that this costs 3 because like you almost never want to cast this on turn 3.
Yeah, you're never casting this on 3, but it's a good double spell on 5.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think I like this card. I don't think I love it though. I think this is like a C.
Yeah, sure. I can start on C with this. It's
Yeah, maybe that's
hard to
heavy.
evaluate. Like, you get. I mean, if it sticks in play, you get 4 effects that, in theory, you want,
Yeah, maybe
and
this
so
is
that all
hedging a bit,
does
like,
add up to a card or more than a card
and
potentially.
imagine just like putting this on like a Satyr token, right? Like,
Right. That's why I think in tokens it's also good because you're like, sure, this is a 2/1 trample token. This is a 3/1. Like, that's fine too.
yeah, I like this. Okay, I'm gonna go up to C plus on this one.
All right.
Yeah, the fight. I think the fight is not super relevant. Maybe to
Yeah,
pick off
that's
a
what I
spell
think.
creature, like especially in red. But yeah. All right, more X1 hate. We've got
Yeah.
Underworld Fires, 1 in red, sorcery. Deals 1 damage to each creature and Planeswalker, and if a permanent will be dealt damage to it, exile it. Man, so much X1 hate. Like,
This is tough because a lot of Red's card, like not maybe not a lot of
yeah,
Red's cards, but like, Red wants to be aggressive. The Satyr tokens, like you got to sort of pick your spots with this card as a main deck at least.
I think this is. I think you're almost never main decking this.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Sideboard.
okay.
Back to the top.
Back to the top. All right, so we have got. Oh, this is a hard one to evaluate. So the Crown War. So 3 in a red. It's a saga. The first chapter reads: gain control of target creature for as long as the Crone War remains in the battlefield. So I get to just snag it. 2 mana. Sorry, it's chapter 2. Until your next turn, creatures your opponents control attack each combat if able. And third chapter, each tapped creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. Powerful.
Yeah. This is going to be situational. Certainly the third chapter will be situational. And again, like, when we've seen effects, we've seen enchantment effects of like creatures your opponents control attack you each turn if able. The thing is, though, is that like at the worst, you play this, you steal their thing,
Yeah.
and then the next turn they attack with their stuff and you trade the thing you stole with one of their things. So like it's really not hard to turn this into a 2-for-1 in that respect. And then like the potential for this to be a huge blowout is great. The biggest problem this has is that it's horrible when you're behind because the thing, like all their things are tapped, you steal their tapped thing, it can't block, and then they want to attack you anyway and it doesn't do anything. So,
yeah, I'm trying to think of just like if you 2-3, they go 2-3, maybe they play a 4, and you cast this, you take their 4. They have to attack into the biggest thing. Like you're gonna take the biggest thing, right? So they attack into the biggest thing, and then okay, no, this. So basically, like all the things that have lower or equal toughness to power are just going to die on their side, right?
3 2s, 3 3s. It's only like 3 4s or 2 3s that don't die.
And you can either take the damage, and they'll just die, or you can trade off, or you can eat them, right? So all of those things are good. Like
you're saying when they in chapter 2 when they attack.
In chapter 2, yes. So you either take the damage, and then some of them will die the turn after, or you block them, whatever. And then the creature you stole goes back. I think this is very good.
that's my conclusion. Anyway,
long story short,
long story short, the Crown War is good. I think it's probably an A-.
Yes, I would give it an A-. An A- with the like. There's gonna be times when you draw this card and you're like, oh, this doesn't do the thing I wanted to do.
Sure.
But I think the times when it's kind of absurd like they eclipse that, right?
I think so. I think again, I feel like the only scenario I can imagine when this card is not good is when you're so behind, or like, yeah, and then that there's
not a good argument.
There's just like a lot of cards. There's just so few cards that do anything in that situation.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
so
for sure. All right, yeah, I'm good with A- there. I think it's going to be. I think it's just like a hard card to grok. Like thinking about how it's actually going to play out in game. But, yeah. All right, let's see. Got to scroll down.
Ox is next.
Ox of Agonas. So it's 3 red for a 4/2. When Ox's Agonist enters the battlefield, discard your hand, then draw 3 cards, and has escape for red, which is super cheap. Comes back with a 1/1 counter, but you have to exile 8 other cards. That's a lot.
This is sweet.
Yeah, this is a good card. Like, just baseline. If this is the last or second last card in your hand, you refill this. That's very good.
Yeah.
Right. And then like escaping is just gravy. I'm gonna give this like a B plus.
Yeah, I'm in for B plus. This card does.
Yeah, this card's quite good. Speaking of cards that are quite good, I think this card might be better than Ox. Maybe it's close, but this card's kind of like one of the better Phoenixes we've seen. So Phoenix of Ash, 1 red for 2/2 haste flyer, 3 mana. Phoenix of Ash gets +2/+0 into end of turn.
Wow.
It escapes for 4 mana, exile 3 cards from your graveyard, so not that much, and it escapes with a 1/1 counter on it.
Yeah.
That's a beating. This is like a B plus, right? Maybe an A minus even.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like amazing when you're behind, but it's not the worst.
No,
but...
well, it's not the worst because like you cast it, and it's not like it has to attack each turn or anything. Like you block with it, you can get it back, it gets bigger. Like it's also just like a decent defensive card. It trades up.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'll stick with B plus. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think. I could see this being A minus range, but I think B plus is a little bit safer. But this is definitely like outside of like Rekindling Phoenix, the best Phoenix we've seen maybe ever. The card's very, very good.
Agreed.
All right, Purpose Bronze Blooded, 4 red for a god, all the god stuff. It's a 7/6. Other creatures you control have haste, and you can pay 3 mana, put a red creature card or artifact creature card from your hand onto the battlefield, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So it's like a bad sneak attack. This card's not good, right?
Yeah, I mean,
it's like a C.
Not good. Yeah, C plus. I don't know. Yeah,
maybe.
It's kind of bad. Maybe it's just a C. I mean, look. Oh, wait. Other creatures? It's not even haste itself. Yeah, all right. I'll give it a C.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also, I think, one of the less likely cards to just be turned on for devotion, because like I think your red creatures are going to be trading off a little bit more.
Sure, that's fair.
All right, proposed interventions. X and a red for a spell that says create a X1 red elemental creature token with trample and haste, sacrifice at the beginning of the end step, so you make a big ball lightning. Or proposed intervention deals twice X damage to a creature or planeswalker.
Yeah, this card is great.
Yeah, card's very good.
It's a really spell when you need it, or a way to kill your opponent when you need it.
Yeah, real nice. I think just a B plus, maybe B.
I would go B plus.
All right, I'll be back in 1 second so I can go over and do something.
Sure. What do we got next here? Storm Herald. It's worth noting that Purphoros can gain devotion and attack out of nowhere through its sneak attack ability. Yeah, but at that point, aren't you just playing the creatures out of your hand? Because they have haste anyway. It just seems so unlikely the times when you're like, I need to, rather than just play the thing, I have 2 things that I'm going to sneak out, they get haste, turns on Purphoros, and I attack for the win. Like, that scenario seems low to me. Yeah.
Alrighty. Alright, so what do we have next? Storms are at? Oh no, Storm Herald. Yeah. Alright, so got 3 mana, 4/3/2, haste. When Storm Herald enters the battlefield, return any number of auras from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to creatures you control. Exile those auras at the beginning of your next end step. If those auras would leave the battlefield, exile them instead of putting them anywhere else.
This with that Electrify one is pretty sick.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
3 mana, 3/2 haste is just probably good, and then the rest of this is like weird upside.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, this is just like just on base rate. That's like a C. 3 mana, 3/2 haste, and then if you buy back 1 aura, you get a decently large hit. Like that's good.
But you're not like. Yeah, the thing about the return aura thing is like that's only happening late game, right?
Well, you could mill it, or you could. I mean, late game might just be turn 5, right? Like you might have traded off an early creature or something, and knowing this is in your hand.
Yeah, Mire's Grasp is looking rosy yet again.
Yeah,
but, well, no, except you don't want to attach it to creatures you control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mostly thinking about this as a 3 mana, 3/2 haste.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this a C plus.
Yeah,
just because there's upside there.
Yep.
All right, Storm's Wrath is interesting. So this is 2 red for a sorcery. Storm's Wrath deals 4 damage to each creature and each planeswalker.
Holy cow!
Yeah,
Another sweeper?
Yeah, this format has a lot of things that I don't like.
Yeah, me too.
But
2 Wraths at rare.
Yeah, 2 Wraths. Definitely not as big of a fan as I was the white one.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to go B+ for this.
Oh, really? I'm going to go C+ for this one.
I think you're crazy.
I think so too, but yeah, it's I just don't think your red decks are going to want this effect very much.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's good. Yeah. We can agree to disagree.
Sure.
All right, Tectonic Giant. Got 2 red for a 3/4. Whenever Tectonic Giant attacks or becomes the target of a spell or ability, choose one. Tectonic Giant deals 3 damage to each opponent, or exile top 2 cards of your library. Choose one until end of turn you may play that card. Oh baby,
Jesus.
Mini Titan here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good one. So just like a nice efficient package. Anytime you can get this through for multiple attacks, like just like infuriate on this just to get in for another hit, like that's quite good.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this a B+.
Yeah, I like B+ on this one too.
So princely. The rares in this format are very good.
Yeah, the rares in this format are quite. It's gonna be one of those formats where if you don't first pick a rare, you're gonna be kind of sad.
Yeah.
All right, so we got our last red rare is Underworld Breach, 1 red. Each non-land card in your graveyard has escape. The escape cost is equal to the card's mana cost plus exile 3 other cards from your graveyard, and then at your end step you sacrifice Underworld Breach.
No, right?
This is gonna be worse than, maybe not worse than Regrowth, but like it's just gonna be Regrowth with.
Yeah, I mean you can play this. It is a Magic card, but I would say D-.
I would say D- too. Yeah. Maybe like, depending on how many other escape cards you have in your deck, like this is just basically Regrowth, which is a great rate, but
sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
All right, we're we're almost home stretch material. The good news,
almost.
Good news is like there's not a lot of multicolor and colorless stuff, so we're close. All right, Gift of Strength. First, a common here. 1 and a green for an instant target creature gets +3/+3 and gains reach until end of turn.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Like we've seen this card before. I think like it's not the heroic enabler you want, but maybe it's just the one you play. Like it's whatever.
So
C-.
C-.
Yeah.
Agreed. We've got Hyrax Tower Scout, 2 and a green for a 3/3, and when it enters the battlefield, you untap target creature.
Yeah, how do you like Centaur Courser?
You know what? These days I don't.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, Ethan. You've come so far.
Yeah.
No, I think, but it could be good in this set. Who knows?
It could be, but it hasn't been for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So.
For sure. Yeah.
Oh, this is the untapped creature thing. So you get
with the blue
2/3.
Nice.
There you go. Combo breaker.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Little bit of synergy there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna just start off like D+ for this card.
Yeah, I think D+, maybe C-, maybe D+.
All right, C-. This is better than Gift of Strength. Actually, I'm gonna walk. Well, whatever. Gift of Strength can be fine. Okay, Elysian Caryatid, 1 and a green for a 1/1. Tapped out a mana of any color. If you control a creature with power 4 or greater, add 2 mana of any color.
This is sick. This is really good. So
holy cow!
So imagine the play pattern of like play a 4-mana creature, and then like likely that 4-mana creature has 4 power, and then you have a double mana elf.
Yeah, this card is absurd. I mean, I know X1 hate, blah blah blah.
X1 hate, yeah, true. But I don't think that play pattern is not unreasonable.
No, this is C+ at least.
I'm gonna say C+. Until the 10th time that my Caryatid gets sniped on turn 2 or whatever. Like I think we.
There's not so here's the thing about the X1 hate that we've seen. Let's talk about it. Like we've seen the red stuff that does deal a damage, but we label both of those cards as sideboard.
Yeah.
And the rest of the X1 hate is about combat. It's about, like, raise the alarm tokens and Heliod's Pilgrim leaving behind a 1/2 and, like, the Festering Goblin thing, which, like, I guess, that makes it... That one is an exception because when it dies, it'll kill this, but, like...
It's not like Blind Blast, right? It's not like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
There's not, like, Zap. It's not just, like, free, like, deal a damage.
Right, it's not Zap, yeah. So I think we have to think about this more in, like, if our creature is attacking, the X1 hate matters, right? Like, I think that's more... All right.
This card is awesome. Okay, Inspire Awe, 3 and a green. Instead, prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn, except combat damage to be dealt by enchanted creatures and enchantment creatures, and then you score 2.
I am firmly #on with Ethan on this one.
I mean,
I was just laughing so hard at Ben being like, "Well, you could do this," and
this card's terrible.
I think this card is terrible, but Ben has like a sense for these weird cards too, so he might be right. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna start on like, no, this card is awful, but
I'm
starting
on D- or side.
Yeah, I think exactly what you said. Like, there's just so many enchantment and enchanted creatures in this set, right?
It's very hard to imagine being able to like face an opponent that doesn't own this card.
Yes.
Loathsome Chimera is 2 and a green for a 4/1. Yikes. And it has 4 and a green, exile 3 as an escape cost, and it escapes with a +1/+1 counter. Less excited about this.
Yeah, less excited. It's reasonable. It enables whatever 4-power shenanigans you have going on, but it's just fine. Like, if you can find a way to give a trample. I mean, I think
trade down so much.
Yes, so much. I think just like this might it might be just like, oh, anything with an escape just gets a bonus.
Maybe we're just underrating escape, but my feeling is like you're just gonna escape like maybe twice a game.
So I think my gut says that like I think people are underrating how many times you can escape. I think it's gonna be more than like once or twice. I think the mechanics in the set lead to such a like to play patterns where you can just do it at least 3 times over the course of the game. Maybe if you can't, it's because the format's really fast. I don't think it's like the number of cards you can get in your grave is the limiting factor.
I mean, if that's true, then like this will be annoying as shit. Like you go, like you trade off, even if you trade off with this with like your 2-drop, and then your opponent's like, cool, now I get to have a 5-mana 5/2, and you're like, I'll trade off again. And you go, oh, okay, here's another 5-mana 5/2. Like. That's a lot. That's card advantage again for a color that doesn't get that.
Yeah, I think just C though. I would just give it a C.
I'm gonna start C-, but
okay, fair enough.
With the caveat of maybe I'm underrating everything. All right, Moss Viper, single green, 1/1, Death Touch.
I'm usually less of a fan than most people. Like the 1-mana 1/1 Death Touch in each set.
And this does seem like, I mean, again, if we're talking about X1 hate, though, again, usually these are block. You're thinking about these as blockers.
Yes, and to be fair, I don't think green looks all that aggressive. Like, yeah, like maybe there's gonna be like some. It's not like a pure beatdown. Like, it's very mid-rangey. So like maybe this has a place, and like you're always fine playing this card. But like, remember in M20, like I was never really happy playing Sedge Scorpion. I don't know. Like,
I mean, is there a punch spell? Because that makes this better.
There is not. There is a fight spell, but it boosts toughness. So I mean,
you can get start C- on Moss.
I would start C- as well.
Okay. Next up is Nexus Wardens, which is 2 and a green for a 1/4 with reach, and has Constellation. Gain 2 life. Hello, dearie.
Yeah, it's a spider with some upside. Yeah, this is a nice little controlling greed card. It's gonna. I assume this is like a black green or a black
blue green, right?
Sorry, a blue green or a black green too.
Black green could be grindy, yeah.
Yeah, black green is grindy, I believe, if based on the golden common.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's really much of a deck. But
more X1 hate.
Yeah. If like this is just on rate, it's fine, right? I don't know. I don't think you're ever like excited to put this card in your deck. It blocks the white flyers.
By the end of Guilds of Ravnica, I think Hitchclaw Recluse was really good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But to be fair, Guild of Ravnica had like weird,
Yes.
like weird, uh, like knock to it where like cards that were just like we've seen before that were statted at cost we've seen before were like oddly good
Yeah.
for weird reasons. But
That's
I
fair.
agree. I agree. It could overperform.
I'm gonna start on a C.
Okay. Well, yeah. Let's do that.
All right. Nylea's Forerunner. 400 green for a 5/3 enchantment creature with trample. Other creatures you control have trample. Have we seen this before?
Don't
No.
think so.
Anyway.
No. So
That's a lot. That's not an effect we see at common.
oh, we have seen we saw this at yeah, M20. The elementals you have trample. So it's similar,
So
right?
similar.
And that card was good.
Yeah.
I think this card is important. I
Yeah.
think this card, it's weird because it's a 5-drop, but I just think so many of the green and red cards benefit from this card so much. Like, look at the card right next to it, right? Like, that card definitely benefits from it. Like, all the red cards certainly do. And, like, yeah, it's a 5, but it's going to be a pain. I'm going to start on C for this one.
Yeah, I think so. I think a C seems good to me.
I think it has 3 toughness for a reason. You know what I mean? Like it has 3 toughness, so it's like, oh, this isn't just going to stick around and dominate the game, but like this is a good card to have on the field.
Oh, this card looks good. Nylea's Huntmaster, 300 green for a 4/3. When it ETBs, target creature you control gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is your devotion to green.
Yeah, it's real nice. It's a one-shot Beastmaster or whatever that card is.
Yeah, and it's a 4-power creature.
Yeah, I like the cards.
Right, another C.
Yeah, another C. Classic green.
Nix-born Colossus is 3 triple green for a 6/7 enchantment creature.
Yeah, it's gonna be bigger than basically everything in the set.
Yeah.
I think that's its claim to fame. I don't think I'm like. I was gonna say I don't think I'm like, yeah, I need a Nix one. But like, there's certainly been formats where
Versed Claw was fine.
Yeah, Vorse Claw, Dreadmaw obviously is the
Right.
other one, and like so we see Nylea's Forerunner, Nyx Herald, and there's a aura that also gives trample. So like giving trample to your green creatures is like a real thing that's going to happen a decent amount of the time. So it's going to be like Dreadmaw a lot of the time.
Dreadmaw's a good card, but like you have to work for it. I think I'm on C-, D+.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm going to say C-.
Yeah. All right, Omen of the Hunt, 2 and a green for enchantment with flash. When ETBs, search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. So more expensive rampant growth, and then 2 green, sack it, scry 2.
This one's stinky, right?
Yeah, except like, these. I don't know what that deck will look like, but it feels like every deck has a base green multicolor good stuff deck.
Yeah.
And like,
no.
This is how you this and Elysian Caryatid is how you build that deck.
Yeah. No, so, that's certainly true. It's gonna be
in a 2-color deck. You almost certainly don't want to run this.
Right. Yeah. I think people like would do well just like to include these cards less. Like I think we had like rampant growth that like just wasn't a card you wanted all that often.
Right.
I think just like, but like you said, it enables those kind of decks. So I think that's.
And I think the important thing to think about is like, well, it's ramping you, but like think about like Elysian Caryatid, like ramping from 2 to 4 is way more important than ramping from 3 to 5.
Yeah, for sure. And like I think the thing that a lot of people miss about like ramp spells, like, oh, I ramp into my 5-drop, but like it means you didn't play a 3-drop, right? Like that matters. That matters a lot because then the 5-drop is easier to interact with, easier to deal with. Your opponent has more resources because they didn't have to try to deal with your 3-drop, right? So like that matters. It's not like Constructed where like your more expensive cards are so much better.
Yes, agreed. So I would give this like a synergy C.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a
lot. Plummet is back. 1 and a green instant, destroy target creature with flying.
I don't think this is a main deck card in this format, but it's gonna come in.
Yep.
That word.
Relentless Pursuit, 2 and a green for a sorcery. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a creature card and or a land card from among them into your hand. Put the rest into your graveyard. I would much prefer this were like mulch or something.
Yes, I agree. So I think people. I looked at this card. I was like, yeah, on rate, it's like a divination with some selection
and Fuel's Escape.
Fuel's Escape. I think this card just ends up in your deck less often than you think it will.
Yeah,
is what it turns out to be. Like it's fine. It's definitely an okay include, but I'm gonna give this like a D+.
Yeah, so if we're thinking about, so we've got like green blue seems to be constellation-y, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Green red is like 4 power. Green white is auras, maybe go wide, whatever. Like
Green black has some graveyard
green
stuff.
black seems like the only place where you might want to play this.
Yeah, or if you're like very heavy on escape somehow in another color combination.
So I think you're going D plus. You said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Return to nature. One of the green instant. Choose one. Destroy target artifact. Ding ding ding. Destroy target enchantment or exile target card from a graveyard. Surprisingly, also relevant.
Yeah. Right. So this is a good main deck card. Right? Like this is
revoke existence, but better.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not better because like exile, whatever. But it's instant.
Sure. Yeah.
C plus for the first one.
I'm gonna give the first one a C plus. Yeah, for sure.
It's kind of crazy. Maybe Return to Nature is in the top 3 green commons.
Yeah. Looking at the green commons, like they're decent, but nothing like sticked out, right? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Setessan Skirmisher, 1 in a green for a 2/1 with Constellation. When an enchantment ETBs, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
This reminds me so much of the 2/2 from Meldrain that when you cast an adventure,
Oh, yeah. The card was hot garbage.
I think this card is just a little worse, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, this card does not seem good to me. I think I'm gonna give it like a D.
Yeah, I'm giving this a D.
Setessan Training is 1 in a green for an aura. When it ETBs, you draw a card, and Enchanted Creature gets +1/+0 and has trample.
Yeah, right. I like this card.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a nice one. I think it's just like, aside from all the heroic and green white auras stuff, like this is kind of exactly what your green deck wants to do. Like I was saying that like all the green and red stuff really benefit from trample, so this is a nice free-ish way to do that.
Yeah, I like this card a lot. Is it?
I don't think you're going to end up with more than like 1, maybe 2 in your deck.
So then just a C?
I think C, yeah.
Okay. This next card is weird AF. Skull of Grove Dancer, 1 in a green for a 2/2 enchantment creature. Whenever a land card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, you gain 1 life. And you pay 2 in a green to mill yourself.
I think this card's good.
Why?
So, I think it's just being a green enchantment for 2-drop, like that's something, right?
Sure.
And then I think the life gain is like kind of whatever, but like think about it this way, like in the late game or like the mid game, if you don't have too much to do with your mana, like this starts drawing you escape cards.
Yes.
So like if I think that like I'm not really looking at the whenever a land card.
Yeah, no.
Right. So I think that as a enchantment bear, that's like a fine baseline. That's like a C minus.
Uh-huh.
And then just having this late game sink. Not to say that there's not going to be a lot of late game sinks, but this is just an additional one, right? That starts to gain you life or draw you escape cards.
Yeah. It's very.
Like I just think the opportunity cost
expensive, Alex.
Yes, for sure. Like bear with slight upside. We'll say. So what would you give this?
C minus.
Okay. I can see. I think I would give this C, but I can see C minus.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Voracious Typhon. 2 green for a 4/4. Another 4 mana 4 power creature, and then it has 7 mana exile 4, and it escapes as a 7/7.
Yeah. So I mean, similar to Dark Courser is kind of falling from grace. I think the 4 mana 4/4 is falling from grace a little bit. Not to say that that's going to be true in this set.
I think the, in contrast to, I think Dominaria is when I first realized, like, aha, Baloth Gorger is not that good, even though it looks busted.
Yeah.
Now with 4 power mattering, I think that's slightly different.
Yes, and this just like dying into a 7 or a 6, 7/7. Yeah, and then again, this card very much benefits from those 3 trample cards or 4 trample cards we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I like this card. I just give it a C. Maybe it goes into C plus territory.
Yeah. Another set where green, I'm like, I think I know what the best green common is, and then I have no idea.
I think this card is better than Bailiff Gorger. I think it's a lot worse than Witch Stalker.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna play out decently though. I think
I
it's gonna be
I
okay.
agree. I mean, the keyword big seems like it'll be good in this set.
Yeah.
Warbriar Blessing is the last common one in a green for an aura, enchanted creature you control. When it ETBs, enchanted creature fights up to one target creature you don't control, and the creature gets +0/+2. So we've got sorcery speed, fight, but it does boost toughness.
I
And
like this variant. I think
yeah, it's an aura,
so.
triggers constellation.
Yeah, so I'm definitely on board with. I think you and Ben have a similar stance where, like, if it just fights and doesn't boost power, that's like a big knock against. Like, fight is just not good
Fight's not
anymore.
good.
Like, at least in the sets that it's been in the past 2 years or whatever. Like, you need more.
Yeah.
Whether or not that +0/+2 is going to be enough, it's hard to say.
Yeah.
Especially when, like, compare like green's creatures to red's creatures, like they're fairly comparable in size. Like maybe greens are a little bit bigger. Maybe that +2 boost is going to be enough. I think I want to give this a C to start off with.
I like starting with a C.
Yeah, it could be C plus, but yeah.
Not exciting in terms of what green gets as removal.
No, but I think green's commons are reasonable. Not exciting, but they're not bad.
No. Okay. All right, uncommons. The Binding of the Titans. 1 and a green for a saga. Chapter 1, each player mills 3. Chapter 2, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. For each creature card exiled this way, you gain a life. And Chapter 3, return target creature or land from your graveyard to your hand.
Yeah, so baseline, it's a very slow regrowth. It's bad as at that. I think it's gonna it takes a while to actually get your card back. But fueling your own escape while eating up your opponent's fuel for escape, like that's a thing. The thing that
But you've given them one thing.
Yeah.
Like
that's the thing. Like if you play this on turn 2, then they likely can't escape, but at the same time, like this is not a great turn 2 play.
Yeah.
I think I want to give this a C because I think it's going to play out better than it looks. But it might just be like Triumph of Gerard, where it's just like, yeah, it looks kind of okay, but kind of poop,
I again want to give this a synergy. Like it's hard for me to think about. Like I'm not crazy excited about the green escape cards we've seen so far. Like
right, that's
like
fair.
The 4/4 becoming a 7/7 or the 4/1 becoming a 5/2.
Yeah, that's
so I think
fair.
it's based on what you're pairing this with, and it feels like black feels like the most like green black grindy, feels like what green black usually does, and then blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So I might want to give this like a synergy grade, but even at that, I feel like this is like synergy C- at best.
Yeah, no, I can get behind
that. Chain Web Arachneer is a single green for a 1/2 spider with reach. When it ETBs, you can have it deal damage to its power to target creature with flying and opponent controls, and then it has escape. 3 green, exile 4, and it escapes as a 4/5.
This one is such a nightmare if you're playing like a
just because like you're afraid of spiders.
Not that kind of nightmare,
okay,
but like, if we're talking about nightmares, that rare over there is pretty spooky. I think if you're playing, like, okay, so I think you're just gonna main this card because I think it's gonna be fine as a. Like, it's like the, what's it called? It's not quite Crawl Harpooner level where you're just like, yes, this is a fine main deck card. I'm fine with it any matchup, but like, I think you're gonna find a target in most decks. And this is so brutal against any deck with flyers, right? Like, it just keeps coming back, or like this is likely going to be the best thing for you to keep getting back if your opponent has flyers.
Yeah.
I think this is like a B minus.
Oh, I was gonna go like B plus.
Oh yeah,
yeah. This card seems really, really strong to me, but maybe I'll just go solid B.
Like, yeah, let's go B. Let's go B.
All right, Destiny Spinner, 1 and a green for a 2/3. Hell yeah, look at those stats. Enchantment creature and enchantment spells you control can't be countered. Yikes.
That's relevant.
That's very relevant. And 3 and a green target land you control becomes an XX elemental creature with trample and haste until end of turn, where X is the number of enchantments you control. It's still a land.
This card is very good.
Yeah.
It's like a B plus, right?
You gotta be build around-ish, right?
Well, I don't know, like how many. I think on average, like this isn't enchantment itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, 1/1 is not a great card, but I think you're just going to end up with a decent amount of enchantments in your green decks.
Yeah. I mean, this is just really good. Like, it's great on turn 2, and it's a
Good
good
rate,
top
yeah.
deck. Like, yeah. So, yeah, I think I'm just giving another B.
Yeah, I could get behind B. I think it's just not going to be hard for you to make 4/4s with this. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. It does feel like must answer kind of
yes.
card. Hydra's Growth is 2 and a green for an enchanted creature. When Hydra's Growth enters the battlefield, you put a +1/+1 counter on the creature, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you double the number of +1/+1 counters on enchanted creature.
I thought this card gave trample too. It doesn't. It's so slow. Like
So
it
slow.
slow at first, exponential later. But like, so this is like another one of those like put it on the creature, hope it sticks kind of auras. I think it's much worse than the other ones though.
I kind of like it in a green-white deck. Like, put it on a 1/1 token, and like either that card turns into a real thing, or I don't care if they like deal with it.
Yeah.
But even then, I'm not excited about the card or anything.
So like what? C minus?
Probably like D plus, yeah.
D plus? Yeah, I'd give this D plus.
All right, here we go. Clothis' Design. 5 and a green for a sorcery. Creatures you control get +X/+X until end of turn, where X is your devotion to green.
So I think I'm a little bit higher on this card than you and Ben were. I without like now that we've seen trample on a few things or trample granting things, like maybe that changes your take on it. I don't know. What do you think on this? Like you still think it's really bad?
Yeah, I think this card sucks.
So what if it's +3/+3? No, and let's say nothing has trample. Just like if it was always +3/+3.
I think that card would not be very good. Like outside of green-white, maybe.
Yeah, and then like you said, it's the token makers
Tokens
do
don't
not
give devotion. Like, but the problem is that it's not always +3/+3. And yes, I know sometimes it's larger, but like,
yeah,
just taking the average doesn't quite do quite.
yeah. It doesn't do much. It doesn't tell you
Because at a
right?
certain point, it doesn't matter. You're like, but it's
Yeah.
+6/+6. It's like that's the
Yeah,
same
exactly.
as +4/+4. Like,
I don't know. Something about this card tells me it's going to be better than it looks. But at the same time, everything you said is very true.
did Overjog give trample? Or was
The
it
what?
just the Overcome, the like +2/+2?
Overcome. No. Yes, it did.
Yeah, and that card was not good. Like it was, or I guess it was like medium in green white sometimes, I guess. But that card was like, it's just, I feel like Overrun has just sort of fallen from grace.
Yes, I agree with that. Just because board stalls are less
And
likely to have.
honestly, I think it still has this reputation because like limited resources was like the thing that was like, this card is like a mythic uncommon. It's such a feel bad for limited.
Yeah. No,
and I
agree
think
with
people
that.
just have it in their mind that like these effects are great, and so they keep nerfing them. And I don't know. I don't think this card is good.
I am all for those kind of like reevaluate your heuristics arguments. So I can get behind that. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna start low. I'm gonna start with you guys, and I think yeah,
All right.
I'll give this a D.
All right, going D for Clothis' Design. Mystic Repeal, single green for an instant, put target enchantment on the bottom of its owner's library. Wow.
Oh yeah, it's like comparable to
Return.
Return in Nature. Probably a little bit worse, honestly.
Because it can't target graveyard stuff.
Yeah, like I think like obviously this gets the enchant. Like if you're targeting enchantment with escape, which there aren't too many of those.
Yeah, well, there's that cycle of them.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, just I think C plus. Like it's well, one mana also matters too over two. So I'd give this a C.
Yeah, I think I like C.
Okay, cool.
Nessian Hornbeetle, 1 green for a 2/2 insect at the beginning of combat on your turn. If you control another creature with power 4 or greater, you put a +1/+1 counter on Nessian Hornbeetle. Dang.
Yeah, this is a nice one. So there with real upside. This thing is going to start growing on turn 3 a decent amount of time, right?
Depends. Yeah, I mean,
Like,
you can get that common 4/1.
Oh, I lost you.
Oh, I just said if you have that common 4/1.
I lost you. Okay, want to call me back?
Yeah, sure. Hello.
Alright, so yeah. Okay,
Yeah, what
so
I was saying was, you can turn this on with the 4/1 at common, the 3-mana 4/1.
yeah, there's a 3-mana 4/1. There's the red one, the red 4/2 that we talked about. There's the gold card. Yeah, I mean, even if you don't start growing on turn 3,
Oh
like
yeah,
still good.
I'm in B minus for this card.
Yes, I agree. I think this is B minus.
Nessian Wanderer, 1 and a green for a 1/3 with Constellation. When an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a land card from among them. Put that card into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Oh baby.
I'm not super excited for this one. It's okay.
Well, the fact I know this says draw a card on it.
Yeah, it's virtual
You
draw
don't
card.
like it.
It's aight. I think this is like a C. It's okay. Like how often? I don't know. Maybe there's just enough mana sinks that getting a land past turn 6 is gonna matter.
Yeah, I mean, like, how is it bad to? We've seen a lot of places to put mana in this set.
Yeah, and just going like enchantment creature on turn 3, or just like Omen to hit a land. Okay, yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm too low.
I think this is at least a C plus.
Yeah, let's go C plus. Let's go C plus.
All right, Nyx Herald is awesome. This is 2 and a green for 2/3 enchantment creature. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target enchanted creature or enchantment creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains trample until end of turn.
Yeah, real sweet. Another way to give trample, which is definitely something we've been looking at. I'm going to give this a solid. I think B minus. I think it's enough.
Minus, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's enough to give it a B minus. Just being an enchantment, attacking as a 3/4 is nice.
Theros Beyond Brawler is 4 green for a 4/4. Oh, it's the
Indrik, right?
Yeah. Indrik Stomper or whatever. As when it enters the battlefield, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control.
So it's a mana more.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. But that's just for that sweet, sweet devotion.
Yeah, all the green devotion we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Indrik was really good, but that was 5 mana. That mattered. I'm gonna start.
Why is this 6 mana?
Maybe because it was too good. Like, I don't know.
I'm gonna guess that this was too good to be 5 mana, and that it's still good at 6 mana. That's my guess or hope.
Wish it was like
3
5, 4, 5, because we've seen a lot of 4-power creatures.
Yeah, that's true. Like, what does it fight well?
It fights flyers. It's gonna kill any flyer reasonably. So like, I think this card is still gonna be good. I'm just gonna give this.
Wait, Indrik was 6. It was 5 and a green.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, weird. Okay, so it's just strict upside in the set, right? Weird. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. It being a 4/5 would be a huge difference.
I'm gonna start B minus, honestly.
Oh wow. I'm gonna C plus.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Next up is Renata Called to the Hunt. I think this might be the best of the bunch. This is 2 green for a star 3. It's power equal to your devotion to green. Each other creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah, this is nuts. It's just like
what the hell?
Really plus, and it's not even like non-token.
No, it's just like what? Oh my god, it's not even non-token.
Yeah.
Yes.
This card's good. This is like
B plus.
B plus. I'd give this maybe just B. Like it's 4 mana. No, it's just gonna be like a 4/3. Yeah, no, this is a B plus. This is a B plus.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. Well, here's your devotion payoff. Setesian Petitioner. 1 green for a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to your devotion to green. We did it, Reddit.
How kind of them to give us this awesome devotion payoff.
Oh my god.
This is like so. What was the Nylia's
disciple?
Disciple? Yeah,
I don't know.
Forcer Nylia or whatever. Yeah, whatever that card was. Like that card was fine because it was a hill giant. Like that was not a great card, but it was okay. I think like a 2/3 mana 2/2 is a lot worse.
Yes.
Like I think
much worse.
I think this is a constructed card.
For who?
For like sideboard against mono red.
Yeah, all right. I'm giving this like a C minus, D plus. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd give this a D plus.
Okay.
Not a constructed card, apparently.
Last uncommon here is Wolf Willow Haven. It's 1 and a green for an aura enchant land. Whenever enchanted land is tapped for mana, its controller adds an additional green source, and then you can pay 4 and a green to sacrifice this to create a 2/2 green wolf creature token. Activate this ability only during your turn.
Yeah, super solid. I mean, it's a 2-mana ramp spell. It's an enchantment. It gets you to, again, like,
yeah,
it's not like it's ramping from 2 to 4 and just playing your 4-drop like as your first board impacting spell of the game. Like that, I think it's a bit. People undervalue the fact that you haven't played a 2 at that point. But playing 4/4 in turn 3 is still great, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe that's just something to consider. Like the 4s in this set are quite impactful, and then
right,
like, activate ability is good. I think it's just like a C plus.
Yeah, I'm in for C plus.
Yeah.
All right, the rares.
All right,
back to the top. See, we're cruising, sort of.
Cruising.
Arasta of the Endless Web. Yikes. 2 green for a 3/5 with reach. It's a legendary enchantment creature. Whenever an opponent casts an instant or sorcery spell, you make a 1/2 green spider creature token with reach.
So many of the spells in the set are just enchantments, though.
Yeah.
Right. So like 3/5. There's a good body. Don't get me wrong. Like 3/5 for 4 reach. Like that's great.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not going to make spiders all that often. I think this is like a B minus. Enchantment creature.
I think it being an enchantment creature and having green, but maybe again, green devotion doesn't matter. Yeah, sure. B minus is fine.
Yeah.
Though I feel like I think I'm.
Bye.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Dryad of the Elysian Grove is 2 and a green for a 2/4 enchantment creature. You can play an additional land on each of your turns. Lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types.
Whatever. It's fine. It's like a C, right? Like it's not. It's the bad parts of Courser, or no, it's not even Courser. Like it's Courser in stats, but it's
the lands you control are every basic land type does.
It matters. It matters, but it's not. I think it's like a minor upside, right?
For me, it's a major upside.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm gonna go C plus on this guy, but C.
Yeah, C plus is fine. C plus is fine.
The first Iroan Games, 2 and a green for a saga. All right, you make a 1/1. Then you put 3+1/+1 counters on a creature you control. Then if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, you draw 2. And then you create a gold token, which is the OG treasure.
Yeah. Seems very good.
Yeah, it's very good. Why is it like the 4th chapter is just like so that they could
flavor.
Yeah, it's flavor.
Yeah, it's flavor.
That's dumb. Dumb flavor.
Hey, some of us enjoy different aspects of Magic.
Yes, I know.
I'm not one personally, so I don't know why I'm arguing for this. But so you're attacking for 4 on turn 4. That's very good.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just like are likely to draw. I mean, they have a window, and like they have a window to kill your 4/4, and it's not super likely that you have another 4/4.
Right. It's scary that like they could that in response to you targeting whatever. It doesn't even have to be the 1/1. That you target something to put the counters on, and they can, whatever, bounce it, kill it. Like, that is scary.
For sure.
And they do know that it's coming.
So there's a lot of room for this card to be
disruptible.
Disruptible for sure.
A gold token is a treasure token, Biz.
So you like B for this?
Yeah, I think I'm in for B.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just like the Times is good, it's busted. The Times is bad, they have to interact with it, right?
Right, yeah.
So maybe even B plus.
Yeah. Mantle of the Wolf. Speaking of B pluses, 3 and a green for an aura enchanted creature gets +4/+4, and when Mantle of the Wolf is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you make 2/2 green wolf creature tokens.
Yeah, super solid. I mean, I don't think it's.
You don't think it's what? This card is absurd. I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, I don't think this is a card you should pass.
There we go. That's how that sentence ends. Okay.
Yeah. No, this card's good.
This card's ridiculous. I mean, like,
I agree.
Sure, revoke existence doesn't care, but like, yeah, this is This is I mean, maybe it's not it's B plus at least.
Yeah, I think B plus is a good.
Okay.
Ooh, this one's interesting.
We got Nylea.
Nessian Boar, right?
Oh, did I skip one? Oh yeah, I skipped one. Nessian Boar. Okay, 3 green for a 10/6. All creatures able to block Nessian Boar do so whenever Nessian Boar becomes blocked by a creature. That creature's controller draws a card.
I think this card is pretty bad.
Interesting.
Because
talk about the play pattern you hear about this card?
Yeah, so
Or you think about this card rather?
So like imagine you play this card on 5 and like you attack with everything, right?
Sure. And everything is probably two other things, maybe.
Sure. Yeah. So the other things don't get blocked. This trades off for their board. Likely they draw some cards. Like that's a decent case scenario. Mm-hmm. Like they're even on cards, but they're down on tempo and mana, right? Because they have to replay the cards they've drawn. So that's a fine exchange, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the time you're just not. Then again, the times when they can't trade with this, that's very good as well because you can just keep attacking. Like
if you can maybe I'm trample, the game is over.
Maybe I'm having a little bit of worst case scenario mentality because like if they ever remove this post blocks, it's so bad.
That's true. That's scary. But there's not a lot of stuff that does that outside of like black removal.
Well, there's the blue bounce spell. Yeah, but besides that, that's it. Yeah, you're right. So and you don't have to attack with this. So like you can hey, pick your spots, right? Like pick your spot. I think maybe that's the best way to frame this. All right. I'm a believer in this one. Maybe it's a little bit better than I thought. I think it's touchy. Like it reminds me of there's definitely been cards like this in the past where it's like a touchy card that you need to work to be good, but like the upside's very high. I think it's like I don't think you take this card early.
Yeah,
do you?
I'm not taking this over the 1/1 ramp creature.
Oh, interesting.
I don't.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
I mean, so that's what I think the best green common is. So that's why I'm using that as a baseline.
Okay.
And I don't think I'm taking this over that. So this is like best to C+. I
think this is going to depend on I think in the hands of a good player, this card is going to be quite good. And I think it's very easy to make this card horrendous.
It's just scary. It's scary. Like you may play. The thing is that this holds the ground so absurdly well.
Right. It blocks so well.
So that like even if you're like I got to pick my spot with this and I'm scared to attack with it, like what are they doing? Like,
it is. Yeah. It's also it's very scary. All right, I'm B-, C+.
Yeah, B- maybe.
Okay. I'm a believer in this one. I don't think.
Let's report back when we see this in action.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right. Next is Nylea Keen-Eyed. 3 and a green for the 5/6. Indestructible. Blah blah blah. Creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast, and then you can pay 2 and a green. Reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put it into your hand. Oh, it's the 2/3 from.
Deathwatcher
from or the Spark.
Oh yeah, that one too. Yeah.
But otherwise, you put it in your graveyard. You don't put it on the bottom, so that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, this one's tricky. So then the thing I like about this card is that I think this is another one of those ones that will be on a decent amount of the time. So like the 5/6 indestructible is a thing. The other thing I like is like once you're spending a bunch of mana to like try to hit creatures that say you hit 2 creatures, like you can double spell with them a lot of the time. And this one actually is nice because it helps get to your devotion, right? Like it gives you a way to start finding more cards that help you turn Nylea on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the creature spells you cast cost 1 less. I think that's going to be a little bit underrated because like you could like people. I think a lot of times look at these kind of cards and they're like, oh, ramp on turn 4, like that's not great, but like there's still double spell potential.
Yeah,
you still cast your 6-drop on 5.
I like that the 2 abilities work in tandem together. I mean, I guess they sort of all do for all the gods, but in a very like nice way for limited, where it's reducing the cost of your creatures, and then that is it going to allow you to activate this on some turns. Like if you're playing a 3-drop for 2 the following turn, then you can also activate this, or if you have nothing to do, you can activate this and maybe find something. Like I don't know. And green does kind of seem like pretty pip heavy. Like it does seem like devotion for green is going to be easier than other colors. I don't know. I mean, it's a lot to talk about a card that's like not a bomb, but like, but it's probably a B plus.
Yeah, B plus. I think I just give it a B.
Okay. Nylea's Intervention is X green for a sorcery. You can search your library for up to X land cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle your library. Or you can deal twice X damage to each creature with flying.
So it's the Hurricane Mana Severance. That's the split card here. but also like a really bad
I'm sort of out on this. I think this is a sideboard card.
Yeah, I think so too.
I basically never want to do the first thing.
Right.
Nyx Bloom Ancient, 4 triple green for a 5/5 with trample, and if you tap a permanent for mana, it produces 3 times as much of that mana instead. I'm excited to like reanimate this in cube.
Triple is a lot. It has trample. Like, that's not nothing else.
It's a 5/5.
Yeah. All right, this card's like a D, right?
Yeah, this card's not good for limited.
Yeah, this card's bad.
Yeah.
Or it's not. It's. You're gonna have niche decks where you have a ton of mana sinks.
Don't you want the 6 mana 6/7 over this?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So this is a D. Yeah. If it's money, sure, I'll draft it. I'm not above that. And our last card here is Setessan Champion, 2 and a green for a 1/3 with Constellation. Ooh, whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, you put a ++1 counter on it and draw a card. How do you feel about drawing a card here?
I feel very good about drawing a card here. This one's kind of bonkers, right?
I love Enchantress cards.
Oh, me too. Yeah, I really enjoy those cards. This is like an A-, right? It's like I
can't give it an A-, but I will,
it's like Tireless Tracker, but like you won't trigger it as often.
Yeah, it's not Tireless Tracker.
No. But I think it's comparable.
As you Americans would say.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go B plus. I just can't. I can't give A status cards.
Yeah.
Like, it's a 3 mana 1/3. That's not an A.
No, but it's gonna grow it's gonna scale with the game, especially with like enchantment creatures.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can give it whatever grade you want. You're your own man.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stick on the A-. I think this is just like one of the better cards you're hoping to open.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know if there are any uncommons I would take over this.
Yeah.
So,
it's interesting now that we've gone through all of the monocolored. Well, we're missing artifacts, but like, was there anything that stuck out as like best uncommon to you?
I'd have to go back and like.
Like,
whatever. There's Banishing Light in white. Nothing busted in blue. Oh, Shimmerwing Chimera in blue.
Yeah.
The Drag to the Underworld in black. In red, there was no B pluses, and in green we had Renata, Call to the Hunt, the devotion one. So,
yeah, it might just
probably just the boring black card, right?
Yeah, probably. Unfortunately, but we'll see.
Yeah.
All right, home stretch.
Yeah, we can probably just do these in order. We don't need to
that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Rarity.
All right, so we got Acolyte of Affliction. So it's 2 black-green, 4 mana for a 2/3. When Acolyte of Affliction enters the battlefield, put the top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. You may return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand.
Ding.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is like a Golgari Time Broker.
Exactly,
yeah, this is a great card. And this is the exact card we were looking for. Like, every time we were like, oh, you recur this creature, this enchantment, like, this is the card, right?
So yeah, I think it's important to just sort of clarify how we're going to evaluate gold cards.
Yes, for sure.
Just because I think people do it different ways. And so the way I think about it is I think there are 2 ways to do it. One is you grade it like you're already in those colors, or you grade it like it's a pull into those colors. And I like to do the latter. Yeah,
like a pull, like if this is like as in like pick one, pack one.
Yeah, pick one, pack one, or like I've got 2 red cards and I see Acolyte of Affliction. Like, am I taking that as how highly am I taking that as a signal? That sort of thing.
Right.
So I would grade this as a B, I think.
Yes, I agree with that. That's great.
Okay.
All right, so we have Allure of the Unknown. This is 3 black-red. Reveal the top 6 cards of your library. An opponent exiles a non-land card from among them, and then you put the rest into your hand. That opponent may cast the exiled card without paying its mana.
Very cool card. I think very bad for limited.
Yeah, so we were talking about this, I mean, Abram and I were talking about this last week, and we said that, like, if red black is like an aggro deck that really just wants to beat down and has a bunch of burn, which, you know, there is some of that in black, then this card is good because, like, you don't really care that much if your opponent casts a card because you're just drawing enough to finish them off, enough burn or whatever. But, like, I think the way red black's gonna play, it looks very grindy, right?
Well,
so, like,
sorry, go ahead.
I just maybe this is just good. Like 5 cards is a lot, but there's other ways to gain card advantage. I think this is just like you're taking on too much of a risk. Like I don't think this card is unplayable. I just don't think it's gonna be a card you want. Like I think in your average red black deck, you're gonna play this card. I just don't think it's a draw into the into red black.
I think I'm not excited about this card. I do think that red black has the potential to have multiple flavors. Like there could be a sacrifice grindy version,
for sure.
And it does look like there are just aggro black cards that are going to pair with aggro red cards. But even then, I think any of the common 5-drops, I think you would rather play than this.
You know what?
This card sounds way too dangerous, and I'm just gonna like give it a D-, maybe even.
Think about the times when you flip three spells, your opponent casts the best one, you get 2 spells off this. Like that's not an uncommon scenario.
And
right?
they get to, you have tapped out for this, and then they go untap, play the thing, the best of those 6 things. Yeah,
I was optimistic about this. I think that even in an aggro shell, it's probably just not going to be worth it. Like I agree. Like Canadian Bacon's Escape to the Wilds. This is not. So yeah, I'm going to give this one a D.
Wait, so who this card, the card the opponent gets does not have to be cast immediately. Does it?
I think it does.
They just cast it immediately? That's also great because they don't have to pay mana for it. This card sucks. This is an F. Sorry. This is a terrible Magic card. It should not be limited.
I'm off it.
I'm giving it my first F of the day.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
All right, so we got Ashiok, Nightmare Muse. Okay, so it's 3 black, blue for a Ashiok. +1, create a 2/3 blue and black nightmare creature token with whenever this creature attacks or blocks. Each opponent exiles the top 2 cards of their library. -3, return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and that player exiles a card from their hand. -7, you may cast up to 3 face-down cards your opponents own in exile without paying their mana cost.
So they just
face-up card.
They just put this into the old like 5 CMC Walker machine.
Yeah, it's so funny how this is like they've returned to form, right? Where, it's great. This is just an A. This is right.
This card is. I mean, thank God it's mythic, so you're not going to see it that.
Yeah, I don't think it's like. I actually don't think it's like a busted Walker. It's still A. It's not like A+, but it's very, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one is Atris, Oracle of Half-Truths. This one's sweet. 2 black, blue, 4 mana for a 3/2 menace. When Atris, Oracle of Half-Truths enters the battlefield, target opponent looks at the top 3 cards of your library and separates them into a face-down pile and a face-up pile. Put one of those piles into your hand and the other into your grave.
I love these kinds of effects. When did they print the? Was it like
Shadows of Moon?
Yeah, Eldritch Moon, where they printed the like trick or treat factor fiction.
Yeah, trick or treat. Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of cool. The 4 mana 3/2 menace thing, like this card plus the blue black uncommon that we'll get to in a second, are like tricking me into thinking like that it's aggressive.
I think it is. I don't think there's that much, like, aside from like the counterspell Naiad kind of thing. I might kind of be off of Naiad as a top common. Like, I just don't think,
just because blue red doesn't get there.
I just don't think like the draw go deck is that real.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Maybe like the counterspell is just gonna be like a little bit worse too. Like maybe there's variants of it where like I think like you said there's gonna be different flavors.
Yeah,
I think it's like a little bit less than we thought it was at first.
I'm very excited to see a Dimir deck in limited that is not control. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. Sorry. Go. Yeah, I was just gonna say think about like Dimir in Guilds of Ravnica. Like if you got the certain uncommons, like it could be very tempo, right?
Very, very true. Yeah.
Like the Phantasm into Sprite or whatever. Anyways, yeah.
I would give this like a B-.
Yeah, I think perfect. Like it's gonna draw, a card, a good card, or 2 cards,
or 2 bad cards, whatever.
Yeah, or 2 bad cards, they can trick you.
Yeah.
But maybe, in anytime you can blink this or recur it or bounce it, whatever, just all that value,
Mm-hmm.
That sounds good. All right, Bronze-Tide Lion, green and white for a 3/3. Green-white Bronze-Tide Lion gains indestructible until end of turn. When Bronze-Tide Lion dies, return to the battlefield. It's an aura enchantment with enchant creature you control, and green-white enchant creature gains indestructible until end of turn and loses all abilities. So that's a mouthful. Basically, when it dies, it just comes back as an aura that has green-white. The creature gets indestructible. The lose all abilities is for the other card words on this card.
Oh, I see.
Like the creature doesn't actually lose all abilities. Yeah.
Bronze-Tide Lion does. Yeah, like this is. So what was this? Fleece Mane Lion was from Return to Ravnica. That's like the last time we saw this, and that card was quite strong and annoying. And I imagine this will be strong and annoying as well. And I'll give it a B-.
Yeah, I was really sad when I saw this card because I was like, man, I've been playing Magic so long that they're making references to cards that were printed in the time that I've been playing. Like, I feel so old at this point. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think would you say B-?
I said B-, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. Mm-hmm. I got Calyx Destiny's Hand. 2 green-white for a 4 loyalty planeswalker. +1, like the top 4 cards of your library, you may reveal an enchantment card from among them. Put that card into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. -3, exile target creature or enchantment you don't control until target enchantment you control leaves the battlefield. That's a weird ability.
Yeah.
-7, return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. So replenish. Real boring, but like
yeah, it's
good. I think like especially in green-white, like the +1's going to hit a lot, right?
I think you've got to draft towards it a little bit, but yeah.
I think it plays into what green-white wants to do. Like I don't think it's gonna be that hard.
Right, because there's a lot of constellation stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like it. It's just it's just a little weird because green-white seems aggressive to me.
Yeah.
But like, do I want it on turn 4? Don't I just want to play a 4/4 or something?
I think this card's gonna be cool. Okay, so I think yes. I think the answer to that is yes. But then this is a good follow-up, right?
Right. This doesn't have to be. This can be a turn 6 play where I play this and something or whatever.
Yeah. Or if you don't have 4-drop, this is your 4-drop. Like yes. So I think this is like a B+ still.
All right, I'm in for B+.
Yeah. No, that -3 is really strange, but
yeah. So it turns one of your enchantments into a Banishing Light.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Yeah, very weird.
You can spread them out so that like don't have to.
Anyways. This next card is so weird. Speaking of like, what the hell is blue-red doing?
This is a commander card, right? This isn't like I don't think this is a.
So put it in literally any other set, like where it matters. It just doesn't matter.
It does suck that it feels like an archetype that is a little bit underrepresented at common gets this as its rare.
This is its rare? Yeah, wow.
Yeah. All right, so Dalekos, Crafter of Wonders, 1 blue-red for a 2/4. Tap to add tap to add colorless. Spend this mana only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts. Equipped creatures you control have flying and haste. So just a quick look here. We have 4 equipment in the set. We have 1 at common. Sorry, 2 at common, 1 at uncommon, 1 at rare.
So this card does nothing.
Yeah. This is just like if you want to.
This is like a D+. It's just a 3-mana 2/4.
Yes, but that's.
It's hard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. D+.
I want just on principle. This is a rare. Like. This is so frustrating. Opening this was such a feel bad.
We're getting to the emotional point in the set reveal. We're just like, what is this?
What is this? We've been talking about this set for 5.5 hours, and this is what you give us.
Yeah. This doesn't play into the way I like to play. All right, so we got Devourer Memory. This one's kind of cool. So blue-black for 2/1. Oh, no. Oh, that's excellent hate again. All right, So whenever 1 or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, the Devourer Memory gets +1/+1 until end turn and can't be blocked. Put the top card of your library into your graveyard for 3 mana.
Yeah, I like this card.
Yeah, I do too. So On 6, it's 4 power unblockable. That's kind of cool. And it triggers off a few other things just naturally, so you're not just paying 3 mana.
Sure.
I do think, like, yeah, I think this card is good. I think like in blue black specifically, right? Like I think this is just
Hard for me to know
what
if
the
this
deck
is like a
wants to
B-
do.
or a C+. That's
Yeah, I
that's
think
my
it's C+.
line.
I would say C plus.
Okay, I'm gonna go C+ as well.
Oof, this next one gives me a headache. Okay, so Dream Trawler, 2 white, white, blue, blue, so 6 mana in total. Flying lifelink 3/5. Whenever you draw a card, Dream Trawler gets +1/+1 to end a turn. Whenever Dream Trawler attacks, draw a card. Discard a card. Dream Trawler gains hexproof from end of turn. Tap it.
Okay, so it attacks as a 5/5.
As a 5/5, yeah. At least, right? Like you might cast a draw spell or something. This card's absurd, right?
That's a bomb. That's an A.
This is an A. Yeah, like if we're talking about how much it pulls you into the color pair, this is an A.
Yeah, I mean that should tell. Like, yeah, I'm like, okay, but white, white, blue, blue, I'll make it work.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, man, this card is so brutal. Like the nice thing is you can't just open it pack 3 and be like, oh, I'm blue black, splash this card, right? Like it's not like Lockmere Serpent, but still.
Yeah, but with all my my green blue splash everything deck,
I'm sure you're gonna cast.
You can ship this over to me just fine.
Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna cast this card in a non just blue white deck at some point
for sure.
All right, so we got Enigmatic Incarnation, 2 green and blue for an enchantment. That was a weird one. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice another enchantment. If you do, search your library for a creature card with converted mana cost equal to 1 plus the sacrificed enchantment's converted mana cost. Put that card onto the battlefield and shuffle your library.
No. I love Birthing Pod and Prime Speaker.
Me too.
And I say no to this card.
Yeah. The best case is you have a lot of omens, and that's sweet, but no. Like, this is just... You're going to find a deck for this card once in the format. Or twice, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not worth... It's not a pull. It's a 40th draft of the format card.
Yeah.
Like, if you're stacking a creature... Can you sack... yeah, you can
sacrifice an enchantment creature, sure.
But that's just not good enough, right?
But the problem is, like, you... At a certain point, you have to make up for the card disadvantage that this card provides, and there's just way too much setup cost for you to be able to...
Right, at least Vanifar was a 2/4, right? Like... Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on.
I'm F on
right?
this card.
Yeah, we're F. Okay. Eutropia, the twice favored, 1 green blue for a 2/2 Constellation. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 counter on target creature. That creature gains flying into the end of turn.
Wow.
Yeah. Nice. Well, I feel like green blue always gets the busted uncommon, right? Like I don't think it's like busted, but it's quite good.
Risen
right?
Reef, yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for this.
Yeah.
Like
I'm on B. For
yeah, I might even say B plus. But yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, very, very good.
All right, so we got Gallia of Endless Dance.
Mm-hmm.
Haste, 2/2. Other satyrs you control get +1/+1 haste. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, you may discard a card at random. If you do, draw 2 cards.
Have we done a quick satyr check?
Okay, the satyr check. I think I can do
a satyr check real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Type line, text. I guess satyr text. Let's see. Not common is booster. Let's see. Okay, so we've got. Oh, we've got the 1/1 tokens, of course.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's actually nice.
But there's not a ton of stuff that makes those. There's Annex, Hardened in the Forge. There's Heroes of the Revel. That's the 4/4 that makes a 1/1, and then there's ya boy Satyr's Cunning. This 1-mana sorcery.
Yeah. All right. I mean, the Satyr synergy aside, 2/2 haste is like fine, and that last ability is quite good, right?
Oh, I want to check type line too. People are telling me.
Oh yeah, just so you can see like if it says satyr,
if it is a creature,
like for tokens or whatever.
All right, let's see what the type line has. Is there more? Oh, there's much more. There's quite a few. The Blood Aspirant, Careless Celebrant, the Discordant Piper was a zombie satyr. There's some in green. Okay, there's satyrs. They mostly exist in red green. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. I lost him again. God damn it. Hello? Oh, wait. He muted himself.
Oh, sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay.
Hey, okay, so that's quite good. That's a decent amount of satyrs, but like the satyrs aside, right? Like who that last ability is quite good, right?
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
god. What was the card? The rowdy crew in
Oh yeah,
Ixalan? That everyone was
yeah.
like, this is terrible. Why would I
Yeah.
ever want to discard random cards? Like,
Yeah.
because
My
drawing
favorite
cards
bit.
is good. Even
Yeah.
Alex thinks so.
Yeah, even I think so. Even if you have to put it on a 2-drop red green creature for me to think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, card's very good. I think this is like a B.
Yeah, I'm gonna go B. I'm gonna go B minus.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
I think so. So there's a lot of things that like incentivize attacking and like happen when you attack and like all this stuff. And like I think blocking in this form is going to be tricky.
I'm 100% with you.
Yeah, so I think just like that bonus is nice. All right, let's move on. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So Haktos the Unscarred. So this is red, white for a 6/1. Haktos the Unscarred attacks each combat of Fable. As Haktos enters the battlefield, choose 2, 3, or 4 at random. Haktos has protection from each converted mana cost other than the chosen number.
This card is dumb.
I don't think it's that dumb. I think this card is good, and it's gonna like. There's gonna be games where it feels bad because like you're like, yeah, okay, I can't do much about this. But I think enough of the time you're gonna have a creature to block it or a removal spell.
Yeah,
You know,
I
like
agree.
I agree. Design wise, it doesn't like it leads to net unfun because like the times that it's good are gonna like the times that it's like just a fine card are like aren't gonna make up for the times where it's like abhorrent. But I think most of the time you'll have something to deal with it, and the has to attack each turn is a big deal, right?
Yes, but
So
we've seen that's what red white wants to do.
all I'm saying is like you can't hold back. You can't be like
a high toughness, high power, low toughness.
They have a 2-drop, and I don't have protection from 2. I can't not attack. That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
Right. Red, white isn't like impossible. Sorry, it's not like it's not guaranteed. But
no.
Like if we think back to
this is still good at like on turn 5 or 6, like it's still.
Oh yeah, for sure. What do you want to give it?
B minus.
Yeah, I like B minus. I think that's appropriate.
I mostly think it's like this is so like. Do you get it? Top-down design, in the way that like Ginger Brute felt like fun to me. This feels like they're hitting me in the face.
Yeah, no, that's
it's Achilles. Do you get it? Like,
yeah, damn, you're dead. Yeah,
okay,
that kind of. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Oh, this one I didn't even realize this next one was an enchantment creature. That's kind of cool. So this is Hero of the Nyxborn, 1 red, white for a 2/2. When Hero of the Nyxborn enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 human soldier token, and it's got the heroic ability. Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn when you target it. This card's sweet.
My only worry about red white being so awesome is that everyone else is going to recognize it because it's like the most reminiscent of what old Theros was.
Totally, and it's obvious. I think,
it's the most. It feels like the most obvious of like, well, you just draft the heroic things and like make tokens and go wide and you kill people. Like,
but to be fair, I think that there's enough support to go around for like 2 drafters at the table, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, I think that there's enough. Like, yeah, this card is very good.
This is better than Haktos, I think.
I agree. Yeah, that's a great comparison to make. I think people are going to not think that at first. An enchantment creature also, like that matters somewhat for the white. Yeah, for the white stuff. Mm-hmm. I think this is B+.
B+. All right. Yeah, I'm into it.
Yeah. Like think about it this way. Remember in Kaladesh where Glint Sleeve Siphoner? No, that's not the card. The Artisan, I think, or like the white one that was like a 3/3 that you could make a 2/2 and a 1/1 servo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that was the best white common, if I remember correctly, because of how much go wide was important, right?
Yep.
And that was really the linchpin of that deck. And I think this is like very similar.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. We're almost there, folks. Wow, almost 6 hours deep. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. It's been fun.
All right, back. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I'm sure. I wonder if there's anybody who's stuck around since 11 o'clock.
I think there's plenty of them.
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, Neil's been here for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, let's keep going. Keep trucking. So, Clothice, God of Destiny, 1 red-green, indestructible. It's got all the God text. This one's a multicolored one, so the devotion needs to be 7.
7, right?
Yeah. 4/5. The beginning of your pre-combat main phase, exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a land, add red or green. Otherwise, you gain 2 life, and this card deals 2 damage to each opponent. Hard to evaluate.
Yeah, really hard to evaluate. Devotion to 7 is a lot.
It is. So I think we're just mainly looking at the ability, which I think is quite good.
You can do pre-combat main phase, so you can do it the turn you cast it. You exile a card from a graveyard. If it was a land card, you can add red, green. Oh no, you can't do it at the beginning of your pre-combat. So no, not until the following turn. Exile a thing, make red or green, so it ramps you maybe, or you gain 2 and deal 2 to each opponent. Why? Like with this, I guess it would be too good to shock something.
I think so, but
yeah,
if you
I don't know. Like this has to be like probably in the B range, but my feeling is low Bs.
Yeah, so just some notable points, like it opponents they're gonna have a hard time escaping.
Yes.
Right. So that's non-negligible. 2, this is an ambitious comparison, but Ill-Gotten Inheritance, like the activated ability on Ill-Gotten Inheritance was big, right? Or sorry, Ill-Gotten Inheritance, right? Yeah. The Final Four was big.
But this doesn't do that.
So, yeah, that's my point.
I guess Clothice itself, once you have devotion, is the Final Four damage in a way.
Yeah.
Here's my problem, and so I feel like I'm back in Rivals of Ixalan territory with the City's Blessing.
Yes.
And I felt like 10 permanents was tough in the set review. I was like, well, I've never thought about how many permanents I have before, and like that seems like a lot, and like is that going to be hard to do? And it wasn't. Like especially in the Esper colors, it was easy to do. I feel like I'm having a really hard time being like, how many cards end up in a graveyard in a game of Limited? Because this isn't going to do the thing every time, and certainly not in the early turns. It's not going to exile a thing every time. I guess it can exile a thing from your graveyard too, but you generally don't want to do that. Like, I just feel like, especially if we're talking about we looked at the spider, and you were like, well, a lot of instants and sorceries, or a lot of things that happen in instant speed are auras.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know how many things are making their way to their graveyard in a normal game of Limited, which is why I don't know how often we're escaping, and which is why this ability doesn't excite me that much. But it feels like I'm just like, the flip side of that is like, well, it's like escape seems to be the headlining mechanic of the set, and so it's gotta happen a lot, right?
Yeah, tough.
Shielded mini tilt. How do you know how many creatures die in this set? Yeah, I don't know.
I think to defend shielded mini tilt, I think creatures are combat is going to be a common thing. That's the one point I will say, right? Like combat is going to be
But blocking feels terrible. So like I just feel like we're all racing.
Yeah, I mean, my gut says that card just does enough, and like drain 2 each turn at a certain point is quite good.
It's huge. This card is impossible to evaluate. It's a Q.
All right, so do you want to just give it a B?
I'm gonna just give it a B. Yeah.
All right, let's give it a B. All right.
Think about how good Palace Citadel was. What was Palace Citadel? Also, Ben, you're cheating.
That is true. Palace Citadel is true. Like you got that no matter what.
What's Palace Citadel?
It's the one from Cons that it's 5 mana, black, and it drains. You could either choose the drain 2 mode each turn or the regrowth the creature each turn.
Oh yeah, but that's not what this does.
Or Palace Siege, I think it was called, right? Yeah, that's not what this does, but it's cheaper and it does other things. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a B.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, so we got Kroxa, Titan of Death's Hunger, black red for a 6/6. Yeah. So when Kroxa enters the battlefield, sacrifice it and lets it escape. So every time, like when you cast this, you sack it,
right?
And then whenever Kroxa enters the battlefield or attacks, each opponent discards a card. This wording. Then each opponent who didn't discard a non-land card loses 3 lives.
Right. So if you discard a land, you lose 3 life.
Yes, exactly. So it punishes you for discarding the ones you don't care about. Basically.
Exactly.
And it has this. Sorry, this is the important part. It has escape, black, red. Exile 5 other cards from your graveyard. So turn 2, you cast this, or at some point you cast this. They discard a card. It's probably not going to be that impactful, and then at some point you get to escape this. I think this being red-black is a big boon to it, because you're going to be able to escape it often, because you have sack outlets if you really want to.
Sure.
And like 6/6
and there's self-mill in black.
Self-mill. 6/6 attacks. Bolt step. Also, I guess this is the joke too, that like if they don't have any cards in hand, they lose 3. Right?
What's that? Oh yeah, if they have no cards, you also deal them 3.
Yeah. They lose 3 as well. Hard to evaluate. I think this card is just close-ish to busted, though.
That's my feeling. Is that it's busted.
I think it's just an A, right?
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah, I think we're
you probably need to make some deck building considerations, and maybe you take some like more escape stuff than not. But like, like this makes me want to draft a turbo escape deck, where I'm just like milling myself until I find this, and then I cast this.
Yeah, that's the great part. Yeah, exactly. Like you find this by milling yourself. Yeah.
I think it's just I'm on A.
All right, we got the good doggo with
Uno
Rose, Hound of Aetherios. This is 1 black, white for a 3/3. Vigilance, Menace, Lifelink. Creature cards and graveyards can't enter the battlefield. Players can't cast spells from graveyards. So this goes against
so weird
everything.
Black-white.
Yeah, this is like the anti-black-white card.
So I guess if you have this, you go, okay, I'm the aggro black-white deck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the idea. But even still, it's going to turn off some amount of your stuff. I don't know. Like, the stats are good, obviously. Like, Vigilance, Menace, Lifelink is a good for a 3/3 is good, but I don't know. I'm just going to give this like a B plus. I think. Like,
it's not a bomb, but it's great.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did I say B plus?
What did you mean?
I kind of meant like C plus, but I don't know. No, maybe that's too low.
Yeah, this is definitely a pull into black-white. It is keyword soup.
It is keyword soup, but I'm just like, look at like Rise to Glory is it's golden common. It stops that card.
Right, but your opponent's just so incentivized to like trade with this or kill this. So like
Yeah, that's fine.
I think you still just doing this.
I agree. All right, let's. I'd give it a B, but
okay.
All right, so we got Mischievous Chimera.
Blue red.
Yeah, 2/2 flyer. Whenever you cast your first spell during each opponent's turn, Mischievous Chimera deals 1 damage to each opponent. Scry 1. So like, I think blue red is a deck if you're getting multiples of these. Like how kind of in M20 when you got multiple like Stormpins, you're like, oof, yes, doing it blue red, right? Like that was the draw into blue red. I think this is similar.
What was the blue red?
The 2/2 haste flyer for 2.
Oh, right. Yeah, but so the weird thing about this card for me is that like then I'm like, yeah, well then I'm just like a beatdown deck, and I don't care. Like then I just have a bunch of 2-mana 2/2 flyers, which is awesome, and I don't care about casting spells on my opponent's turn.
And I think you are. I think blue is going to be a beatdown deck more often than it's not.
Yeah.
Which, well, again, is weird because the whole like, you want to cast.
Should we go back and change all of our grades for the blue commons? Because like the more I think about it, the more I don't know if these counterspells are going to be good at all.
Or even good, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. So if we're assuming that this blue-red deck wants to be built as a tempo deck, which I think it does, considering we have this and that 4/2 that pings things.
Yeah.
Like
I would give this a C+. I don't think this is a pull into blue-red, but like.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a B-, but okay. I think I agree with your sentiments there.
Yeah. Why do we think the format is aggressive? Seems like there's a lot of aggressively slanted things, like combat tricks and auras sort of slant towards attacking, not blocking.
Yeah, good twos. It's gonna be tough, but it's really hard to predict the speed of a format. But yeah. I think, yeah. All right, so we got Polukranos Unchained, 2 black-green. Polukranos enters the battlefield with 6 1/1 counters on it and escapes with 12. That's nuts. Okay. So it's a 4-mana 6/6, but if damage will be dealt to Polukranos while it has a 1/1 counter on it, prevent that damage or remove that many 1/1 counters. So that's a downside for the most part.
Ugin's Conjurant.
It's usually, yeah, exactly. Ugin's Conjurant. Then it has 1 black-green. Polukranos fights another target creature, and escape is 6 mana. Exile 6 other cards in your grave.
Obviously, this card is good, but it does not seem like. Is this A status?
I think this is an A+.
What?
I think this is that good. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It just kills. Like, obviously takes some investment, but it's either just a giant, massive thing, or just kills like
2 things,
so
and then threatens to come back and kill a billion things.
Yeah.
4 mana 3/3 that kills a 3/3 and then does it again.
And then it comes back as a 12.
Right, and it does exactly what Black Green wants to do, which is grindy and like.
Yeah, like
imagine escaping this twice in a game.
Maybe not A+, but I think I can't go lower than an A.
He won't do it, folks.
I won't do it. No, nope.
He's not going lower than an A. All right, I'll join you in A with Polukranos.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Rise to Glory. 3 black white. For sorcery, choose one or both. Return target creature from your battlefield, from your graveyard to the battlefield, or and return target aura from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Return target Meyer.
Yeah.
Battlefield. Yeah, I mean, I really like this card.
Yeah, card's decent. I mean, it's good value. Like the nice thing is, it's a big tempo boost, right? It's a big tempo play, right? Like you get the card back and you get the aura back. So either you're making a big threat, or you get to remove one of their things. The white pacifism also goes to the grave at some point, so you can get that back.
Yeah.
I don't love these cards in general. Just like
it's hard because you can't really load up on them.
Yeah, I think
the biggest problem I have with the card. Like, you know, the reward for being in these color pairs is like if multiples of these are open, then you get to reap the benefits of that. And I don't know if I can jam. Certainly don't feel like I can jam 3, and I don't even know about 2. Thank you so much, BLBA123, coming in with that 3-month resub. Welcome back.
This definitely seems like the type of card that you're going to get with like 5 cards in the pack, even though it's still very powerful. You know what I mean? Like, just because like it's hard to want multiples, and just people might not be in this archetype, and it's not like that pull. You're like, oh yes, Rise to Glory.
I feel like I'm gonna splash this in green black a lot, and I mean seriously, like I think this is gonna be great in green black recursion deck, and splashing white does not seem difficult in that deck.
Oh yeah, that's actually true. So what do you want to give it?
I think the first copy is a B-.
Yeah, that's perfect, I think. All right, so we got Siona, Captain of the Pyleus. 1 green white for a 2/2. When Sionia, Captain of the Pyleus,
it's a mouthful. I'll be back after you're done reading this card.
Yeah, look at the top 7 cards of your library. So that's deep. You may reveal an aura card from among them, put them in your hand. Put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. And whenever an aura you control becomes attached to a creature you control, create a 1/1 human soldier token. Yeah, so this is like, exactly what the deck wants to do, right?
Yep.
It just digs for your aura. It digs deep. Like 7 is a lot. Like mind you, you're not gonna have that many
Heliod's
auras.
Pilgrim just finds it though.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And then the aura, like that's like a little nice bonus, like the getting a 1/1, like that helps with your heroic stuff.
If that's true, that makes me not happy about it. If it's only needs 6 hits for this to be above 70%, that means you're missing 30% of the time with 6 auras.
Yeah.
I am not happy if I miss on this card.
Yeah, for sure.
That makes me think it's like a C plus at best.
But then you have to also. Oh, you know what? You have to. I think we're gonna end up with a decent amount of auras. Because think about. Okay, I'm just gonna give a quick little read.
You give me a quick little rundown.
Yeah, we've got Wolfwillow Haven, which is the land aura. We've got Warbriar Blessing, which is the fight spell. We've got this Test and Training, which is the cantripping thing that gives trample. That's your green one.
How many in a green-white deck? How many spots can you devote to auras?
Yeah,
like
we got Hydra's Growth. Like maybe it's just a lot. Like maybe just like all their spells are
so it's
auras.
15 and 8, 16 and 7 split.
Yeah, and like we've got a removal spell. We've got 2 removal spells. We've got Heliod's Punishment. We've got Indomitable Will. So basically, in green and white, we have at least there's like 5 or 6 in white alone, and then a decent amount in green too. So
yeah,
I don't know. Card is powerful. It does things.
It does some things.
I'm
gonna go C plus, and I'm a little hesitant at that.
I'm on that as well, just because like even when you do find it, like yeah, exactly. Like the Helios Pilgrim comparison is great. Like if you were like maybe if you make like 3 tokens, that's like really good. But yeah, no, I'm down for C plus in this one.
Okay.
All right. Let me scroll all the way back down here. So our next one, you got Slaughter Priest of Mogus. So this is red black for a 2/2. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, so more of this whenever you sack a permanent, Slaughter Priest of Mogus gets +2/+0 until end of turn, and 2 mana. Sacrifice another creature or an enchantment. Card gets first strike.
I love this.
So this just unblocked. This just domes them for 1 million. Not 1 million, but like 8 if you're on 6 mana. Like this is good, right? This is very good.
Yeah, it's more. It feels a little deceptive because it is a 2-drop.
Yeah.
But it requires you to both have a board state and to invest mana into it to really take advantage of it, or to feel like you've got the threat of activation. So it doesn't quite feel like you can do the things on turn 2 or turn 3 or 4 or whatever. But that being said, I do like this card a lot.
This card is a lot like that card from War of the Spark, right? The On-Crop Invader, like the 3 mana 2/2 first strike.
Yes.
And attack. This is better because it's 2 and it gets a bigger bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And it triggers off any sacked permanent. So I think this is like, as a pull, this is like a B-, maybe a B.
Yeah, I'll go B-.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's funny. This is something to do with the draw 3 black enchantment and sacrifice it. And there have been a few like you can sacrifice an enchantment to do something cards actually. So like maybe we're a little bit low on that black rare, like if you're planning to build around it, but
maybe.
Yeah. All right,
a
few more. So
that card is much better than just the 3 mana draw 2, but whatever.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so we got Staggering Insight, blue-white for a aura. Enchant creature gets +1/+1, and lifelink, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card.
Boy howdy.
Yeah, this is like very this is quite good, right? Like just
yeah.
Getting in 1 hit is great, and then if you ever get in 2 hits, like you're gonna gain a chunk of life. I think like if you ever hold up either the white combat trick that gives hexproof and indestructible, or the blue aura that gives hexproof in this, like
yeah,
that's close to game. Like it feels very much like what was it called in Rivals of Ixalan when you had the the 3/2 hexproof, and you had Squire's Devotion or the
The I know what you're talking about. The card draw one.
Yeah, the card draw, the 1 mana, the one that's Salah standard play. Like, feels like that.
Yeah.
And that's powerful.
This is a B for me, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
I love that. Ben says, wait, you can. Ben says, wait, you can escape the same card multiple times in a game?
Yeah, I know.
That's hilarious. It's so good, right, Ben? All right, yeah, Uro. Uro, Oko. Titan of Nature's Wrath. 1 blue-green, 6/6. So the same thing as that other Titan when it enters the battlefield, sack it unless you escaped. Whenever Uro enters the battlefield or attacks, you gain 3, you draw a card, and you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield and escape green, green, blue, blue, exile 5 cards from your grave.
A.
Yeah, A. So it's like...
Card is dumb.
Yeah, this card's stupid. This card is very good. Man. All right. Yeah. A.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much to talk about.
Nope. Warden of the Chain. 1 red, green for a 4/4 trample. Warden of the Chain can't attack unless you control another creature with power 4 or greater.
Yeah,
solid?
I think this is solid.
I think this is good.
I think there's enough support for this.
Yeah, I know. I do too. I don't think, like, again, like the whole like blocking on turn 3 when it comes down, that's big.
That's big. And 4/4 trample attacking on turn 4 is huge.
Yeah, card would be markedly worse if it couldn't block by itself, without a 4 power creature, but it can, so I like it.
I'm gonna go B.
Yep, perfect. That's good.
All right.
All right, the true home stretch now.
Okay.
All right.
Altar of the Pantheon. 3 mana for an artifact. Your devotion to each color and each combination of colors is increased by 1, and you can tap to add 1 mana of any color. If you control a god or demigod or a legendary enchantment, you gain 1 life. So it's really just smacking all sorts of mana rocks together.
Yep. This is for your deck, right?
Yeah. I don't think you want this, so I would give this like a synergy C-.
Yeah, I don't think, like, the devotion doesn't matter all that much, like we said. So yeah.
Bronze Sword is 1 mana for an equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0, and the equip cost is 3.
Yeah, so expensive. One splitter. This is not.
No,
I don't like.
I can't wait to open that blue-red rare and just jam these.
Yeah, this is just.
It's just like I'm already trying to augment my creatures with auras.
Yeah,
like,
there's so much better. There's so many better ways to augment
for this.
Yeah, this is so bad. Okay, I think this is like a D. This is a D-.
I agree.
Yeah, nothing.
Entrancing Lyre is 3 mana for an artifact. You may choose not to untap Entrancing Lyre during your untap step. X tap target creature with power X or less. It doesn't untap during its controller's untap step for as long as this remains tapped.
Card's good, right?
I think so. Like, it's clunky. But it does scale with the game. Like, you're paying a 3 mana investment, but then like you are, probably paying less to tap the thing than your opponent paid for that thing.
Yeah.
And there are some 4 mana 4/4s or whatever, but most of the time the power is going to be less than the CMC. So yeah, I think it's colorless.
Yeah, it might just end up being like the Scalding Cauldron-ish of the set, where it's like, we take it early, stay open, but then like, it's not great, but it's a good early pick, And it's also worth noting, you can go like tap something, and then you can get to the point where like you tap down 2 things and get in for an attack
in a cycle.
Yeah, in a cycle. Okay, I'm like this is like a C plus.
C plus, yeah. Maybe I think probably C plus for flexibility.
Yeah.
Mirror Shield, 2 mana for an equipment. Equip costs 2. Equipped creature gets +0/+2 in hexproof and has whenever a creature with death touch blocks or becomes blocked by this creature, destroy that creature. That's weird. This is what top down stuff's going on here. So
like you're reflecting Medusa's glare at her.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This card sucks.
Nah, yeah.
This is like an F. I'm gonna just putting my foot down. I don't have time for this at the end of the review. Nyx Lotus, 4 mana for a legendary artifact. Enters the battlefield tapped. Choose a color, add an amount of mana of that color equal to your devotion to that color. No, thank you. No.
This is just
F. Right, I mean, like, when you're doing nothing with this, the turn you play it, because it enters the battlefield tapped, then it requires you to have permanents in play so that you can then ramp into your other permanents. It doesn't even fix your mana.
Yeah, no, this is bad.
on.
Also, if anybody has seen Arilax's rant on Twitter about this card, it's also an F for being a Lotus, because like it costs 0 or adds 3. Like,
yeah,
like why is this a Lotus? You know.
All right, here's one I like: Shadow Spear, 1 mana.
Oh, yeah.
For legendary equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has trample and lifelink. You can pay 1 to have permanents your opponents control lose hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and it has an equip cost of 2.
So it's not quite Loxodon Warhammer, but like it's approaching that, and that card is one of the more.
Well, I'm glad it's not Loxodon Warhammer because that card was incredibly unfair. But like, this is close.
This is this has to be picked up back one over everything, right? Like every non-rare.
Every non-rare, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
so that makes this an A-, I would say.
Yeah, A-, yeah.
Soul Guide Lantern, 1 mana for an artifact. When it ETBs, you exile target card from a graveyard. You can tap sack to exile each opponent's graveyard, or pay 1 tap sack to draw a card.
Yeah, it seems like a fine sideboard card. If your opponent's like black-green, really heavy on the milling and stuff, this is like a fine sideboard card. And like you can main deck it. It's not the absolute worst. But yeah.
We got Thaumaturge's Familiar, which is 3 mana for a 1/3 flyer, and when it ETBs, you scry 1.
I don't get what this card's doing in the set.
It's your 23rd card.
Is it though?
Well, I don't know. Like sometimes you just don't get there. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Like it has text. It's like a D.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a D. Give it a straight D.
Yeah. Thundering Chariot. 4 mana for a 3/3 vehicle with first strike, trample, haste, and crew 1. Wow.
Yeah. This is a good one.
Yeah.
This is powerful.
Yeah,
crew 1.
I think give this a B.
First strike, trample. That's a combination of abilities, and especially if you're considering in your white and red decks, you have just like these random 1/1s lying around.
Yeah.
Yeah. I give this a B. This is a great early pick.
Traveler's Amulet, 1 mana for for an artifact, pay 1, sack it, search for a basic, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. Meh.
Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of this card. It's just like
really hard for me to imagine wanting to splash outside of green right now.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like I think people in general splash too much outside of their green decks. Like if your deck isn't like trying to splash, like this does enable. There are a decent amount of cards that you would like the Erebos is whatever card, like the rare that deals like neg X, and gain X. Like that's a decent splash if you're missing removal or something. I don't know. Like I'm rarely happy with this card, but there might just be a place for it. So
yeah, this is important. This is probably an important card to exist for sealed, I would imagine.
Yeah, sealed, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I would say probably for draft, I'm gonna start like as a D+.
Yeah.
And then we've got Wings of Hubris.
Last on land.
Good old Icarus. 2 mana, equipped creature has flying, equip cost of 1, sacrifice Wings of Hubris, equipped creature can't be blocked this turn, and then you sacrifice it. That's cute. I like that flavor.
Yeah, this is actually fine, right? Like,
I mean, Cobbled Wings has been pretty good and limited.
Yeah, this is strictly better Cobbled Wings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So like, sure.
C-.
There's definitely formats where Cobbled Wings has not been good.
Yes.
Oh, you know what? This is like another trample enabler, right? Like this is like another.
Sure.
Yeah, that's kind of real.
I mean, it does mean you can just start chucking your creatures at your opponent.
Like... No. But like, if you were just considering it as a Cobbled Wing, right? Like think about it in Ixalan, where like the green creature is like.
Yeah.
You wanted that card a lot because the green creatures needed a way to get through. Like that. This is another way for that to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna give this a C.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if like a lot of decks just wanted exactly one of these.
Yeah.
And then some lands.
Field of Ruin. Nope. This is not a
Field
card.
of Ruin is an F for limited.
Yeah,
this is a reprint. We're gonna skip this.
All right, and then we have Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Good. This is a decent mana sink. I think this is worth. This meets the threshold of being good enough to have a colorless land in your deck. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
this is decent.
Tap,
This is like
tap for generic, pay 4, tap, remove target attacking or blocking creature, so it's Maze of Ith. But it also removes blocking. That's interesting.
takes off auras and makes.
No, it doesn't take off auras.
Sorry, it doesn't blink
It
off.
doesn't
Yeah,
exile.
never
Yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's like what C plus B minus.
Yeah, it's very deck dependent.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want this in your aggro deck. Like you don't care that much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe you do. Just nah, it's too clunky.
Right. I think, and so for folks who haven't played with these effects, that means like if your opponent's attacking with a creature and you activate this on that, it's gonna untap, right?
No, right?
They attack with the thing, you remove it from combat, and it stays tapped.
It just stops attacking. It's still tapped.
Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah. It's not like me.
I don't know. Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine taking this over like just like top commons.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I'm gonna go.
It's like a mid pack. You're like, ooh, that's a nice little gift for me, fifth pick or whatever. You know, like
Yeah.
I'll just go with C plus. I think.
Okay.
All right, and we got the Cycle of Temples. So these are all the same. Enter the battlefield tap. You scry one, and they add one of 2 colors.
Yeah.
These are fine.
Yeah.
It's perfectly reasonable.
I think these are. I'm gonna start with these at C plus.
Yeah. So this is I guess the thing to talk about is like, are we playing these on our, when it's only half of a, like you're only you're blue red and you play Temple of Abandon.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. No, I think so too.
Scrylands are good.
Yeah, Scrylands are good. All right. Unknown Shores. Last card. All right.
Don't do it. I get. Speaking of Arilax.
Yeah. Just there's so few situations where this card actually is better than like a basic of the color you're trying to splash.
Yeah.
But you should not put this card in your deck, right? Like increasing the cost of your spells is a huge cost. If you haven't heard this rant already, but like just if you're trying to splash, just put a
basic.
Put a basic, exactly. Unless the card is like, there is like a small exception. There's a few small exceptions, but one of them is like, it's a very cheap, impactful card that is easily splashable. So like, say you're splashing, I don't know, I can't even think of one off the top of my head, but like something that, like, I don't know, Myra's Grasp. Not that that's a great example. You wouldn't really want to splash that, but like something that really has an impact on the game and it's cheap, that you don't mind increasing the cost by one. But that's like such a niche corner case that you're just going to be better off not playing this card most of the time.
Yep, I would start this at like a D.
Yeah, D minus even.
D minus, sure. Yeah. All right, that's it.
Yeah, we did it.
We made it. Dude, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. This was a ton of fun. It honestly like helps me so much with just like my own framing of the set. It was great to just have you to talk through with all this, and yeah. Do we have any do you have any questions for like going into the set, like things you want answered, do you think?
Okay, so I want to figure out the mill deck. Like I want to figure out what those blue uncommons are doing. I want to figure out like Constellation, I guess, because it feels like a lot of things cared about Constellation, but I wasn't like excited about a lot of them.
Yeah, there was a few.
I think maybe those are my 2 biggest things right now. I kind of want to figure out like how white green is different than white red. I don't know. What about you?
Yeah, the mill deck is certainly a big one for me. I think that's like maybe my number one, like what is happening.
Yeah.
I think like figuring out how often black wants to lean aggressive, how often it wants to lean controlling is interesting. I think, strange enough, I think white is like most straightforward. Like it's pretty clear what it wants to be doing. And it's just like the
go ahead.
Sorry, just like how good I'll say it, whatever is the cost reducer Naiad of the hitting.
Yeah, the blue cost reducer.
Like that card looked really, really good, but as we went through the set, it's like maybe this just isn't a thing, or maybe it's like just like an incidental thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, blue, as always, blue looks like a tricky one to figure out, right? Blue is always the one that you're like, what's happening here?
Yeah, I feel good about that Sphinx, but that's
I agree with that. I do think, even if the format is fairly fast, I think it's still going to be a good one.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also curious how often people were escaping. I have no idea how to evaluate that mechanic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. All right. Yeah, so I think that'll do it.
Yeah, sweet. Thanks so much, dude.
Yeah, man.